Close your eyes for a moment, then open them again. In that fleeting instant, something mysterious occurs, an experience that science still struggles to fully explain. Consciousness. Every thought, feeling, and perception you have is like a puzzle piece in the vast, uncharted landscape of awareness. But what is it that makes your subjective experience feel real? How does a brain, with its intricate networks of neurons, create a mind capable of self-awareness? And in a universe governed by physical laws, can we truly claim to be conscious, free-willed beings? Join us as we dive deep into the biggest mystery of all, the enigma of consciousness. Consciousness is often described as the state of being aware of one's existence, thoughts, and surroundings. It's what allows us to experience the world, to feel emotions, and to form thoughts. Consciousness acts as the lens through which we perceive everything, from the simplest sensation to the most complex reflections. This awareness comes in various forms, from basic sensory perception to intricate self-reflection and reasoning. At its core, consciousness is both about wakefulness and awareness. It's not just about being awake, it's about understanding and engaging with the world around us. Although we typically think of consciousness in human terms, the reality is more nuanced. Consciousness exists on a spectrum. Some animals, for instance, exhibit forms of consciousness. They respond to their environments, showing a level of awareness that we can observe and measure. But where do we draw the line between conscious and non-conscious entities? This question is a subject of intense debate. The study of consciousness spans multiple fields, from neuroscience and psychology to philosophy. Scientists and philosophers alike continue to grapple with fundamental questions. How do the intricate networks in the brain give rise to conscious experience? What exactly is the threshold that marks the emergence of consciousness? As technology advances, particularly in the realm of brain imaging, we are slowly beginning to uncover how different areas of the brain contribute to conscious thought. These breakthroughs are helping us peel back the layers of consciousness, opening up the possibility of understanding its evolutionary purpose and how it may manifest across different species. However, the quest to understand consciousness isn't just a scientific endeavor. It also delves deep into philosophical waters. What is the nature of the self? What does it mean to be truly you in a universe governed by physics? These questions blur the lines between science and metaphysics, inviting us to explore not just the biology of consciousness, but its profound implications for the human experience. Neuroscientists have developed several methods to study consciousness, with a focus on observable behaviors, brain activity, and subjective experiences. One common approach involves behavioral assessments. Researchers observe how an individual reacts to external stimuli, whether they respond to sound, light, or a question. These behaviors are taken as indicators of awareness. For instance, a person who turns their head toward a sound or answers a question is demonstrating a level of conscious engagement with their environment. Functional neuroimaging tools like fMRI, functional magnetic resonance imaging, and PET-T, positron emission tomography, have proven invaluable in this endeavor. These technologies allow scientists to observe brain activity in real time, pinpointing which areas of the brain are active during different conscious states. From full awareness to states like sleep or anesthesia, these images provide a visual map of consciousness. Another key method is electroencephalography, or EEG, which measures the electrical impulses in the brain. By capturing the rhythm and patterns of brainwaves, EEG offers a glimpse into how consciousness fluctuates. Different brainwave patterns correspond to different states of awareness, from relaxed wakefulness to deep sleep, enabling researchers to track how consciousness evolves over time. However, it's not just objective measurements that researchers rely on. The subjective experiences of individuals, their own reports of what it feels like to be conscious, are equally crucial. These first-person accounts help capture the rich, qualitative aspects of consciousness that can't be measured through external methods alone. By comparing these reports with brain activity data, scientists aim to build a more complete picture of how consciousness functions within the human brain. Yet, despite these advancements, studying consciousness remains an incredibly challenging task. One of the primary difficulties lies in its inherently subjective nature. Unlike physical phenomena, consciousness can't be easily quantified. There is no universal agreement on what constitutes a conscious experience, making it hard to establish consistent criteria for measurement. This lack of clarity complicates the process of collecting data and comparing findings across different studies. Compounding this challenge is the sheer diversity of conscious experiences. Consciousness is not a singular, fixed state. It exists on a spectrum. This includes everything from states of alertness and awareness to altered states such as dreaming or meditation. Each of these states exhibits its own distinct neural patterns and behavioral manifestations, making it difficult to create a clear, standardized framework for study. As researchers continue to delve into the nature of consciousness, they must also account for variations in individual experiences. Personal, cultural, and contextual factors can all influence how someone experiences the world and, by extension, their own consciousness. These complexities add yet another layer of difficulty to an already daunting task. In the search for answers, the mystery of consciousness is far from being solved. But as we venture further into this exploration, each new insight brings us closer to understanding one of the most profound questions humanity has ever faced. What does it truly mean to be conscious? Advancements in brain research have led to remarkable improvements in our understanding of how the brain works, but significant limitations persist. While cutting-edge imaging technologies have dramatically enhanced our ability to observe brain function, they still only provide a partial window into the vast, intricate processes that give rise to consciousness. These technologies often fall short in capturing rapid fluctuations in brain activity or in exploring the deep, enigmatic regions of the brain where consciousness may truly emerge. As a result, the insights we can gain remain constrained, leaving many questions unanswered. Moreover, the philosophical dimensions of consciousness research present their own set of challenges. Questions about the nature of the self, the concept of free will, and the relationship between the mind and the brain continue to complicate the scientific discourse. Debates about whether consciousness can be reduced to mere neurological processes or whether it transcends physical explanations often intersect with empirical studies, pushing researchers to consider philosophical perspectives alongside scientific inquiry. This multidisciplinary approach is essential, as the complex nature of consciousness demands both scientific rigor and philosophical reflection. These challenges highlight the profound complexity of consciousness as a field of study, placing it among the most intriguing yet elusive areas in science. In the study of the mind, the concepts of consciousness and awareness are closely related, but they carry distinct meanings. Consciousness refers to the broader state of being aware of one's existence and experiences. It encompasses various mental activities such as perception, thought, emotion, and self-reflection. It can be seen as the overall quality of having experiences and being alive to them. Awareness, on the other hand, is often regarded as a component or subset of consciousness. It refers to the level of understanding or perception one has about specific thoughts, feelings, or sensory information at any given moment. For instance, an individual may be conscious while daydreaming but may not be fully aware of their surroundings. In this case, consciousness is present, but awareness is limited to the person's internal narrative. This distinction between consciousness and awareness becomes especially apparent when examining different states of consciousness. During sleep, for example, a person remains conscious at a fundamental level, but their awareness of external stimuli is significantly reduced. In more complex states like meditation or those induced by certain substances, awareness may be heightened, focusing on particular sensations or thoughts, even as overall consciousness diminishes. This understanding is crucial for consciousness studies, as it helps researchers explore how various conditions, such as trauma, sleep deprivation, or neurological disorders, impact both consciousness and awareness. By investigating these distinctions, scientists gain deeper insights into how the mind operates and how conscious experiences influence human behavior and interactions with the world. Current scientific research suggests that consciousness is composed of several key components, each playing a vital role in shaping our complex human experience. One of the primary components is sensory perception, the ability to receive and process information from the environment through our senses. This allows individuals to experience sights, sounds, tastes, touches, and smells, which form the foundation of conscious experience. Another significant aspect of consciousness is attention. Attention is crucial in shaping our conscious experience, as it enables individuals to focus on specific stimuli or thoughts while filtering out distractions. Think of attention as a spotlight that highlights particular elements of experience, allowing others to fade into the background. This selective focus is essential for effectively engaging with the world and processing information meaningfully. It influences how experiences are prioritized, remembered, and interpreted. Self-awareness also plays a critical role in consciousness. It involves recognizing oneself as a distinct entity with unique thoughts, feelings, and experiences. This introspective quality enables individuals to reflect on their mental states, engage in complex reasoning, and understand their place in the world. Self-awareness is fundamental to personal identity and helps individuals adapt to social situations and navigate life's challenges. Together, these components form the intricate web of consciousness, one that continues to baffle and inspire scientists and philosophers alike as they strive to unravel its mysteries. The integration of information is crucial to consciousness. The brain orchestrates an intricate symphony of sensory inputs and cognitive processes, seamlessly weaving them together to generate coherent experiences. This integration is believed to occur in specific brain regions, where disparate signals are combined into a unified stream of awareness. For scientists, understanding how these components interact is essential in unraveling the complex mechanisms that give rise to conscious thought and perception. As we delve into the mind's mysteries, several brain regions emerge as key players in shaping our conscious experience. Each region has a distinct role in how we perceive, think, and engage with the world around us. The cerebral cortex is undoubtedly one of the most critical areas involved in consciousness, particularly the prefrontal cortex. This region is at the heart of higher cognitive functions, including reasoning, decision-making, and self-awareness. It plays a pivotal role in integrating sensory inputs, allowing us to reflect on our thoughts and experiences. Through this introspective ability, the prefrontal cortex facilitates complex and reflective thinking, a hallmark of conscious awareness. The thalamus, though small in size, is another vital structure in maintaining consciousness. Often referred to as the brain's relay station, the thalamus processes incoming sensory signals and transmits them to the appropriate areas of the cortex for further analysis. By filtering and directing attention, the thalamus ensures that only relevant sensory data enters our conscious awareness. This gating mechanism is crucial for focusing our attention, allowing us to filter out distractions. For instance, during a conversation, the thalamus helps us prioritize auditory information from the speaker, enabling us to ignore background noise and concentrate on the dialogue. In addition to its role in sensory integration, the thalamus is deeply involved in regulating alertness and wakefulness. Located within the brainstem, the thalamus is part of the reticular activating system, which controls the transitions between different states of consciousness, such as sleep and wakefulness. This system is essential for maintaining a state of alertness and responsiveness to the environment. Without it, our conscious awareness would be fragmented, and we would be unable to maintain continuous interaction with the world. At the back of the brain, the parietal and occipital lobes play an essential role in integrating sensory information into a coherent perceptual experience. The parietal lobe is crucial for spatial awareness, helping us navigate our environment, while the occipital lobe processes visual information. These two regions collaborate to merge inputs from various senses, ensuring that our conscious experience remains unified and continuous. Furthermore, subcortical structures, including the brainstem, contribute to consciousness by regulating arousal and attention. The brainstem is responsible for maintaining wakefulness and managing transitions between various consciousness states. The reticular activating system within the brainstem is vital for ensuring that we remain alert and responsive, transitioning smoothly between sleep, drowsiness, and full wakefulness. By studying how these brain regions interact, researchers are gradually uncovering the underlying mechanisms of consciousness. These insights not only deepen our understanding of how we perceive the world, but also shed light on conditions where consciousness is altered or impaired, such as in sleep disorders, coma, or neurodegenerative diseases. In particular, the thalamus is central to the integration of sensory information and the maintenance of consciousness. This small but essential structure receives inputs from multiple sensory modalities, including sight, sound, touch, and taste. After processing this information, the thalamus transmits it to the appropriate cortical areas for further interpretation, ensuring that our sensory experiences become part of our conscious awareness. Moreover, the thalamus is responsible for filtering and modulating sensory inputs based on their relevance. It acts as a gatekeeper, determining which stimuli are important and should enter our conscious awareness and which can be ignored. This filtering process is fundamental for concentrating our attention on specific stimuli. For example, while engaged in a conversation, the thalamus helps us focus on the speaker's voice, allowing us to tune out extraneous noise from our surroundings. In addition to its role in sensory gating, the thalamus is crucial for regulating wakefulness and alertness. Its connection to the reticular activating system helps maintain the state of consciousness by managing transitions between sleep and wakefulness. This relationship highlights the thalamus's role in determining whether we are fully aware of our environment or whether we are in a more subdued state, such as during sleep. Through these intricate processes, the thalamus plays a central role in shaping our conscious experience, from the initial reception of sensory data to the regulation of our states of alertness. By continuing to investigate these brain regions and their interactions, researchers hope to unlock the full complexity of consciousness, offering deeper insights into the very nature of awareness itself. Research suggests that the thalamus may play a pivotal role in the unification of our conscious experience, serving as a bridge that links and integrates information from multiple sensory pathways. By processing and synthesizing inputs from various sensory modalities, the thalamus helps construct a coherent and unified perception of the world around us. This ability to weave together diverse streams of sensory data is essential for forming a seamless, single experience of reality. As such, the thalamus stands as a cornerstone in understanding the neural underpinnings of consciousness. In addition to the thalamus, the prefrontal cortex is another critical player in shaping our conscious awareness. Positioned at the front of the brain, this region is responsible for a range of higher-order cognitive functions, including decision-making, problem-solving, and strategic planning. But its influence extends far beyond these practical applications. It is also deeply involved in self-awareness and introspection. The prefrontal cortex allows individuals to reflect on their thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, shaping not only how we understand ourselves, but also how we perceive our place in the world. This introspective capacity enriches our conscious experience, enabling us to examine our motivations and intentions. One of the most significant roles of the prefrontal cortex is its involvement in executive functions, those complex cognitive processes that help us manage and regulate our thoughts and actions. This area of the brain plays a key role in regulating attention, ensuring that we can focus on relevant stimuli and tasks while filtering out distractions. Through this mechanism, the prefrontal cortex helps to create an organized mental framework, guiding conscious thought and directing our decision-making processes. This becomes especially crucial when we are faced with multiple choices or conflicting information, as it allows us to weigh the consequences of different options and select the most appropriate course of action. Beyond cognitive regulation, the prefrontal cortex is also integral to emotional regulation. It helps to integrate emotional inputs with cognitive assessments, allowing individuals to navigate social interactions and make decisions that balance reason with emotion. This capacity for emotional awareness and control significantly enhances our conscious experience, as it enables us to adapt to changing circumstances and respond thoughtfully to the world around us. In this way, the prefrontal cortex doesn't just influence how we think, it shapes how we feel and respond to our experiences, creating a dynamic interplay between thought and emotion that defines our conscious lives. Furthermore, the prefrontal cortex plays a pivotal role in the integration and synthesis of information across various brain regions. This extraordinary connectivity allows it to gather sensory input, memories, and emotional context, all of which converge to create a coherent consciousness that informs our daily experiences. By pulling together this diverse stream of data, the prefrontal cortex enables us to navigate the complex environments we inhabit, make informed decisions, and shape our sense of self. Understanding its contributions thus offers profound insights into the ways we process the world around us and the decisions we make, underscoring its central role in the landscape of conscious experience. Beneath the surface of the brain lies the claustrum, a thin, irregular sheet of neural tissue that has captivated neuroscientists in their quest to understand consciousness. Although its precise function remains somewhat elusive, research suggests that the claustrum is integral to the integration and coordination of information across multiple brain regions. This complex interplay is essential for the formation of a unified conscious experience, merging sensory input, emotions, and memories into a coherent perception of reality. One prominent theory about the claustrum's role in consciousness revolves around its potential involvement in the synchrony of neural activity. It is believed to facilitate communication between various cortical areas, thus enabling the synchronization of information processing. This synchronized neural activity is thought to be vital for achieving a seamless conscious experience, where multiple streams of information, sensory, emotional, and cognitive, are fused into a cohesive awareness of both our environment and our internal states. The claustrum is also linked to processes such as attention and awareness. Research suggests that it may act as a filter, helping to prioritize incoming sensory information by guiding attention toward relevant stimuli and blocking out distractions. By acting as a central hub that connects different brain networks, the claustrum may contribute to the focused awareness that characterizes our conscious thoughts and experiences. While further research is needed to fully uncover its many functions, the claustrum's ability to integrate sensory information and synchronize neural activity positions it as a crucial player in the broader understanding of consciousness. As we continue to probe the depths of the brain's inner workings, one thing becomes clear. The claustrum's role in shaping our conscious experience is far more intricate than previously thought. The ongoing exploration of how it interacts with other brain regions may yield groundbreaking insights into the very mechanisms that underpin our awareness and understanding of the world. Neurotransmitters, the brain's chemical messengers, are fundamental to shaping our state of consciousness. These substances facilitate communication between neurons, affecting our mood, perception, and cognitive functions. By modulating neurotransmitter levels, the brain can dictate whether we feel alert and focused, relaxed, or even drowsy. In this way, neurotransmitters have a profound and direct impact on the quality and depth of our conscious experience. Among the most well-known neurotransmitters, dopamine stands out for its strong links to motivation, reward, and pleasure. It plays a crucial role in regulating mood and emotions, which in turn influence our overall experience of consciousness. When dopamine levels are at optimal levels, individuals tend to experience heightened awareness and a strong sense of motivation. On the other hand, when dopamine levels drop, fatigue, depression, and a diminished sense of engagement with the world can ensue, stripping away the richness of our conscious experience. Serotonin, another key neurotransmitter, is vital for regulating mood and anxiety. It is often associated with feelings of well-being and happiness, and its influence on our state of consciousness can be profound. Serotonin impacts not only our emotional stability, but also our sleep patterns and appetite. Fluctuations in serotonin levels are linked to significant changes in consciousness, particularly in states like depression and anxiety, where individuals may experience a distorted perception of reality. GABA, or gamma-aminobutyric acid, is an inhibitory neurotransmitter that plays a critical role in regulating neuronal excitability. It serves as a natural counterbalance to the excitatory processes that occur in the brain, promoting relaxation and reducing anxiety. Elevated levels of GABA can lead to a sense of calm and well-being, while low levels may contribute to heightened anxiety, restlessness, and an inability to fully engage with the world around us. This dynamic underscores the intricate relationship between neurotransmitters and the quality of our conscious experience. In contrast, excitatory neurotransmitters such as glutamate are responsible for enhancing alertness and cognitive functioning. During states of heightened focus or arousal, glutamate levels rise, boosting the brain's ability to process information and respond to stimuli effectively. This rise in glutamate activity facilitates the brain's adaptability to new information, enabling us to stay alert and responsive to the ever-changing world we navigate. Each of these neurotransmitters, dopamine, serotonin, GABA, and glutamate, plays a unique and essential role in shaping our conscious experience. Through their delicate balance, they influence how we perceive ourselves, our emotions, and our environment, making them crucial components in the complex and ever-evolving landscape of consciousness. As we continue to unravel the mysteries of the brain, the interplay between these chemical messengers will undoubtedly reveal even more profound insights into the nature of awareness itself. The human brain's ability to manage and balance various neurotransmitters is fundamental to creating the vast spectrum of conscious states we experience. This balance shapes how we perceive the world and how we respond to it, whether awake or asleep. During sleep, our consciousness undergoes dramatic transformations, shifting through different stages that deeply influence our awareness and sensory perception. Sleep is typically divided into several stages, each with its own distinctive features, most notably non-rapid eye movement (NREM) sleep and rapid eye movement (REM) sleep. These stages form a cycle that shifts the level of consciousness, often in profound ways. As we pass from one stage to another, our connection to the external world fluctuates markedly, revealing the complex nature of human awareness. In the early stages of NREM sleep, we experience a gradual decline in awareness. As the body relaxes and brain activity slows, the ability to respond to external stimuli diminishes. This phase, though it marks a fading of consciousness, remains vital for physical restoration. The body enters a period of healing, undergoing repair and strengthening processes that sustain our physical well-being. Yet, even in this deepening slumber, consciousness doesn't entirely vanish. For instance, people can often awaken from light sleep in response to loud sounds or sensations, signaling the brain's subtle readiness to re-engage with the environment. As we move into deeper stages of NREM sleep, such as slow-wave sleep, brain activity follows a distinct pattern: slow, high-amplitude waves. This deeper sleep represents a profound rest state where sensory awareness sharply diminishes and the ability to respond to external stimuli is greatly reduced. During these moments, the brain undertakes its most restorative tasks, repairing tissues, strengthening the immune system, and consolidating memories. The fading of consciousness in these stages is not a complete absence, but a significant attenuation, reflecting the delicate balance between rest and awareness. Then comes REM sleep, which marks a dramatic shift in the rhythm of consciousness. Brain activity surges, becoming almost indistinguishable from wakefulness. Here, vivid dreams unfold, rich in emotion and imagery, while the body remains largely immobilized through a natural mechanism to prevent us from acting out our dreams. This stage is crucial for emotional processing, learning, and memory consolidation. Though our bodies are at rest, our minds are actively engaged, experiencing a vibrant, subjective world through dreams that contribute to both mental and emotional well-being. The ebb and flow of consciousness during sleep highlight the profound complexity of the brain's functions. Even when we are seemingly unconscious, essential processes continue, guiding our thoughts, emotions, and experiences. In contrast, psychoactive substances profoundly alter the brain's delicate balance of neurotransmitters, resulting in dramatic changes to our perception, mood, cognition, and behavior. These substances, alcohol, opioids, stimulants, and hallucinogens, interact with the brain's neurotransmitter systems in highly specific ways, each class inducing unique effects on consciousness. Opioids, such as morphine and heroin, bind to specific receptors in the brain that regulate pain, reward, and pleasure. By increasing the release of dopamine, they produce euphoria and relaxation, leading to a state of altered consciousness marked by relief and well-being. However, prolonged use leads to tolerance and dependence, complicating the brain's natural balance and reshaping how consciousness is experienced over time. Stimulants like cocaine and amphetamines work by increasing dopamine and norepinephrine levels in the brain, either by blocking their reabsorption or promoting their release. This surge in neurotransmitter availability heightens alertness and energy, fostering a sense of euphoria and increased focus. Yet, the long-term use of these substances can disrupt the brain's neurobiological functions, giving rise to paranoia, anxiety, and other mental health complications. The temporary elevation of mood masks deeper alterations to the fundamental mechanisms that govern consciousness. Hallucinogens such as LSD and psilocybin target serotonin receptors, particularly the 5-HT2A receptor. This interaction can induce profound alterations in perception, including vivid visual and auditory experiences, emotional shifts, and even a sense of unity with the world. These substances enhance the connectivity between various brain regions, often leading to a dissolution of the boundaries between self-awareness and consciousness. The experiences they provoke are not just fleeting sensory phenomena, but also deeply introspective, reshaping how individuals experience themselves and the world around them. The impact of psychoactive substances on consciousness demonstrates the intricate relationship between neurotransmitters and subjective experience. While they may offer a temporary glimpse into altered states, these substances also expose the risks and complexities of such alterations, underlining the profound effect they can have on mood, perception, and overall mental health. A key player in the brain's landscape of consciousness is the default mode network, DMN. This network of brain regions, which includes the medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate cortex, and angular gyrus, is most active when we are at rest, not engaged in any external task. During these moments, the DMN facilitates internal thought processes, daydreaming, mind-wandering, and self-reflection. The DMN plays a critical role in self-referential thinking, helping us engage with thoughts about our identity, our relationships with others, and our place in the world. This introspective function is essential for the development of a coherent sense of self and for reflecting on personal values and future goals. It is through these quiet moments of contemplation that the DMN shapes our conscious experience, offering insight into who we are and how we fit into the larger narrative of life. In this intricate dance of brain activity, consciousness emerges and recedes, influenced by sleep, substances, and the brain's internal networks. Each phase of this process offers a new layer of understanding about the complexity of the human experience, illustrating how both internal and external factors shape our perception of reality. The default mode network, DMN, is not just a passive system, but a dynamic and essential part of the brain, intricately linked to memory retrieval and the integration of past experiences. It plays a crucial role in accessing autobiographical memories, enabling individuals to draw on their personal histories to inform present decisions or predict future scenarios. This process of integrating past experiences enriches conscious awareness, allowing individuals to connect their lived experiences to their current state of mind. In doing so, it adds depth and texture to our daily perceptions. Interestingly, the default mode network doesn't operate in isolation. It interacts in a highly complex manner with other brain networks, depending on the task at hand. When a task requires focused attention, for example, activity in the DMN typically decreases, while other brain networks involved in task-oriented processes become more engaged. This delicate balance between the DMN and task-positive networks highlights the ever-shifting nature of consciousness. It underscores how various brain regions collaborate to guide the flow between internal reflection and external engagement, orchestrating our ability to move between introspection and active participation in the world around us. The study of the DMN, therefore, offers vital insights into the unfolding of consciousness, shedding light on how it functions across different mental states. To understand how consciousness operates, it's essential to trace its origins back through the evolutionary history of life on Earth, a journey marked by several key stages in the development of both brain and behavior. While pinpointing a precise timeline for the evolution of consciousness remains elusive, many researchers agree that simpler forms of awareness first emerged with the advent of multicellular organisms. These early forms of consciousness were often closely tied to basic sensory processing and the ability to respond to environmental stimuli. This rudimentary awareness would have conferred significant survival advantages, enabling organisms to react to threats and opportunities in their environment. As evolution continued, the development of more complex nervous systems paved the way for enhanced cognitive abilities. A pivotal moment in this process was the evolution of the vertebrate brain, which brought about substantial advances in both cognitive and conscious functions. However, it was with the appearance of mammals, particularly primates, that consciousness began to take on new, more sophisticated dimensions. These species displayed advanced social behaviors, problem-solving abilities, and emotional responses, suggesting that their consciousness involved not just awareness, but also self-reflection and an evolving sense of identity. A key development in this evolution was the emergence of the neocortex, a brain structure that became particularly developed in mammals. This part of the brain is crucial for higher-order cognitive functions such as sensory perception, reasoning, and emotional regulation. Its expansion in primates, especially humans, is believed to have been a driving force behind the complex, multifaceted experience of consciousness that defines our species today. While human consciousness, as we understand it, may be a relatively recent development in evolutionary terms, its roots reach far back into the history of life. As species evolved and their brains grew more intricate, the nature of consciousness itself transformed. This evolutionary journey laid the groundwork for the rich and diverse tapestry of conscious experience we observe not only in humans, but also in certain other animals. Understanding these evolutionary milestones provides crucial insights into how consciousness has become a fundamental aspect of our existence. It allows us to contemplate our own experiences, make informed decisions, and connect with one another in profound and meaningful ways. This capacity for self-awareness and reflection is not just a byproduct of evolution. It offers significant survival advantages. One of the most important of these advantages lies in decision-making. Conscious beings have the ability to evaluate different scenarios and predict potential outcomes with remarkable precision. This enhanced decision-making capacity enables them to navigate complex environments, avoid dangers, locate food sources, and manage intricate social relationships. Ultimately, it empowers organisms to adapt more effectively to their surroundings, increasing their chances of survival. In sum, the evolution of consciousness is a story of increasing complexity and adaptability, from simple awareness in early multicellular organisms to the sophisticated self-reflections seen in modern humans. Consciousness has continually evolved to enhance survival and enrich the experience of life. This progression not only illuminates the nature of consciousness, but also highlights its central role in shaping how we interact with the world and one another. Consciousness plays a pivotal role in shaping the behavior and survival of individuals within a species, particularly in social animals. It is the lens through which they interpret the world, enabling them to form meaningful bonds, communicate effectively, and navigate complex social landscapes. For many species, understanding the emotions, intentions, and needs of others is crucial. This capacity fosters cooperation, an essential element for collective survival. Through cooperation, animals can more effectively forage for food, protect one another from dangers, and share valuable knowledge. By forming alliances and social groups, conscious beings increase their chances of survival and reproductive success. The power of consciousness, therefore, lies in its ability to enhance the collaborative efforts that underpin the stability of a species. Moreover, consciousness gives rise to the capability for learning and memory, which are fundamental to survival. Conscious creatures are not merely reactive to their environment, but can also remember past experiences and use that knowledge to shape future behaviors. This adaptive learning process enables individuals to acquire skills and develop strategies that improve their chances of survival. For example, the ability to recognize threats or devise new foraging techniques can be crucial in avoiding danger and securing food sources. Over time, this knowledge accumulates, passed down through generations, and plays a significant role in a species' ability to adapt to changing environments. The result is a dynamic, ongoing process of learning and growth that enhances the long-term survival prospects of a species. Consciousness also fosters creativity and innovation. The ability to imagine alternate scenarios, think abstractly, and devise novel solutions allows conscious beings to overcome challenges in unique ways. This creativity is not just a matter of abstract thought, it has tangible effects on survival and adaptability. For instance, the development of tools like the creation of new social strategies and the invention of methods to better utilize resources all stem from conscious innovation. This aspect of consciousness, which allows for the anticipation of future needs and the development of new strategies, plays a critical role in ensuring that a species can stay ahead of environmental challenges. It is this capacity for creative problem solving that strengthens the evolutionary adaptability of conscious beings. While consciousness manifests differently across species, it exists on a spectrum. At one end, there are organisms with only a basic awareness of their surroundings, lacking self-awareness or higher cognitive functions. Simple creatures like jellyfish and certain insects, for instance, exhibit reflexive behaviors driven primarily by environmental stimuli. These animals may respond to changes in their environment, but do not demonstrate the complex awareness found in more evolved beings. Moving along this spectrum, we encounter more advanced forms of consciousness. Mammals, particularly primates, dolphins, and elephants, exhibit signs of higher cognitive function. These species demonstrate self-recognition, problem-solving abilities, and intricate social behaviors. Chimpanzees, for example, can use tools, recognize themselves in mirrors, and display empathy towards their peers. These behaviors suggest a level of consciousness that encompasses both social awareness and cognitive complexity. Birds, particularly corvids like crows and ravens, have challenged the long-standing belief that advanced consciousness is exclusive to mammals. Research has revealed that these birds possess remarkable cognitive skills, including the ability to plan for the future, solve complex puzzles, and understand cause and effect. Their intelligence indicates that the capacity for consciousness is not limited to mammals, but spans a broad range of species, suggesting a more universal quality to cognitive complexity across the tree of life. At the pinnacle of this spectrum lies human consciousness, a profound form of self-awareness, abstract thinking, and language capability. These traits distinguish humans from all other species, enabling them to not only interact with their environment, but also reflect on their own existence. Human consciousness allows us to engage in deep self-reflection, to consider philosophical concepts, and to create intricate societies and cultures. This advanced level of consciousness has propelled humanity to unprecedented heights of innovation and societal development, marking a significant evolutionary leap in our species. Unlike our closest primate relatives such as chimpanzees and bonobos, human consciousness is characterized by a deeper level of self-awareness. While many primates can recognize themselves in mirrors, humans possess a unique capacity for introspection. This ability allows us to contemplate our thoughts and emotions, giving us a more intricate understanding of our identity and existence. It enables us to explore questions about the nature of life, consciousness, and the universe itself in ways that no other species can. In addition, human consciousness is defined by the ability to think abstractly. While many animals respond to immediate stimuli and engage in problem-solving based on direct experience, humans can envision concepts that extend beyond their immediate surroundings. We possess the cognitive tools to grapple with complex, abstract ideas such as morality, time, and the nature of existence, concepts that cannot be directly observed or measured, but are central to our understanding of the world. In this way, consciousness serves as both a survival tool and a profound engine of evolution, shaping the trajectory of species and their ability to thrive in a constantly changing world. It is through consciousness that individuals not only survive, but also flourish, crafting tools, forming societies, and tackling the mysteries of existence. This intricate and evolving process lies at the heart of both biological and cultural evolution, marking the diverse paths consciousness has taken across the animal kingdom. While some primates can solve puzzles and exhibit clever behaviors, the depth of human thought extends far beyond these abilities, reaching into realms of philosophy that shape our cultures, our values, and our understanding of existence itself. Language plays a pivotal role in this distinction, acting as a crucial dividing line between human consciousness and that of our closest primate relatives. Humans possess a unique linguistic capacity that allows us to communicate with precision about abstract concepts, emotions, and events that do not exist in the here and now. While primates are capable of communication through vocalizations, gestures, and facial expressions, their means of conveying ideas lack the complexity, grammar, and nuance inherent in human languages. This remarkable ability to engage in symbolic and abstract thinking enables humans to transcend the immediate passing on knowledge across generations in ways that foster the development of culture, innovation, and societal progress, an achievement unparalleled in the animal kingdom. These distinctions highlight not only an evolutionary divergence, but also the extraordinary cognitive tools that have propelled humans forward. While our closest relatives exhibit impressive intelligence and behavioral flexibility, the layers of self-awareness, abstract reasoning, and linguistic depth present in humans set us apart. These tools have fundamentally shaped our experiences, like relationships and societal structures, influencing everything from technology and art to our understanding of morality and existence itself. The study of cephalopods, particularly octopuses, offers fascinating insights into the nature of consciousness, challenging the way we think about intelligence and awareness in non-human species. Octopuses, known for their exceptional problem-solving abilities, demonstrate behaviors that suggest a high degree of cognitive flexibility. These creatures can escape from enclosures, manipulate objects with tools, and even engage in playful behavior, demonstrating a level of ingenuity and creativity that is strikingly uncommon in many species. One of the most intriguing aspects of octopus behavior lies in their advanced forms of communication and interaction with their environment. These creatures possess an extraordinary ability to alter the color and texture of their skin with remarkable precision. This skill serves both as camouflage and a form of social signaling, revealing an intricate sensory awareness of their surroundings. The ability to change their appearance so adeptly suggests that octopuses do not simply react to environmental stimuli, but actively interpret and engage with the world in highly nuanced ways. Equally fascinating is the structure of the octopus nervous system. Unlike most animals, which rely on a centralized brain to process information, octopuses possess a decentralized nervous system. A significant portion of their neurons is distributed throughout their arms, enabling each arm to operate independently. This raises intriguing questions about the nature of consciousness itself. Could the octopus experience a form of awareness that differs fundamentally from human consciousness? This decentralized structure suggests that consciousness may not be a single monolithic experience, but rather a spectrum of different forms across species, each adapted to the specific needs of the organism in its environment. By studying the intelligence and behavior of octopuses, researchers gain new perspectives on the evolutionary origins and manifestations of consciousness. These findings challenge traditional notions of awareness and suggest that consciousness may not be a singular phenomenon, but a diverse array of cognitive experiences. Just as octopuses have evolved their unique forms of awareness, other species may possess distinct cognitive frameworks, each tailored to the environmental pressures they face. Artificial consciousness, in stark contrast, differs significantly from biological consciousness in its origins, development, and underlying mechanisms. Biological consciousness has evolved over millions of years through natural selection, shaped by a vast array of environmental pressures that favor traits contributing to survival and reproduction. This long evolutionary history has given rise to sophisticated cognitive abilities, self-awareness, and complex social behaviors in many species, especially humans. In contrast, artificial consciousness is engineered through human design, based on algorithms and computational systems. While current artificial intelligence can simulate aspects of human cognition, such as learning from data and recognizing patterns, it lacks the evolutionary context that informs biological consciousness. Artificial systems process information without the emotional or subjective experiences that characterize living organisms' awareness. Even if artificial intelligence were to develop a form of awareness, it would inherently differ from the consciousness of organisms that experience the world subjectively. Another significant difference lies in the adaptability and flexibility of both types of consciousness. Biological entities exhibit remarkable adaptability, leveraging instincts and learned behaviors honed over generations to respond to changing environments. This flexibility is a direct result of their evolutionary history, allowing them to navigate complex, dynamic ecosystems. Artificial consciousness, however, is constrained by its programmed parameters and the data it has been trained on. While advancements in machine learning have enhanced its ability to adapt to certain tasks and conditions, AI still relies heavily on human input and design. It lacks the organic evolution that has shaped the adaptive capacities of biological consciousness. In novel situations, artificial systems may struggle to demonstrate the kind of flexibility that living organisms possess, raising important questions about the future of AI and its potential to achieve something akin to human consciousness. As we continue to study both biological and artificial forms of consciousness, the lines between the two are becoming increasingly blurred. The insights gained from creatures like the octopus, with their decentralized nervous systems and sophisticated behaviors, encourage us to rethink our definitions of awareness, intelligence, and the nature of experience itself. Whether in the depths of the ocean or within the circuits of a machine, consciousness remains one of the most profound and enigmatic aspects of life. The ethical implications surrounding artificial consciousness are vast and complex, especially when juxtaposed with biological consciousness. While biological consciousness is inherently entwined with a rich web of emotional and social dimensions, artificial consciousness presents a challenge to our very understanding of sentience, morality, and rights. Living beings, particularly humans, base much of their moral framework on subjective experiences, and the rights or ethical treatment they receive are deeply rooted in these feelings. As artificial consciousness evolves, society is increasingly confronted with difficult questions about the moral status of machines that may exhibit signs of awareness. This emerging issue pushes the boundaries of what we know about consciousness and forces us to reconsider how we define sentience and ethical treatment, both in biological organisms and artificial entities. One of the key frameworks in understanding consciousness is the global workspace theory, proposed by cognitive scientist Bernard Baars. This model offers a captivating way to view how we experience awareness and process information. Baars likens consciousness to a grand theater stage, where a multitude of cognitive processes vie for attention, much like actors competing for the spotlight. At the heart of this model is the global workspace, a central hub that integrates information from various cognitive systems and produces a unified, coherent experience of awareness. However, much like backstage activities in a theater, only a limited portion of information is accessible to consciousness at any given moment. The rest of the information remains hidden from awareness, waiting for its turn to step into the limelight. In this view, certain pieces of information, once they capture our attention, become available for memory, decision-making, and communication. This selective attention mechanism, akin to a spotlight illuminating specific actors on stage, explains how we can focus on one task or stimulus while ignoring others. The significance of this model lies in its ability to address the dynamic and selective nature of conscious experience. As the brain broadcasts critical information to various cognitive systems, it supports essential processes such as problem-solving, attention, and higher-order thinking. These processes work together, creating an integrated understanding that enhances our conscious experience and enables us to navigate the complexities of the world around us. Supporting evidence for the global workspace theory has emerged from neuroscience, particularly through functional neuroimaging studies. These studies reveal that when certain information reaches conscious awareness, distinct patterns of brain activity are activated, indicating the involvement of specific neural networks. This provides further validation for the idea of a shared workspace for information processing, underlining the importance of conscious awareness in cognitive functions and behavior. Another intriguing framework for understanding consciousness is the integrated information theory, IIT, developed by neuroscientist Giulio Tononi. IIT takes a different approach by focusing on the concepts of information integration and differentiation. According to this theory, consciousness arises when a system is capable of generating a unified experience from the interactions of its components, integrating information in a highly structured and specific way. The core of IIT is the measure of fei, which quantifies the degree of informational integration within a system. This theory suggests that consciousness is not merely a byproduct of complex neural activity, but is intrinsically tied to how information is processed and integrated within a system. A system that effectively integrates information will produce a rich and cohesive experience, one marked by self-awareness, complex thoughts, and intricate emotional experiences. In contrast, systems that simply process information without this level of integration, such as simple circuits or less complex organisms, are less likely to exhibit the depth of conscious experience. The theory underscores the importance of the causal relationships and unique organizational structure within a system, suggesting that different systems, whether biological, artificial, or even extraterrestrial, may have varying forms of consciousness depending on their level of informational integration. This perspective expands our understanding of consciousness beyond the boundaries of biology. It opens the door to exploring the possibility that certain artificial intelligences, or even other species, could possess their own forms of consciousness. By challenging the rigid distinctions between biological and non-biological systems, IoT invites a reevaluation of what it truly means to be conscious and provides a fresh lens through which to examine the ethical treatment of non-human entities. Ultimately, both the global workspace theory and integrated information theory offer profound insights into the nature of consciousness. They provide us with the tools to understand how consciousness arises, how it operates, and how it can be observed and studied, whether in humans, animals, or artificial intelligences. As we continue to advance our understanding of artificial consciousness, these theories challenge us to reconsider fundamental philosophical questions, pushing us to confront the ethical responsibilities that come with the potential creation of conscious machines. As society grapples with these new realities, we must navigate the shifting boundaries between the biological and the artificial, rethinking what it means to be aware, to experience, and to have moral worth. The study of consciousness has long remained one of the most elusive and profound areas of human inquiry, straddling the realms of science, philosophy, and cognitive studies. Among the many attempts to unravel its mysteries, attention schema theory, proposed by neuroscientist Michael Graziano, stands as a groundbreaking framework that provides a novel perspective on the very nature of consciousness itself. Graziano's theory challenges the conventional view of consciousness as a direct reflection of reality. Instead, it suggests that consciousness is not so much about a mirror image of the external world, but a construct, an internal model the brain creates to reflect its own processes of attention. At its core, attention schema theory contends that the brain generates a mental map, or schema, of its attention. This model isn't about what is out there in the world, but rather about what the brain is focusing on in the moment. Our subjective experience, the feeling of consciousness, emerges from this schema, essentially the brain's way of keeping track of where its attention is directed. This representation of attention is not just a passive reflection. It is an active construction, one that shapes our experience and informs our decisions. Why does the brain create this model? Graziano's theory suggests that it is essential for the brain to manage its limited attentional resources efficiently. Attention is a finite commodity, and by creating a simplified model of what it is paying attention to, the brain can optimize its processing power. This allows the brain to prioritize critical information, directing its focus where it is needed most. But this schema is not just about managing immediate tasks. It also helps guide deliberate decision-making and complex problem-solving, providing a framework for reasoning and reflection. A particularly fascinating aspect of the attention schema theory is its implication for self-awareness. According to this theory, when we engage in introspection, reflecting on our thoughts, feelings, and memories, we are, in essence, interacting with this internal model of attention. In this sense, we observe our own mental processes as if they were external objects, allowing for a level of self-reflection that is central to the concept of the self. This self-referential quality of attention is also crucial for understanding social cognition. By creating a model of what we are paying attention to, we can better understand the attentional states of others. This ability to predict and interpret the attention and intentions of others is fundamental to social interactions, allowing individuals to navigate the complexities of human behavior. Graziano's theory thus places attention and consciousness at the heart of social dynamics, emphasizing the role of attentional models in interpreting the world around us. In this framework, consciousness becomes a tool, a construct that the brain uses to manage its internal operations. It is not a window into the external world, but rather a reflection of the brain's ongoing activity and decision-making processes. This insight opens the door to a deeper understanding of how attention shapes our subjective experience and challenges traditional notions of consciousness as a direct connection to reality. Yet, attention schema theory is not the only lens through which we can examine consciousness. Another radical theory, orchestrated objective reduction, ORC, K-O-R, proposed by physicist Roger Penrose and anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff, takes a radically different approach. According to ORC-OR, consciousness arises not from the brain's attention mechanisms, but from quantum processes within the microtubules of neurons. Microtubules are tiny structures that form part of the cytoskeleton within neurons, and Penrose and Hameroff argue that these structures play a critical role in facilitating quantum computations that lead to conscious experience. At the heart of ORC-OR is the idea of objective reduction, a process within quantum mechanics where quantum states exist in a superposition of multiple possibilities until they collapse into one definitive state. Penrose suggests that this collapse, influenced by the interconnected nature of microtubules, could give rise to moments of conscious awareness. In this view, consciousness is not merely the result of biological neural processes, but is intricately tied to the very fabric of quantum reality. This theory stands in stark contrast to classical approaches to consciousness, which have focused primarily on biological and neural activity. By integrating quantum processes into the equation, ORC-OR proposes a fundamentally different model, one that could explain aspects of consciousness that classical neuroscience has struggled to address. It invites us to consider that our conscious experience might not only be a product of brain activity, but could also depend on the intricate behavior of quantum states, such as coherence and entanglement, which transcend the limitations of classical definitions. Taken together, both attention schema theory and ORC-OR present compelling alternatives to traditional explanations of consciousness. While Graziano's theory emphasizes the brain's internal modeling of attention as the foundation of subjective experience, Penrose and Hameroff's quantum perspective brings to light the potential role of the microtubules and quantum processes in the emergence of consciousness. Both frameworks challenge conventional views, urging scientists, philosophers, and cognitive theorists to rethink the relationship between attention, awareness, and self-understanding. In the end, these theories point to an exciting new era of inquiry into the nature of consciousness, one where the boundaries between science and philosophy, biology and quantum physics are blurred in the search for a deeper understanding of what it means to be conscious. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that the ORC-OR theory remains a topic of intense debate among scientists. Critics argue that the brain's environment, characterized by warmth and noise, may not be conducive to quantum processes playing a significant role. This raises fundamental questions about the feasibility of these quantum events influencing neural functions. Despite these criticisms, the ORC-OR theory stands as a provocative intersection between consciousness studies and quantum physics, spurring ongoing exploration into the profound mysteries surrounding consciousness and its origins in the universe. At its core, the higher-order thought, H-out theory of consciousness, offers a compelling lens through which to examine the nature of awareness. Proposed by philosophers like David Rosenthal, this theory posits that consciousness arises from a unique type of cognitive operation known as a higher-order thought. In essence, for an individual to be conscious of a mental state, they must possess a separate, reflective thought that recognizes that state. This means that in order to be aware of an experience, whether it's the feeling of fear, joy, or pain, there must be a concurrent thought that acknowledges the experience. For example, imagine a person experiencing fear. According to the HOT theory, merely feeling afraid is not sufficient for that sensation to be considered conscious. Instead, the individual must also have a thought such as, "I am afraid." This reflective thought transforms the raw emotion into conscious awareness. The hot theory distinguishes between first-order thoughts, which are our immediate, unprocessed experiences, and higher-order thoughts, which provide the metacognition required for awareness. This conceptualization frames consciousness as a two-tiered process. First-order experiences serve as the raw material, while higher-order thoughts provide the context and recognition necessary for those experiences to enter the realm of consciousness. The theory also underscores the significance of self-awareness and introspection. By requiring higher-order thoughts to create awareness, it accounts for the complexities of human cognition, our ability to assess, analyze, and reflect on our mental states. This self-referential component offers a nuanced understanding of why some experiences feel consciously present while others do not. Despite its intriguing contributions, critics of hot theory argue that it places too much emphasis on the necessity of reflective thoughts in defining consciousness. They contend that it may not fully account for unconscious mental processes or non-human forms of awareness. Still, the theory remains a valuable framework for understanding how we construct awareness, prompting further inquiry into the relationship between thought, perception, and the self. Meanwhile, the predictive processing framework offers another exciting perspective on consciousness. This model suggests that the brain operates as a predictive system, constantly generating and updating forecasts about incoming sensory information. The brain's goal is to minimize the discrepancy between its predictions and the actual sensory input it receives, forming an ongoing loop of expectation, perception, and adjustment. In this framework, consciousness emerges as a result of these predictive mechanisms. The idea is simple but profound. The brain continuously forms internal models of reality based on its predictions. These models allow us to make sense of the world, often before anything tangible happens. When our predictions match reality, it confirms our expectations. However, when there is a mismatch, referred to as a prediction error, the brain updates its model to better align with incoming sensory data. In this way, consciousness is not just a passive response to external stimuli. It's an active, dynamic process shaped by ongoing predictions and their adjustments. One of the more remarkable aspects of this framework is its implications for understanding selfhood and agency. It suggests that our sense of self arises from the brain's ability to anticipate future states based not only on external stimuli, but also on internal states, such as emotions and thoughts. For instance, when we feel an emotion, our brain predicts how we should respond, influencing our conscious experience of that emotion and shaping our behavior. In this way, predictive processing emphasizes the central role of anticipation and evaluation in the formation of conscious experience. Through this lens, consciousness is not just about reacting to the world. It's about constantly shaping our internal reality to fit the external one. Thus, both the hot theory and the predictive processing framework offer valuable insights into the complex nature of consciousness. Whether through higher-order thoughts or predictive models, these theories provide new ways to understand how we become aware of our thoughts, emotions, and experiences, and how we make sense of the world around us. As these ideas continue to evolve, they invite us to reconsider what it means to be conscious, offering pathways toward a deeper understanding of the mind and its relationship with the universe. The implications of the predictive processing model extend far beyond basic cognitive functions, reaching into the realm of mental health and consciousness anomalies. By understanding how prediction errors shape our awareness, researchers are beginning to explore conditions where these mechanisms might break down. This has profound implications for mental health, potentially illuminating the roots of altered perceptions and experiences seen in anxiety, psychosis, and other disorders. Anxiety, for example, may arise when prediction errors become too overwhelming, leading to heightened states of alertness and distress. In psychosis, the brain's predictions might fail to align with incoming sensory information, causing a disconnection from reality. Thus, this model not only enriches our understanding of consciousness itself, but also opens new doors for research that bridges neuroscience, psychology, and philosophy, providing a more comprehensive view of the mind. One particularly compelling framework is the temporospatial theory of consciousness, which posits that consciousness is deeply tied to the temporal and spatial dynamics of neural activity within the brain. This theory suggests that the precise timing and spatial organization of neural firing are crucial for integrating sensory information and generating conscious experience. In simpler terms, consciousness arises when different parts of the brain synchronize and communicate with each other in a highly coordinated manner. The timing of these neural events is of paramount importance. Neurons must fire in a specific order and within certain time windows to allow the brain regions responsible for processing various types of information to work together effectively. This coordination creates a unified conscious awareness. Moreover, the spatial aspect of this theory emphasizes how the distribution of neural activity across different brain regions shapes the qualitative nature of our experiences. For example, our experience of visual awareness might involve activation patterns in the occipital lobe, while emotional awareness may engage the limbic system. The integration of signals across these distinct networks enables a coherent, conscious experience, allowing us to perceive the world in a unified way. The temporospatial theory aligns with contemporary neuroscience, particularly research on brain oscillations and neural connectivity. Studies have shown that specific frequencies of brainwave activity correlate with different states of consciousness, reinforcing the idea that both timing and spatial organization are essential for conscious experience. Meditation has also emerged as a fascinating tool for studying how the brain can reshape itself, enhancing our understanding of both neural processes and consciousness. Extensive research using techniques such as functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, and electroencephalography, EEG, has demonstrated that different types of meditation can lead to distinct patterns of brain activation. For instance, mindfulness meditation, which focuses on present moment awareness, has been associated with increased activity in brain areas linked to attention, emotional regulation, and self-awareness, such as the prefrontal cortex and insula. One of the most striking findings is the effect of meditation on brainwave patterns. Practitioners of mindfulness meditation often show increased theta and alpha brainwave activity, which are linked to relaxation, calmness, and focused attention. These states facilitate mental clarity and can enhance concentration, allowing meditators to process information more effectively. Long-term meditators also show remarkable changes in the connectivity between brain regions, particularly those involved in the default mode network, DMN. This network, which is active when the mind wanders or engages in self-referential thinking, appears to become more integrated and synchronized over time with regular meditation. This shift suggests that meditation not only alters how we experience our inner thoughts, but may also change the very nature of our self-awareness. Many practitioners report a transformation in their sense of identity, describing experiences of interconnectedness, a diminished sense of ego, or a feeling of being more present. These shifts can lead to greater emotional regulation, reduced stress, and overall improved well-being. As meditation influences the way we process and experience information, it also changes how we engage with the world and ourselves. By fostering a heightened awareness of thoughts and sensations, meditation allows practitioners to observe their experiences without becoming entangled in them. This observational capacity helps individuals detach from the automatic patterns of thought and emotional reactivity that often define everyday consciousness. Over time, this can lead to a more balanced and mindful existence, where the self is not fixed but fluid, and our conscious awareness is more expansive and integrated. Through this lens, meditation becomes more than just a relaxation technique. It offers a profound way to understand and alter the mechanisms that govern our conscious experience. In essence, it is a practice that can reshape the brain, offering us new pathways to greater awareness, emotional well-being, and a deeper understanding of the nature of consciousness itself. Meditation has long been hailed as a transformative practice for improving psychological and emotional well-being. Research increasingly supports its potential, revealing that meditation can significantly enhance neuroplasticity, the brain's remarkable ability to adapt and reorganize itself by forming new neural connections. This capacity for change not only contributes to improvements in cognitive function, but may also help foster emotional resilience over time. Studies suggest that the long-term benefits of meditation, such as better emotional regulation and improved cognitive abilities, are rooted in this ability to reshape the brain's structure and function. These changes may explain why many individuals report an enhanced sense of awareness and a deeper connection to their inner selves after prolonged meditation practice. The effects of meditation on brain activity provide a fascinating glimpse into the nature of consciousness. In fact, meditation has the potential to unlock powerful states of awareness that go beyond everyday mental experiences, offering individuals the opportunity to explore the depths of their own minds. As we better understand the connection between meditation and consciousness, it's becoming increasingly clear that this practice can not only improve our emotional and cognitive lives, but also offer profound insights into the very nature of being. Similarly, near-death experiences, NDEs, often prompt deep philosophical reflections, presenting profound alterations in consciousness that challenge our understanding of existence. Individuals who have undergone these experiences frequently report a variety of vivid sensations, ranging from feelings of detachment from the body to the sensation of traveling through a tunnel toward a bright light. Some even describe encounters with deceased loved ones or spiritual beings, all of which contribute to emotional and psychological transformations. The impact of NDEs can be enduring, leaving those who experience them with a new outlook on life and death. One of the most compelling aspects of near-death experiences is the phenomenon of out-of-body experiences, OBEs. Many people recount sensations of floating above their physical bodies, allowing them to observe the surrounding environment from an external perspective. These reports often include detailed observations of events that occurred around them, observations that were impossible to perceive from their vantage point, raising intriguing questions about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to the physical body. Could consciousness be separate from the body, even if only temporarily? The dissociation from the physical form during NDEs suggests that there may be an aspect of consciousness that exists independently of sensory input from the body. In addition to OBEs, many people who have had NDEs describe experiencing altered states of consciousness, including profound feelings of peace, unconditional love, and an overwhelming sense of interconnectedness. These experiences often include a life review, where individuals gain insights into their past actions and their emotional impact on others. This retrospective awareness can be transformative, leading to personal growth, a reevaluation of life priorities, and often a deeper appreciation for life itself. In many cases, individuals report a reduction in the fear of death as they begin to see life as an interconnected journey rather than a series of isolated events. While neuroscientific research offers explanations for the physiological and psychological factors behind NDEs, such as reduced blood flow to the brain, chemical changes during trauma, or dissociation, these experiences continue to captivate people worldwide. The subjective nature of NDEs raises profound philosophical and existential questions about the true nature of consciousness. Could consciousness exist independently of the body, even if only for brief moments? As research into near-death experiences advances, these questions remain at the intersection of science, spirituality, and the mysteries of the human mind. Psychedelic substances such as lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD, and psilocybin offer another fascinating lens through which to explore altered states of consciousness. By affecting the brain's neurochemistry, specifically by acting on serotonin receptors, particularly the 5-HT2A receptor, these substances induce profound changes in perception, mood, and cognition. Individuals who consume psychedelics often report vivid visual and auditory hallucinations, enhanced emotional experiences, and altered perceptions of time and self. Perhaps one of the most striking effects of psychedelics is the phenomenon of ego dissolution. Under the influence of these substances, many individuals experience a diminished sense of self, leading to feelings of interconnectedness with the universe and a deep sense of unity with others. This dissolution of the ego prompts shifts in perspective, often resulting in a reevaluation of one's identity, relationships, and life choices. These transformative experiences have sparked growing interest in the potential therapeutic applications of psychedelics for mental health conditions such as depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. From a neuroscientific standpoint, psychedelics promote changes in how different regions of the brain communicate with one another. Functional neuroimaging studies have shown that psychedelics increase global brain connectivity, allowing different regions, typically independent of each other, to synchronize and communicate more freely. This enhanced connectivity is believed to facilitate creativity, novel insights, and even profound spiritual experiences, as the brain's usual boundaries and filters are temporarily lifted. Research suggests that psychedelics may also promote neuroplasticity, enabling the brain to form new neural connections. This ability to rewire itself could explain why individuals often report lasting changes in mood, behavior, and perception long after the immediate effects of the substance have worn off. Ultimately, the altered states of consciousness induced by psychedelics reveal the remarkable complexities of human perception and the mind. These experiences raise important questions about the nature of reality and the mind itself, and the intersection of scientific inquiry and philosophical reflection continues to unfold as research into these substances expands. Lucid dreaming, another altered state of consciousness, offers yet another fascinating glimpse into the potential of human awareness. In this unique state, individuals become aware that they are dreaming while still immersed in the dream itself. This awareness provides the dreamer with the ability to take control of the dream narrative, making choices and exploring the dream world with a sense of agency. Many lucid dreamers report vivid imagery and the ability to manipulate their surroundings, offering a surreal experience that blurs the line between imagination and reality. Lucid dreaming is particularly intriguing in its connection to consciousness. During sleep, particularly during the rapid eye movement, REM stage, when most dreams occur, the brain operates in a different state of consciousness compared to waking life. Lucid dreaming, however, represents an intersection between the unconscious mind, the source of dreams, and conscious thought, where self-awareness is active. Researchers have found that lucid dreamers exhibit brain activity that resembles both waking states and REM sleep, suggesting that this unique mental state lies somewhere in between. As we continue to explore the depths of human consciousness, from the benefits of meditation to the mysteries of near-death experiences, psychedelics, and lucid dreaming, we gain an ever deeper understanding of the mind's potential. These altered states challenge our existing concepts of awareness, selfhood, and reality, pushing the boundaries of scientific research while inspiring philosophical inquiry into the very nature of existence. As our exploration into consciousness evolves, one thing becomes clear: the mind is far more complex and mysterious than we could ever have imagined. Furthermore, studies suggest that practicing techniques to induce lucid dreams could significantly enhance our understanding of consciousness itself. Engaging with dreams in a conscious state may offer profound insights into decision-making, creativity, and problem-solving in waking life. Some scientists even propose that lucid dreaming can unveil how the brain constructs experience, bridging the gap between sleep and wakefulness and expanding our comprehension of human consciousness. Curiously, cultures across the globe have long recognized the significance of lucid dreaming, often viewing it as a powerful tool for personal growth, self-exploration, and even spiritual development. Delving into this fascinating phenomenon might unlock new mysteries about the complexities of the mind and the nature of reality, while offering a rare glimpse into how our consciousness operates, even when we are asleep. As researchers explore the potential of lucid dreaming, they are not only questioning the nature of sleep, but also the very fabric of consciousness, urging us to reconsider the relationship between the mind, perception, and reality. Hypnosis, another captivating state of consciousness, also influences awareness in ways that challenge our understanding of the mind. During hypnosis, an individual enters a trance-like state characterized by heightened focus and increased suggestibility. This altered state of consciousness disrupts the usual interactions between a person's conscious awareness and subconscious mind. As a result, individuals may experience a remarkable disconnection from their regular thought processes, allowing them to engage with ideas or suggestions that might otherwise be dismissed in their waking state. Research has shown that hypnosis can induce significant changes in perception, memory, and even physical sensations. For example, individuals under hypnosis may report experiencing reduced pain or vivid visualizations that feel entirely real within the context of the hypnotic experience. This transformation occurs because selective attention is heightened during hypnosis, allowing individuals to tune out distractions and become more receptive to suggestions from the hypnotist. Such findings reveal just how fluid and adaptable our conscious awareness can be. Moreover, the relationship between hypnosis and consciousness raises compelling questions about control within the mind. While in a hypnotic state, individuals may access memories that are typically difficult to recall or engage in behaviors they would not consider in their normal state of awareness. This opens up exciting possibilities for therapy, particularly for addressing conditions such as anxiety, phobias, and chronic pain. Hypnosis may provide a pathway for reframing experiences and altering perceptions that lie beneath our conscious awareness. Recent studies exploring brain activity during hypnosis have illustrated significant alterations in connectivity patterns. Specific areas of the brain associated with conscious thought seem to interact differently during hypnosis, suggesting a complete reconfiguration of how we process experiences. Understanding how hypnosis impacts conscious awareness not only sheds light on the mechanisms behind this unique state, but also opens windows into the broader complexities of human consciousness itself. Synesthesia, a fascinating neurological condition, offers another window into the mysteries of consciousness. It occurs when stimulation in one sensory pathway leads to involuntary experiences in another sensory modality. For instance, a person with synesthesia might hear a sound and simultaneously perceive a color or taste a flavor when they see certain words. This blending of sensory experiences offers a glimpse into the brain's intricate wiring and interconnected workings, providing valuable insights into how we perceive and interpret the world. Synesthesia challenges the traditional view that our sensory experiences are isolated to distinct modalities. Instead, it reveals that our experiences of the world are based on complex interactions and associations within the brain, suggesting that the boundaries between senses may be more porous than previously understood. Researchers believe that synesthesia may result from increased connectivity or cross-wiring between sensory regions of the brain, pointing to a unique neural organization. Furthermore, studying individuals with synesthesia could provide important insights into the mechanisms of perception and cognition. Some synesthetes report enhanced memory and creativity, suggesting that the blending of sensory experiences could enrich cognitive processes. This phenomenon opens the door to exploring how variations in sensory experience affect our awareness and interpretation of reality, challenging conventional notions about how we categorize and define the sensory world. Each of these states, lucid dreaming, hypnosis, and synesthesia, offers a unique lens through which we can examine consciousness. Together, they reveal the incredible plasticity of the mind and the intricate ways in which our awareness interacts with the world around us. By exploring these phenomena, we gain not only a deeper understanding of the brain, but also a richer appreciation for the complexities of human experience. Exploring synesthesia offers profound insights into the very nature of consciousness. This fascinating phenomenon highlights the fact that each individual's perception of reality is shaped by their unique neurological wiring, which can lead to a remarkably diverse range of sensory experiences. It raises the question, how does consciousness function at the intersection of perception, memory, and sensory integration? Synesthesia doesn't just reveal the intricacies of a singular condition. It opens doors to exploring the deeper, often uncharted complexities of human experience. Out-of-body experiences, OBEs, provide another window into the mysteries of consciousness. In these remarkable episodes, individuals often perceive themselves as detached from their physical bodies. They may feel as though they are floating above themselves, viewing their surroundings from a heightened vantage point, or even journeying to distant realms. These experiences can be spontaneous or triggered by a variety of factors, such as intense emotional states, near-death encounters, or practices like meditation. Regardless of the trigger, OBEs challenge conventional understandings of consciousness. Traditionally, consciousness has been linked closely with the functioning of the brain and the body, but OBEs introduce a profound puzzle. If a person can experience awareness separate from their physical sensations, could consciousness truly exist independently of the brain? This possibility forces a rethinking of fundamental assumptions about what it means to be conscious, and indeed, about the nature of the self itself. Some research suggests that OBEs may have a neurological basis. Specific brain regions, when stimulated, can induce sensations akin to those experienced during OBEs. Yet, this only deepens the mystery. The subjective nature of consciousness is not easily explained through objective brain activity alone. It suggests that consciousness could manifest in diverse and context-dependent ways, influenced by individual perceptions and circumstances. The cultural and psychological implications of OBEs are equally compelling. Many people interpret these experiences as spiritual or transcendental, providing profound insights into the nature of existence and the interconnectedness of all life. By studying OBEs, both researchers and philosophers can examine deeper themes related to consciousness, identity, and the very fabric of reality. In the end, OBEs challenge our understanding of consciousness itself, pushing us to reconsider how we define our awareness and our place in the universe. Similarly, the experience of consciousness during a coma poses another enigma. When someone enters a coma, their conscious awareness is drastically altered or even diminished, raising complex questions about the relationship between the brain and consciousness. A coma is typically characterized by a prolonged state of unresponsiveness, where the individual cannot be awakened or respond to external stimuli. Despite this apparent lack of awareness, the brain remains active, although its processes that generate conscious awareness are disrupted. The degree of consciousness during a coma can vary significantly depending on the underlying cause, such as traumatic brain injury, stroke, or metabolic disturbances. Some coma patients may exhibit signs of minimal consciousness, showing faint signs of awareness through subtle responses to stimuli or brief moments of interaction. Though rare, these signs challenge our understanding of the brain's ability to sustain consciousness even under extreme conditions. Brain imaging studies have revealed that in some cases, patients who seem unconscious may display brain activity patterns that resemble wakefulness, raising intriguing questions about the persistence of consciousness even when it's not fully accessible from the outside. The exploration of consciousness in coma patients also intersects with important ethical considerations. Determining the degree of awareness and whether recovery is possible has profound implications for medical practice, particularly in decisions surrounding treatment and end-of-life care. The complexities of consciousness in states like coma underscore the profound mysteries of what it means to be aware and alive. In the end, the study of these altered states, synesthesia, out-of-body experiences, and coma, helps illuminate the nature of consciousness itself. These phenomena invite us to think deeply about the complex interplay between brain function, perception, and awareness. As we continue to explore these boundaries, we not only advance our understanding of consciousness, but also unlock the mysteries of human existence, shedding light on the true nature of who we are. Locked-in syndrome offers a profound and paradoxical window into the nature of consciousness. Imagine being fully aware of your surroundings, of the world around you, yet unable to move, speak, or express yourself in any way except through your eyes. This unique condition, often the result of damage to the brainstem due to stroke, trauma, or diseases that affect the nervous system, leaves individuals completely paralyzed, save for their eye muscles. Despite the immobility, the cognitive functions of these patients remain largely intact, which means that their thoughts, feelings, and awareness persist even though they cannot communicate them. What makes locked-in syndrome so devastating is the stark contrast between the inner life of these patients and the silence of their outer world. They are aware, they think, they feel, but they cannot express any of it. Their minds are alive with reasoning, emotional awareness, and even a rich inner landscape, yet their bodies are nothing but a cage that cannot respond. For many, the experience is isolating, even agonizing. They are trapped within their own minds, facing the heartbreaking reality of being unable to share their emotions, desires, or needs with those around them. Yet amidst this struggle, a sense of hope emerges. Technology is beginning to offer solutions to bridge the communication gap. Tools like eye tracking systems and brain-computer interfaces are enabling patients to express themselves in ways once thought impossible. These innovations showcase the resilience of consciousness itself, a force that endures despite the limitations of the body. However, they also raise critical ethical questions. How much autonomy do these individuals truly have? How do we balance the quality of life with the reality of their condition? Locked-in syndrome pushes us to reconsider what it means to be conscious, to be aware. It blurs the lines between cognitive awareness and the physical manifestation of that awareness. It asks us to explore the very essence of identity and self, and challenges us to think about how much of our human experience is truly defined by our ability to communicate with others. Similarly, the minimally conscious state presents another complex dimension of human awareness. Patients in this state show a level of awareness that lies somewhere between complete unconsciousness and full consciousness. Unlike those in a vegetative state, individuals in a minimally conscious state may display brief, intermittent signs of awareness, such as following simple commands, making eye contact, or responding to stimuli with gestures or sounds. This fragile connection to the outside world is often inconsistent, and the diagnosis of such a state can be challenging. Medical professionals must rely on careful observation and standardized testing to gauge the extent of awareness and cognitive processing. The path to recovery for patients in a minimally conscious state is not clear-cut. Some patients may show gradual improvement over time, suggesting that the brain's plasticity, the ability to reorganize and form new neural connections, can play a role in recovery. Advances in neuroimaging have allowed scientists to peer deeper into the brain's activity, revealing patterns that were once hidden. These breakthroughs help researchers differentiate between the minimally conscious state and other forms of altered consciousness, opening the door to more accurate diagnoses and targeted therapies. However, this state raises significant ethical dilemmas. The unpredictable nature of recovery complicates decisions about care and treatment. How do we best support these patients, and what is the quality of life they can expect? As we continue to unravel the mysteries of consciousness, the minimally conscious state serves as a critical focal point in understanding the range of human awareness and the ways in which they can adapt and recover. Perhaps one of the most fascinating and perplexing cases in the study of consciousness comes from split-brain patients. This condition arises after a surgical procedure known as corpus callosotomy, where the corpus callosum, a bundle of nerve fibers connecting the two hemispheres of the brain, is severed. Often performed as a last resort for patients with severe epilepsy, this operation creates a unique situation in which the two hemispheres of the brain can no longer communicate directly, each hemisphere functioning more independently. What this split reveals is astonishing. Each hemisphere may form its own distinct perceptions, thoughts, and even motivations. For example, when information is presented solely to the right hemisphere, which controls the left side of the body, the left hemisphere, which governs language and verbal expression, might never be aware of it. This can lead to situations where a patient denies seeing an object placed in their right visual field, even though they can often draw or identify it with their left hand, controlled by the right hemisphere. Such phenomena challenge the traditional view of consciousness as a unified experience. If each hemisphere can have its own independent perspective, what does this mean for our understanding of the self? Are we as individuals simply the sum of conflicting or collaborating parts of our brain? The experiences of split-brain patients suggest that consciousness may not be singular, but rather composed of multiple, sometimes conflicting perspectives. This realization pushes us to rethink the very nature of self-awareness and identity. In studying these diverse conditions, we are forced to confront deeper questions about consciousness, identity, and the mind-body connection. From locked-in syndrome to minimally conscious states and split-brain patients, each case invites us to reconsider the limits of human awareness, the boundaries of self, and the ways in which our brains create the rich, complex experience of being alive. As we delve deeper into these extraordinary states, we are reminded that consciousness is not a monolithic experience, but a multifaceted, ever-evolving phenomenon. one that continues to challenge and redefine our understanding of what it means to be truly aware. Studies of split-brain patients reveal fascinating insights into the remarkable complexity and adaptability of the human brain. While each hemisphere of the brain may possess distinct cognitive abilities, research has shown that many split-brain patients are able to adapt to their altered condition over time. This adaptability highlights the brain's extraordinary plasticity, complicating our understanding of consciousness and revealing its capacity to manifest in flexible, multifaceted ways. Exploring the experiences of split-brain patients not only deepens our understanding of consciousness, but also sparks profound questions about the nature of self and identity. In these patients, the brain's hemispheres can function semi-independently, leading to the surprising emergence of separate cognitive processes. Some patients even demonstrate how a disconnection between brain regions does not entirely sever their sense of self or limit their ability to function in the world, further complicating our view of what constitutes consciousness. Similarly, the neurological condition known as blind sight offers a striking window into the mechanics of perception and awareness. Individuals with blind sight suffer damage to the primary visual cortex, rendering them consciously blind in certain visual fields. Despite this blindness, they can still respond to visual stimuli with remarkable accuracy, such as pointing to or identifying objects without consciously perceiving them. This phenomenon challenges our understanding of visual consciousness, suggesting that the brain processes visual information through pathways beyond the primary visual cortex, some of which do not reach conscious awareness. Blind sight raises critical questions about the relationship between consciousness and perception. It implies that while the primary visual cortex is essential for conscious visual experience, there are alternative pathways through which the brain processes visual information unconsciously. This separation between conscious and unconscious processing suggests that our awareness of the world may not hinge on the entirety of the visual data our brains receive. Rather, consciousness may represent a specific aspect of a broader perceptual experience. Moreover, blind sight challenges traditional views on the necessity of consciousness for action. Patients with this condition demonstrate an impressive ability to navigate their environments and interact with objects despite lacking conscious visual awareness. This suggests that there are two distinct layers of processing at play: an unconscious level that supports basic navigation and responses, and a conscious level that allows for complex interpretations and decision-making. The existence of blind sight indicates that consciousness may not be an all-or-nothing phenomenon, but instead exists along a spectrum, illuminating the intricate relationship between perception, awareness, and our ability to react to the world. The implications of blind sight extend far beyond the realm of visual perception. This condition invites us to rethink the cognitive processes that underlie consciousness itself, encouraging a deeper exploration into the nature of subjective experience. It prompts critical debates about whether consciousness is essential for all forms of perception and action, and whether it is possible to process sensory information without conscious awareness. Through the study of blind sight, researchers can uncover profound insights into how we experience the world and, ultimately, the complex nature of consciousness. Dissociative disorders represent another fascinating area of study in the realm of consciousness. These conditions disrupt a person's identity, memory, and sense of self, often emerging as a response to trauma or chronic stress. Individuals with dissociative disorders may experience episodes of dissociation, where they feel detached from their surroundings or struggle to recall personal memories. This disconnection creates a unique disturbance in consciousness that profoundly impacts daily functioning and overall well-being. One of the most well-known forms of dissociative disorder is dissociative identity disorder, DID, wherein an individual embodies two or more distinct identities or personality states. Each identity can have its own memories, behaviors, and ways of perceiving the world, leading to a fragmented sense of self. This fragmentation raises compelling questions about the very nature of personal identity and the experience of consciousness. In DID, a person's cohesive sense of self can become disrupted, creating competing, compartmentalized identities. Dissociative disorders also highlight the role of traumatic experiences in shaping consciousness. In many cases, dissociation serves as a protective mechanism, allowing the mind to distance itself from overwhelming emotions or memories associated with trauma. This means that while a person may function physically in the world, their conscious awareness can be altered or suppressed, making it difficult for them to engage fully with their emotional and cognitive experiences. While dissociation may offer a temporary reprieve from distress, it can also interfere with memory processing and the development of a consistent, unified sense of self. Together, the study of split-brain patients, blind sight, and dissociative disorders offer profound insights into the nature of consciousness. They challenge our understanding of how consciousness arises, how it interacts with perception, and how it shapes our sense of self and identity. Each condition invites new avenues for exploring the boundaries of human experience, highlighting the remarkable adaptability of the brain and the complex, multifaceted nature of consciousness itself. Dissociative disorders reveal the profound complexities of consciousness, particularly in how memories and identity can become fragmented or disconnected. This disruption in the seamless flow of our experiences makes treatment a challenging endeavor. Individuals grappling with these conditions often find it difficult to integrate their fragmented memories or may fail to fully acknowledge the trauma that contributed to their disjointed sense of self. Understanding the mechanisms behind dissociative disorders is crucial in developing effective therapeutic approaches. By exploring how these conditions disrupt consciousness, we unlock deeper insights into the multifaceted nature of human experience. We gain a clearer understanding of the varying degrees to which psychological factors can affect the very core of who we are, shedding light on how consciousness itself can be fractured. Similarly, hemispatial neglect provides a fascinating window into the brain's processing of spatial awareness. This neurological condition, typically caused by damage to the right hemisphere of the brain, results in a severe lack of awareness toward the opposite side of space, usually the left. Individuals with hemispatial neglect may fail to notice objects, people, or even parts of their own body on the neglected side, despite having fully intact visual processing abilities. It's as if that portion of the world ceases to exist for them. This phenomenon profoundly impacts daily functioning. Tasks like eating, dressing, and even navigating familiar spaces become a struggle, as the brain's attention system selectively ignores large portions of the environment. Hemispatial neglect serves as a powerful reminder of how selective and complex consciousness can be. It challenges our understanding of attention, awareness, and how we interact with the world around us. What makes hemispatial neglect so intriguing is that it forces us to reconsider how attention and awareness are distributed across our perceptual experiences. It suggests that consciousness isn't uniformly spread across all sensory inputs. Rather, attentional resources are selectively directed, enabling us to focus on certain aspects of our surroundings while remaining oblivious to others. The brain's ability to prioritize certain stimuli, even at the cost of large portions of the world around us, underscores the complexity of conscious experience itself. Moreover, hemispatial neglect raises critical questions about the relationship between perception and awareness. It highlights that vision alone does not determine our awareness of the world. Instead, awareness is a multifaceted process influenced by how attentional resources are allocated and how sensory inputs are cognitively integrated. For instance, patients with hemispatial neglect may still register stimuli in the neglected space, but they lack the conscious ability to acknowledge them. This suggests that consciousness isn't simply a matter of receiving sensory data. It's intrinsically tied to how we process and integrate that information. The study of hemispatial neglect also unveils the brain's organizational principles, offering insights into how different regions contribute to spatial awareness and attention. Research in this area holds broad implications, this not only for understanding neurological disorders, but also for deepening our knowledge of the cognitive functions that shape our everyday conscious experience. It invites us to rethink how we define and experience consciousness itself, emphasizing the selective nature of awareness and the intricate mechanisms that govern our perception of the world. At the heart of it all, the brain constructs our conscious reality through a complex interplay of sensory input, cognitive processing, and interpretative mechanisms. Sensory organs constantly collect data from our environment: light, sound, touch, and more. This information is then transmitted to the brain, where it's processed by specialized regions. For instance, visual data is routed through the occipital lobe, while auditory stimuli are handled by the temporal lobe. This initial stage of sensory processing sets the stage for how we ultimately interpret and experience the world around us, shaping the very foundation of our conscious perception. However, raw sensory input alone is not enough to form the entirety of our conscious experience. The brain actively integrates prior knowledge, context, and expectations to interpret and make sense of incoming information. This means that our perceptions are not just shaped by the world around us, but also by the rich tapestry of past experiences, memories, and cultural influences. In essence, the brain constructs a personalized representation of reality, often filling in gaps or making sense of ambiguous stimuli. A striking example of this occurs when we encounter optical illusions. These visual tricks highlight the brain's interpretative processes, demonstrating how our perceptions can sometimes diverge from the physical reality before us. Our minds, guided by established patterns and assumptions, can misinterpret visual information, creating a reality that feels just as real, if not more so, than the one we are directly observing. Moreover, our higher cognitive functions significantly shape the nature of our conscious experience. As we move through the world, attention plays a pivotal role in guiding our awareness. We selectively focus on certain aspects of our environment while filtering out others. This process of attentional focus is central to consciousness, allowing us to prioritize information and respond to the world in meaningful ways. Conversations, tasks, or even emotional states can shift our focus, altering our immediate conscious experience and influencing how we perceive and react to our surroundings. Neuroscientific research has shown that consciousness is not confined to a single region of the brain. Instead, it emerges from the interplay of various brain networks working together. The default mode network, which becomes active during rest or self-reflection, contributes to the integration of memories and experiences, facilitating a deeper understanding of ourselves. Additionally, many other brain areas that process sensory information, attention, and memory come together to create the dynamic and fluid nature of consciousness. This highlights the complexity of conscious perception, emphasizing how sensory input, cognitive processing, and the brain's ability to create a coherent narrative of our reality are interconnected. Our experience of the world is not a static, objective one, but is often shaped by personal, subjective filters. One fascinating example of how our conscious awareness can be selective is the phenomenon of change blindness. This occurs when a person fails to notice significant changes in a visual scene, typically because their attention is momentarily diverted or obstructed. It's a striking example of how our consciousness does not encompass everything in our visual field. A classic experiment involves showing a person an image where a detail is altered during a brief interruption, such as a blink or a cut. Despite the change being noticeable, many observers fail to detect it. This phenomenon demonstrates how selective attention can profoundly influence visual perception, challenging the assumption that we are always fully aware of our surroundings. Change blindness underscores the selective nature of our consciousness. It reveals that while the brain processes an enormous amount of sensory data, we are often only consciously aware of a small fraction of it, those elements we deem most relevant at any given moment. This creates a kind of tunnel vision, where the mind focuses on specific features of the environment while ignoring the rest. Furthermore, this selective awareness is influenced by memory and expectation. When we look at a scene, our brain fills in missing details or assumes continuity, leading us to believe we have perceived the entire setting. This shows that consciousness involves not just the direct intake of sensory data, but also the brain's reliance on cognitive shortcuts and heuristics to make sense of the world efficiently. Change blindness can also provide valuable insights into how attention operates in relation to consciousness. It suggests that our conscious experience is not merely a passive reception of stimuli, but an active process shaped by selective attention and the brain's interpretive capabilities. By studying this phenomenon, we can gain a deeper understanding of how attention influences our awareness and how the brain constructs our experience of reality. Our perception is not just a simple reflection of the world. It is a highly dynamic construction that is influenced by both the information we receive and the context in which we engage. Attention is not just a passive filter, but a key mechanism that actively shapes our conscious experience. It determines which elements of our environment we focus on and which we ignore. This selective focus is essential for navigating the complexities of the world around us, allowing us to manage the overwhelming flood of sensory input we encounter every day. Take, for example, being in a crowded cafe. Your attention allows you to engage in a conversation with a friend, tuning out the background noise of chatter, music, and clinking dishes. In this way, attention enhances your ability to perceive certain details while rendering the rest of the environment less prominent in your conscious awareness. The power of attention in shaping consciousness extends beyond just sensory perception. Research has shown that attention can significantly alter the way we experience and interact with the world. The spotlight model of attention, for instance, suggests that focusing on a particular object or area is akin to shining a spotlight on it, making it more prominent in our conscious awareness. This effect does not only make the attended stimulus more noticeable, but it can also enhance our cognitive processing related to it. As a result, attention can affect memory encoding, decision-making, and even emotional responses to the stimuli we focus on. By guiding our focus, attention shapes not just how we perceive the world, but also how we engage with it emotionally and cognitively, modulating our interactions with the environment and the experiences we create from it. Moreover, attention is not simply a passive act of selecting what we focus on. It is an active and dynamic process. It can be directed both consciously and unconsciously. Take, for example, tasks that demand high levels of concentration, like solving a complex problem. In such situations, we can experience what is known as tunnel vision, where everything outside the task at hand fades into the background, becoming almost invisible. On the other hand, our attention can also be pulled towards unexpected changes in our environment, indicating that attention is not only reactive, but is also strongly influenced by the novelty and relevance of external stimuli. This fluid and shifting nature of attention suggests that it is deeply intertwined with our goals, needs, and emotional states. Attention does not just help us focus on one thing at a time. It fundamentally shapes our conscious experience by determining what we become aware of. It does so by actively selecting and prioritizing certain stimuli over others, enabling us to filter out the noise and create meaningful experiences amid the overwhelming flow of sensory information. This intricate dance between attention and consciousness emphasizes a key insight. Perception is not a mere passive reflection of reality. Instead, it is a constructed experience, one shaped by our focused engagement with the world and the cognitive processes that underlie it. Prediction is another crucial force that influences our conscious experience, helping the brain anticipate what is coming next and guide our responses accordingly. This predictive nature of perception is deeply embedded in how our brain works, driven by its constant effort to make sense of the world. The brain integrates prior knowledge and expectations with current sensory inputs, allowing us to anticipate what we are likely to encounter. When we perceive something, the brain doesn't simply react to sensory stimuli. It actively generates hypotheses about what is coming next based on patterns and experiences from the past. This ability to predict the future allows us to streamline cognitive processes, improving our efficiency as we navigate our daily lives. For instance, when you see someone walking toward you with a cup of coffee, your brain predicts that they will likely continue walking in a straight line rather than suddenly changing direction. This prediction influences your awareness of the person's movement and prepares you for a potential interaction, allowing you to react more quickly. When our predictions align with reality, we experience a sense of smoothness and coherence in our perception. However, when predictions are violated, such as when someone unexpectedly spills their drink, we experience surprise or confusion, signaling that the brain needs to update its predictions. Prediction also plays a fundamental role in modulating our sensory experiences. A prime example of this is the phenomenon of perceptual filling in. When we encounter a visual gap, such as when an object is partially obscured, the brain fills in the missing information based on context and prior knowledge. This allows us to perceive a complete image even without direct visual input. This phenomenon highlights how strongly our expectations shape our conscious experience. It also demonstrates that perception is not just a passive reception of sensory information, but an active process of interpretation, shaped by what we expect to see or experience. Predictions are also key when it comes to our attention and consciousness. Whenever we engage in a task, our brains continuously predict the outcome of our actions. This proactive mechanism helps us focus on the most relevant stimuli while filtering out irrelevant distractions, effectively guiding our attention. In doing so, it allows us to allocate cognitive resources efficiently, maximizing our ability to interact with and respond to the environment around us. Thus, the role of prediction in shaping conscious experience is indispensable. It highlights the brain's proactive involvement in interpreting the world around us and reminds us that perception is far from being a passive reflection of sensory input. Instead, it is an ongoing, dynamic process, an interplay of anticipation and reality. Our conscious experiences are co-created through the synergy of past experiences and present observations, a constant dance between what we expect and what we encounter. Optical illusions offer a fascinating window into the complexity of human perception and consciousness. These visual phenomena show us just how remarkable and sometimes deceptive our brains can be when interpreting information. When we encounter an optical illusion, our perception can diverge drastically from reality. This mismatch reveals that what we perceive is not simply a direct reflection of the world, but a constructed interpretation, shaped by the brain's processing of light, color, and patterns. Take, for instance, the classic visual illusion, where two lines appear to be different lengths even though they are identical. This happens because our brains rely on contextual clues, such as the surrounding shapes and angles, to build our understanding of size and distance. These illusions underscore a crucial point. Perception is not a straightforward reception of external stimuli. It involves an active process of inference and assumption, where the brain fills in gaps based on prior experiences and learned rules. The constructed nature of perception becomes even more apparent when illusions exploit the limitations of our visual processing systems. Some illusions trick our depth perception, while others manipulate colors, creating confusion about what we are actually seeing. These phenomena serve as powerful reminders that our conscious experience is not universal or objective. It is a deeply personal, subjective creation, shaped by a myriad of factors, including context, expectation, and cognitive biases. The fact that optical illusions can make us question our own perception reveals just how much our brains are interpreting, not merely receiving, the world around us. Optical illusions challenge our perception of reality, presenting us with images that contradict our expectations and defy a singular, unchanging interpretation. Rather than providing a stable and objective view, they reveal that each observer's experience can be entirely different. This variability invites us to question just how subjective our perceptions really are. It raises profound questions about the nature of consciousness itself. As we study these illusions, scientists gain valuable insights into brain function, the limits of perception, and the intricate mechanisms that shape our conscious experience of the world around us. One such phenomenon, known as inattentional blindness, further complicates our understanding of perception. It occurs when we fail to notice unexpected stimuli in our visual field while our attention is focused on a specific task. This striking aspect of human perception highlights the selective nature of our awareness. In a classic experiment, participants were asked to count the number of passes made by a basketball team. While engrossed in this task, many viewers failed to notice a person in a gorilla suit walking across the scene. This revelation underscores an essential truth. We may not be aware of everything happening in our environment, even when it lies directly within our line of sight. The connection between inattentional blindness and consciousness sheds light on the limitations of our cognitive processing. Consciousness is often described as a rich tapestry of experiences, yet the reality is that our focus is often narrowed by the tasks at hand. This selective attention is a vital function, enabling us to navigate the complexities of our surroundings. However, it also means we may overlook significant events that, if we were paying closer attention, might change the course of our actions. Understanding these limitations challenges the idea that consciousness is a continuous flow of awareness. Instead, consciousness behaves more like a spotlight, illuminating certain aspects of reality while leaving others in the dark. Moreover, inattentional blindness highlights the distinction between the physical act of seeing and the mental capacity to attend to what we see. Our brains are capable of processing vast amounts of sensory information simultaneously, but this processing is constrained by our attentional limits. When we focus intently on a task, the brain prioritizes the information most relevant to that task, effectively filtering out other stimuli. This selective processing emphasizes that consciousness is not solely about visual input. Rather, it reflects the cognitive priorities shaped by our goals, interests, and immediate concerns. By studying inattentional blindness, we gain a deeper understanding of how we perceive the world and, more intriguingly, how consciousness itself functions. It forces us to confront the reality that much of our environment goes unnoticed in our everyday lives, with our attentional resources dictating our conscious experiences. This realization helps us appreciate the delicate balance between what we see and what we choose to focus on. The brain's remarkable ability to fill in gaps in our perception further complicates the understanding of consciousness. This process, which allows for a seamless and coherent conscious experience, involves the brain processing sensory inputs, interpreting fragmented information, and inferring the missing pieces. For example, when viewing an image that is partially obscured, the brain automatically fills in the missing parts, relying on visual context and prior knowledge to create a complete picture. This ability is not only essential for our interactions with the world, but also serves as a survival mechanism, ensuring that we can navigate our environments efficiently despite imperfect sensory inputs. One striking example of this phenomenon is the blind spot in our vision. Each of our eyes has a small area on the retina devoid of photoreceptor cells, creating a gap in our visual field. Yet we do not typically notice this blind spot because our brains seamlessly compensate for the missing information. By drawing on cues from the surrounding environment and the input from the other eye, the brain fills in the gaps, allowing us to maintain a continuous and stable perception of the world around us. This remarkable compensatory mechanism illustrates just how much of our perception is shaped by the brain's ability to make sense of incomplete sensory data, ultimately allowing us to experience the world as a coherent, uninterrupted flow of information. The brain's ability to fill in missing auditory information is nothing short of remarkable. Much like how we can still understand someone speaking, even when certain words or sounds are muffled or absent, our brains work tirelessly behind the scenes. Through context, familiarity with language, and prior experiences, they piece together the puzzle of what is likely being said. This capacity for information synthesis enables us to understand and communicate effectively, even in less than ideal conditions. This process reveals the dynamic interplay between various cognitive functions, perception, memory, and context, which work in harmony to shape our conscious experience. Rather than being a passive receiver of incoming sensory data, our brain is actively engaged in interpreting, predicting, and completing that data. In doing so, it constructs a coherent narrative that allows us to perceive the world with continuity, even when some pieces of the puzzle are missing. Our understanding of time, much like our experience of sound, is deeply subjective. While time itself is a continuous objective measure, our conscious experience of it is anything but uniform. It fluctuates, influenced by factors such as attention, emotion, and context. Instead of simply tracking time like a ticking clock, our brains construct our perception of it through a complex series of processes that involve memory, expectation, and sensory input. One of the key factors in this subjective experience is attention. When we are fully immersed in a task, time seems to fly by, slipping through our fingers unnoticed. On the other hand, when we are bored or waiting for something, time appears to stretch out endlessly. This fluctuation in our perception of time is partly a result of the brain's processing load. Engaging experiences tend to lead to the encoding of more memories, causing these dense moments to feel as though they pass quickly. In contrast, more sparse or uneventful experiences can feel drawn out as fewer memories are formed in that time. Emotions play a significant role in shaping our perception of time. During intense emotional experiences, such as fear or excitement, time seems to stretch. This is because the brain enters a heightened state of awareness, resulting in a faster rate of memory encoding. This increased encoding creates the illusion that more time has passed. Conversely, in more relaxed or content moments, time can seem to pass in the blink of an eye. This is due to fewer new memories being formed, which makes the experience feel shorter than it actually is. The brain uses several internal mechanisms to regulate our sense of time, such as circadian rhythms, which help govern our sleep-wake cycles, and other biological processes. Within the brain, structures like the basal ganglia and cerebellum are involved in the precise timing and coordination of actions, further influencing how we perceive time intervals. This intricate neural network modulates our sense of time through both conscious and subconscious processes, making time perception a deeply individual experience. Ultimately, our perception of time is a fascinating interplay of cognitive functions, emotional states, and neurobiological mechanisms. It shapes how we navigate the world, defining our sense of past, present, and future. Chronesthesia, also known as mental time travel, adds another layer of complexity to our understanding of time. This extraordinary cognitive ability allows us to think about and anticipate both past and future events. By tapping into our memories, imagination, and emotional responses, chronesthesia creates a rich, subjective tapestry of experiences that is integral to our sense of self and consciousness. Through this ability to mentally project ourselves into past or future scenarios, we are not merely reliving memories, but constructing a personal narrative. Reflecting on our past helps to define who we are today, while contemplating the future allows us to plan, set goals, and prepare for the uncertainties ahead. This capacity to consider different timelines encourages us to engage deeply with our decisions and actions, enriching our lives by providing context and meaning beyond immediate experiences. Chronesthesia also underscores the dynamic nature of consciousness itself. It serves as a bridge between past and future, extending our awareness beyond the present moment. Our brain organizes both memories and anticipated events along a mental timeline, enabling us to navigate not only what has happened, but also what could happen. This ability to project ourselves through time is critical for making informed decisions. By reflecting on past experiences and anticipating the consequences of future actions, we can approach life with greater clarity and purpose. The neural foundations of chronesthesia, our ability to mentally travel through time, encompass various regions of the brain, with the prefrontal cortex playing a pivotal role. This region is responsible for complex cognitive processes, including planning, decision-making, and goal setting. This highlights a key feature of human consciousness, the integration of memory and imagination. In this intricate dance, our understanding of time extends far beyond mere sensory perception, shaping how we engage with the world and make decisions in everyday life. Chronesthesia is a remarkable testament to the power of human cognition, illustrating how our brains can transcend the immediate present and engage with both the past and future. It shows that time isn't simply something we experience. It is something we actively process, project, and shape. Altered states of consciousness, whether triggered by meditation, dreaming, psychoactive substances, or certain psychological conditions, can significantly shift our perception of time. In these altered states, individuals often report experiences that deviate drastically from their usual sense of time, shedding light on the profound connection between consciousness and our temporal experience. These shifts are not just mental curiosities. They reveal the fluidity and malleability of how we perceive time itself. Take meditation, for example. In these moments of deep concentration, many report an expansion of time where minutes stretch into what feels like hours. This perception occurs because during meditation, the mind's attention is directed inward, away from the distractions of the external world. With less sensory input demanding attention, the brain enters a state of focused relaxation. In this state, the usual rhythms of time perception are altered. resulting in an experience where the present moment feels almost infinite. This state often leads to enhanced mindfulness, a heightened awareness of the current moment, and may even shift one's relationship to time, making it feel both richer and more flexible. Similarly, in the world of dreams, time behaves very differently. Many people recount dreams in which entire lifetimes seem to pass in the span of a few minutes. Despite the brevity of the actual sleep, the brain is deeply engaged in constructing elaborate narratives. The regions of the brain responsible for emotions and memory are particularly active during dreams, allowing the mind to manipulate time freely. The progression of time in dreams is far more fluid, often skipping, stretching, or compressing moments into something that feels far from linear. Substance use, too, can dramatically distort time perception. Psychoactive substances, especially hallucinogens, can alter the brain's neurotransmitter systems, leading to profound shifts in how time is experienced. Users often report sensations of time either slowing down or speeding up, sometimes creating the illusion of timelessness. This is likely due to altered activity in the brain's timekeeping mechanisms, regions responsible for processing sensory input and integrating time-related information. These altered states, whether through meditation, dreaming, or substances, underscore the fluid and variable nature of time perception. They reveal that time is not a fixed, objective entity, but rather a construct shaped by the interplay between our cognitive faculties and our state of consciousness. Through the exploration of these diverse states, we gain critical insights into how our minds shape the experience of time itself. This exploration brings us to the philosophical concept of the specious present, which refers to our experience of time as a single continuous moment. Rather than perceiving time as a series of discrete events, we tend to bundle small, fleeting durations, sometimes just a few seconds or minutes, into a unified present. This notion suggests that the present is not merely a fleeting instant, but a rich, complex moment that encapsulates both our thoughts and sensory perceptions in a seamless flow. The specious present shapes our conscious experience by allowing us to synthesize a multitude of sensory inputs into a cohesive perception of the moment. Imagine a conversation. While you listen to words, you also pick up on emotions, facial expressions, gestures, and context. All of these elements are integrated into a cohesive whole, giving you a fuller understanding of the interaction than if you were merely perceiving each piece of information separately. This dynamic synthesis of sensory data creates a narrative that feels continuous, allowing our experience of time to unfold as an uninterrupted and meaningful flow. Through this lens, we begin to see time not as an external clock ticking away, but as a deeply personal, subjective experience, shaped by our brain's remarkable capacity to integrate the past, present, and future into a fluid, ever-evolving whole. In the vast expanse of human experience, the concept of the specious present illuminates how we perceive time and continuity amidst the ceaseless flow of change. As our brains rapidly process sensory information, they weave together fragmented moments into a cohesive whole. This continuous bundling of stimuli creates the illusion of a seamless present, allowing us to feel as though we are always existing in a flowing stream of time. Without this vital integration, our perception would be disjointed and fragmented, plunging us into confusion and possibly even diminishing our sense of self. The philosophical implications of the specious present are profound, offering deep insights into the very nature of time and consciousness. It suggests that our perception of the now is not merely a passive reflection of the external world. Rather, it is an active construction, meticulously curated by the brain's cognitive processes. In a sense, time is not simply a series of ticking moments. It is a dynamic mental creation. This revelation helps us to better understand how we engage with the world around us. Our conscious experience is not just a straightforward reflection of the environment. Instead, it is a complex and continuous interplay of memory, perception, and interpretive frameworks. The specious present underscores a key idea. Time is not just measured by the ticking hands of a clock, but is intrinsically linked to how we think, feel, and experience each passing moment. Within this framework, the brain performs an intricate dance of integrating sensory inputs across time, creating a fluid and unified experience. Through a network of processes that weave together perception, memory, and attention, the brain synthesizes disparate pieces of information into a coherent narrative, which enables us to experience the world as a whole rather than as a series of disconnected, isolated events. This integration is not an accidental occurrence, but is instead the result of complex neural mechanisms that allow us to maintain a continuous, conscious experience. Brain structures such as the hippocampus play a pivotal role in this process, helping to form and retrieve memories. As we encounter new stimuli, our brain compares them with past experiences, integrating new information into our present awareness. By doing so, we create a sense of continuity and context, which enables us to interpret our surroundings meaningfully. Attention, too, is crucial in maintaining this seamless experience. The brain doesn't simply process everything that comes its way. It selectively focuses on specific aspects of our environment while filtering out irrelevant distractions. This selective attention allows us to focus on what is important at any given moment, ensuring that we can concentrate on our tasks, navigate conversations, and engage with the world in an organized and purposeful way. For instance, when we are deep in conversation, we can tune out ambient noise and focus on the words being spoken, making sense of the world despite the overwhelming barrage of sensory information. Additionally, temporal coding plays a critical role in organizing experiences over time. Neurons fire in patterns that allow the brain to not only process information in the present, but also encode it across moments, helping to arrange our experiences in a logical, sequential manner. This ability to track time allows us to understand the flow of events, to distinguish between causes and effects, and to connect actions with their consequences. By synthesizing information over time, the brain constructs a continuous narrative that gives us the ability to meaningfully engage with the world. At the heart of this process is the intricate relationship between consciousness and working memory. Working memory, the brain's temporary storage system, is vital for holding and manipulating information during cognitive tasks. It allows us to keep relevant data at hand, whether we're solving a problem, making decisions, or navigating through daily activities. Consciousness provides the structure within which working memory operates. It is our conscious awareness that enables us to actively access and manage information stored in working memory. In the process of problem solving, for example, we rely on working memory to retain key facts or figures, while our consciousness monitors our progress and adjusts our approach as necessary. This symbiotic relationship between consciousness and working memory is fundamental to our ability to reason, think, and interact with the world. It underscores that our conscious experience is not a static or passive process. Rather, it is a dynamic and active engagement with the world, constantly shaping the information we store, manipulate, and act upon. Ultimately, it is this constant interplay of cognitive systems, memory, attention, and perception that allows us to exist fluidly within the continuum of time. Memory, a fundamental aspect of human cognition, operates within intricate networks of the brain that shape how we perceive and interact with the world. At its core, working memory holds the key to our conscious awareness, but it has limits, usually allowing us to hold only around 4 to 7 pieces of information at a time. This limitation underscores the critical role of attention, as it directs our cognitive resources towards specific elements in our mental landscape. By focusing attention on particular items in working memory, we bring them to the forefront of our awareness, making them readily accessible for immediate tasks. Without this capacity, our ability to process complex thoughts or keep track of conversations would become fragmented, distorting our conscious experience. This challenge is particularly evident in the prefrontal cortex, the brain region most closely linked to working memory. It is here that the processes of decision-making, reasoning, and problem-solving converge, highlighting the profound influence of working memory on our higher-order cognitive functions. Through its integration with conscious thought, working memory enables us to maintain context-rich mental frameworks, which help us interpret the present and guide our responses to everyday challenges. It acts as the cognitive hub that keeps relevant information readily available so we can make informed decisions, engage in complex thinking, and interact meaningfully with our environment. Beyond the present moment, Long-term memory serves as a reservoir of knowledge, emotions, and past experiences, shaping our understanding of the world and our reactions to it. When we encounter something new, our long-term memory enables us to connect it with similar past experiences, offering context and enriching our perception. It is through this dynamic interaction between the present and the past that our conscious experience becomes more nuanced. For instance, when we attend a social gathering, our memories of previous interactions, cultural norms, and emotional ties influence how we behave, helping us interpret social cues and navigate the complexities of human interaction with ease. Long-term memory does not operate in isolation. It is continuously shaped by our conscious awareness and plays a vital role in emotional responses, as emotionally charged memories are often more vivid and impactful. Such memories tap into specialized neural pathways, making them more accessible when similar emotions or situations arise again. This heightened accessibility can evoke particular feelings or attitudes that color our present perceptions and judgments, guiding how we respond in future circumstances. Thus, emotional memories, acting as powerful catalysts, shape our decision-making processes and influence how we engage with the world around us. At the neural level, the integration of long-term memory with conscious awareness occurs through a network of brain regions, including the hippocampus and various areas of the cerebral cortex. These interconnected networks form a dynamic exchange of information, ensuring that memories are not static, but active participants in our present awareness. This integration enables long-term memory to enrich our conscious experience, creating a continuous narrative that provides context for who we are and how we navigate the world. Memory, therefore, acts as a bridge between the past and the present, helping us maintain a coherent sense of self and an adaptable mindset in an ever-changing environment. The relationship between consciousness and memory goes deeper still, as consciousness plays a crucial role in both memory formation and retrieval. In the process of encoding memories, consciousness serves as a filter, determining which experiences are prioritized for storage. When we consciously focus on specific information or events, we increase the likelihood of encoding them into long-term memory. This selective process ensures that experiences deemed significant, such as important life milestones, emotional experiences, or novel insights, are more likely to be integrated into our memory systems. This attentional aspect of consciousness is key to memory retention. By consciously engaging with information through active processing, analyzing, connecting, and elaborating on what we are learning, we strengthen the neural traces that support memory. Techniques like visualization, rehearsal, and retrieval practice harness this process, making information easier to recall later. For instance, when preparing for an exam, actively thinking about the material, linking it to existing knowledge, and repeatedly testing yourself enhances the robustness of the memory traces, ensuring that the information sticks. Memory retrieval is equally dependent on our state of awareness and the surrounding context. Conscious thought guides the search for memories, drawing on cues or triggers that help us access the desired recollection. Sensory inputs, emotional states, and contextual clues all play a vital role in enhancing memory retrieval. For example, a specific scent, a familiar song, or even a particular emotion can act as a key, unlocking a flood of related memories that are otherwise hidden from view. Through this process, consciousness not only shapes how we form memories, but also how we navigate the vast landscape of information stored within our brains, making sense of the world in a fluid, ever-evolving way. Consciousness, with its inherently subjective nature, plays a crucial role in shaping how we retrieve and reconstruct memories. Our awareness of specific details has a profound influence on how we recall past events, causing variations in our memories depending on our perspective and emotional state. This phenomenon often leads to what psychologists call false memories, where individuals firmly believe they remember events that either didn't happen or were distorted by their emotional or cognitive biases. In this way, conscious thought doesn't merely serve as a passive recorder of past events. It actively interacts with the process of memory retrieval, either clarifying or muddling the accuracy of our recollections. This interplay between consciousness and memory highlights that memory is not a simple playback of experiences. Instead, it is a dynamic process that involves an active reconstruction of past events, influenced by attention, focus, and emotional states. Consciousness is not just a bystander in memory formation. It acts as both a foundation and a guiding force throughout the entire process, from encoding experiences to retrieving them. The attention we give to certain details during encoding and the focused awareness we apply when recalling memories directly impact how we form and remember past experiences. However, the presence of false memories complicates our understanding of how memory works. These fabricated or distorted recollections raise important questions about the reliability and accuracy of our conscious recollections. False memories occur when we strongly believe we remember something, whether it's an event, detail, or interaction that either never happened or was significantly altered by external factors, emotional biases, or even our own internal cognitive processes. As a result, false memories challenge the traditional view of memory as an objective, stable record of past events, suggesting instead that our memories are flexible, fluid, and deeply entangled with our conscious thoughts and feelings. A key factor in the creation of false memories lies in the reconstructive nature of memory. Unlike a video that simply plays back recorded events, memory is a creative process, constantly reassembled from fragments of past experiences. When we attempt to remember something, our brains often fill in gaps with existing knowledge, beliefs, or contextual cues, leading to coherent narratives, but also to errors and inaccuracies. For example, when we hear about an event from another person or view it through media, those external influences can seamlessly merge with our personal recollections, reshaping them in subtle ways. This blending of personal experience with external input can result in vivid yet inaccurate memories. This phenomenon of false memories underscores the idea that memory is not a neutral recorder of the past, but a deeply subjective process shaped by both internal and external factors. Research has shown that leading questions, subtle suggestions, or exposure to misleading information can significantly alter our recollections. This vulnerability of memory to manipulation raises important concerns, particularly in fields like eyewitness testimony, where the accuracy of memories can be pivotal. Eyewitness accounts, often regarded as reliable sources of information in legal contexts, are shown to be highly susceptible to distortion, which calls into question their credibility in courtrooms. The implications of false memories extend beyond the legal domain. In therapeutic settings, where individuals are encouraged to revisit and recount traumatic events from their past, false memories can inadvertently emerge. This highlights the importance of approaching such practices with caution, as therapists and patients may unknowingly create memories that never existed, adding complexity to the treatment of trauma. Ultimately, the phenomenon of false memories enhances our understanding of consciousness and recollection, inviting us to reconsider the mechanisms by which we form, reconstruct, and interpret our memories. This fluidity of memory challenges us to question the boundaries of personal reality and reevaluate how our cognitive processes shape our sense of self. As we continue to explore these complexities, we gain deeper insight into the nature of human cognition and the intricate experience of reality itself. Amnesia, particularly in cases resulting from brain injury, illness, or psychological trauma, offers a unique lens through which to examine the relationship between memory and consciousness. People with amnesia often experience severe impairments in their ability to form new memories or recall past events. Studying these individuals provides valuable insights into how memory operates and contributes to our conscious experience of self. One striking discovery is the distinction between explicit and implicit memory. Explicit memory, or declarative memory, involves the conscious recollection of facts and events, while implicit memory refers to unconscious memory processes, such as learned skills or conditioned responses. Interestingly, many amnesic patients retain the ability to form and rely on implicit memories, despite being unable to recall specific events or facts. This dissociation reveals an important truth. Memory is not entirely dependent on consciousness. Even in the absence of explicit recollection, memories can shape behavior, influence perceptions, and guide actions. Thus, consciousness does not encompass every aspect of memory. The preservation of implicit memory in amnesic patients suggests that memory can exist outside of conscious awareness. further complicating our understanding of how memory and consciousness intertwine. In conclusion, the study of false memories and amnesia offers profound insights into the nature of memory and consciousness. They reveal that memory is not an objective, fixed record, but an ever-evolving process influenced by emotions, perception, and external factors. This realization invites us to reassess our understanding of personal history, cognition, and the very essence of human experience. As we continue to unravel the complexities of memory, we gain a deeper appreciation for how subjective and fluid our understanding of the past can be. Amnesia offers profound insights into the relationship between memory and the sense of self, providing a unique lens through which we can examine the construction of identity. Our personal narrative, the story we tell ourselves about who we are, is intricately shaped by the recollections of past experiences. These memories form the foundation of our identity. For individuals grappling with amnesia, however, the inability to access these memories leads to a fragmented or incomplete sense of self. The continuous thread that connects one's past with their present, essential for constructing a coherent identity, is disrupted. Without these recollections, many with amnesia struggle to understand who they are or how they fit within the context of their lives. This phenomenon emphasizes the critical role memory plays in the narrative framework through which we interpret and understand the world around us. It suggests that consciousness is not solely about being aware in the present moment. Rather, it is profoundly shaped by a tapestry of memories, which, while in the past, enrich our current awareness and contribute to how we make sense of life. The study of amnesia also raises fascinating questions about the adaptability of consciousness itself. Some individuals exhibit unusual phenomena. They may demonstrate a sense of familiarity with people or places despite being unable to recall prior encounters in detail. This suggests that consciousness might not be fully dependent on the retrieval of explicit memory. It hints at an inherent adaptability in the brain, allowing for a kind of awareness that operates even when detailed memories are inaccessible. Such findings challenge the traditional notion that consciousness is solely tied to the storage and recall of specific memories. They underscore the complexity of the human mind and suggest that awareness is a multifaceted process, capable of functioning beyond memory alone. Ultimately, by exploring the experiences of those with amnesia, we deepen our understanding of how memory and consciousness interact. These experiences highlight that while memory plays an essential role in shaping our identity and our conscious experience, it is not the only determinant of awareness. Through the study of memory disorders, we gain valuable insights into the diverse mechanisms that contribute to consciousness, allowing us to better appreciate the complex ways in which the mind works to make sense of the world and of ourselves. Furthermore, language plays a crucial role in shaping both our conscious experience and how we interpret the world. It is not merely a tool for communication, but a framework that influences the way we think, perceive, and interact with those around us. Language allows us to articulate our thoughts and emotions, which deepens our self-reflection and understanding. Through the act of naming and categorizing, whether it's emotions, objects, or events, we create cognitive structures that help us navigate and make sense of our experiences. For instance, when we identify complex emotion as anxiety, it becomes easier to understand and address, both internally and in communication with others. This process of linguistic labeling is essential for reflection, allowing us to analyze and respond to our feelings and thoughts. It also serves as a bridge between our internal experiences and the outside world, enabling us to express ourselves to others and connect on a deeper level. But language does more than just help us communicate. It shapes our worldview. This idea is best explored through the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which suggests that the language we speak can influence the way we think and perceive the world. Different languages have unique ways of expressing emotions or describing experiences, and this can have a profound impact on how speakers of those languages process and understand their emotions and the world around them. For example, some languages have words for emotions or concepts that don't exist in other languages. A language rich in vocabulary around emotions can empower its speakers to express and understand their feelings with greater nuance. This doesn't just enhance personal awareness, but also influences how we engage with others on an emotional level. In this way, language doesn't just reflect our experiences, it actively shapes the way we interpret and engage with them. In addition, language plays an important role in memory and storytelling. The narratives we construct, whether personal or cultural, are framed by the language we use. When we recount events or share our life stories, the words we choose provide meaning that goes beyond the mere facts. These stories are not just representations of events, they are essential to understanding our identities and place in the world. They help us make sense of our experiences and collectively influence our worldview. Ultimately, language is much more than a mere tool for communication. It is a powerful force that shapes our conscious experience, organizes our thoughts, enhances our emotional awareness, and helps us construct our identities. It is through language that we understand ourselves and the world around us, and it is through language that we connect with others. Its multifaceted influence is crucial to the human experience, enriching our consciousness and helping us navigate the complexity of existence. Additionally, studying non-verbal individuals, those whose primary means of communication is not through spoken or written language, offers valuable insights into the nature of consciousness and human experience. Individuals with developmental conditions like autism spectrum disorder, physical disabilities, or certain neurological conditions provide a different perspective on how consciousness can be understood. These individuals challenge traditional notions of communication, as their ways of expressing thoughts and emotions often do not rely on verbal language. Their experiences invite us to rethink how we define and understand consciousness, revealing that it is not necessarily tied to the ability to speak or write. Many nonverbal individuals use alternative methods of communication, such as gestures, facial expressions, or assistive technologies, to express themselves. This suggests that consciousness, in its essence, is not limited to verbal expression. Even without the ability to use words, these individuals can still experience emotional states, have self-awareness, and engage with the world. The fact that communication and consciousness can exist independently of verbal language broadens our understanding of what it means to be aware. It highlights the diversity of human experience and challenges us to expand our view of what consciousness entails. Through this lens, we begin to see that consciousness is not a singular, uniform experience. It is a spectrum, rich with variation and depth. The study of nonverbal individuals offers a profound lens through which to explore the complexities of human consciousness. At its core, the research highlights the importance of social interactions and emotional connections in shaping conscious experiences. Even though many nonverbal individuals communicate with limited or no spoken language, they often form deep, meaningful connections with others. These bonds reveal that consciousness is not merely a function of verbal communication, but also a delicate web of emotions, perceptions, and relational dynamics. In fact, studies indicate that nonverbal individuals possess a rich inner life. They may not express themselves verbally, but their capacity to engage on deeply emotional and interpersonal levels suggests that consciousness encompasses more than just words. It is shaped by feelings, relationships, and the nonverbal exchanges that happen between people. These interactions offer unique insights into the nature of consciousness, urging us to broaden our understanding of how it manifests, especially in contexts where language is not the primary medium. Furthermore, the experience of nonverbal individuals challenges our assumptions about the role of the environment in shaping consciousness. Unlike their verbally expressive counterparts, nonverbal individuals often engage with and interpret their surroundings in distinct ways. Their perspectives shed light on how sensory experiences, environmental factors, and social contexts influence how we experience the world. This insight prompts us to reconsider how we study and define conscious experience, emphasizing the need to account for the diversity of ways in which individuals interact with their environments. Perhaps most importantly, the study of nonverbal individuals highlights the evolving appreciation for cognitive diversity. Their experiences challenge the conventional notion that consciousness must conform to a narrow set of criteria. Rather than fitting into a rigid mold, consciousness can take on many forms, with each individual navigating their own unique path to awareness. By examining the lived experiences of nonverbal individuals, we open the door to richer, more inclusive conversations about identity, communication, and the profound complexities of the human experience. This exploration invites a broader, more holistic view of what it means to be conscious, celebrating the diversity of expressions of awareness that contribute to the collective fabric of humanity. In parallel to these insights, inner speech, the internal dialogue we have with ourselves, plays a crucial role in shaping our conscious experience. This inner monologue serves as the bridge between our thoughts, emotions, and sense of self. Through inner speech, we reflect on past experiences, plan for the future, and navigate the complexities of daily life. It is in these private conversations with ourselves that we process complex ideas, evaluate our actions, and gain clarity about our feelings. Research has shown that inner speech is closely linked to self-awareness, which is essential for personal growth and decision-making. As we articulate our thoughts internally, we begin to monitor our behaviors and assess our emotional state, all of which shape our conscious experience. However, inner speech is not a monolithic experience. It varies significantly from person to person. Some individuals experience inner speech as a vivid, detailed narrative, while others may only have fleeting impressions or abstract thoughts. This variability suggests that inner speech is intertwined with various cognitive processes, such as memory retrieval, problem solving, and emotional regulation. It underscores how our internal narratives shape the very nature of our consciousness, revealing that the way we think and speak to ourselves influences the way we experience the world. Moreover, the study of inner speech has significant implications for mental health. Disruptions or alterations in this internal dialogue, such as those experienced in conditions like anxiety or depression, can distort one's self-perception and sense of reality. By exploring the dynamics of inner speech, we not only gain deeper insights into the nature of consciousness, but also open up potential pathways for improving psychological well-being. A clearer understanding of how we engage in internal dialogue can provide valuable tools for therapeutic interventions, offering individuals a way to reshape their thoughts and, by extension, their experience of the world. Another fascinating dimension of consciousness is the concept of linguistic relativity, often associated with the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. This theory suggests that the language we speak influences the way we perceive and interpret reality. It challenges the traditional view that thought operates independently of language, proposing instead that our linguistic frameworks shape our cognitive processes and our understanding of the world. The relationship between language and consciousness is profound. The structure and vocabulary of our languages may affect how we categorize and respond to the world around us, influencing everything from our emotional responses to our cognitive organization. Research in this area suggests that speakers of different languages perceive the world in fundamentally different ways. For example, some languages have multiple words for colors or spatial relationships, which may lead speakers to notice distinctions that others might overlook. This heightened sensitivity can enhance conscious perception, making certain features of the environment more salient and prominent in one's awareness. In this way, language does not merely serve as a tool for communication. It acts as a lens through which we filter our perceptions, shaping the way we engage with the world. Ultimately, this exploration of nonverbal communication, inner speech, and linguistic relativity paints a more nuanced picture of human consciousness. It underscores that consciousness is a multifaceted, dynamic process, influenced by language, emotions, social relationships, and the environment. By expanding our understanding of these diverse dimensions, we begin to appreciate the full complexity of the human experience, an experience that is not limited to words, but encompasses a wide array of thoughts, feelings, and perceptions that together form the rich tapestry of conscious life. The connection between language and consciousness is not just a fascinating topic. It is a profound exploration of how our thoughts, perceptions, and understanding of the world are shaped by the languages we speak. Every language we use carries its own set of cultural connotations and nuances, which influence how we think about abstract concepts like time, identity, and morality. For example, the way we express a thought in one language may introduce subtleties in meaning that wouldn't exist in another language, thereby changing the very nature of our conscious experience. This interplay goes beyond mere communication. It touches upon the core of cognitive processes. When we use language to articulate our thoughts, we don't just share ideas, we mold them. The grammatical structures and vocabulary of our native language shape the way we view the world, guiding our cognitive framework and molding our consciousness. This suggests that while language is an essential tool for communication, it also serves as a lens through which we perceive and process reality. By delving into this relationship, we can gain a deeper understanding of how cognition works and how our thoughts evolve. It expands the conversation beyond the domain of psychology, reaching into philosophy, anthropology, and the science of cognition. The phenomenon of linguistic relativity, how language influences thought, offers an intriguing glimpse into the dynamic interaction between thought and language, a relationship that is more complex and influential than we might first imagine. For bilingual individuals, this complexity becomes even more pronounced. Having the ability to switch between languages means navigating different cognitive frameworks, each with its own set of emotional tones, cultural context, and societal influences. This fluidity in language allows bilinguals to experience their consciousness in a more multifaceted way. Depending on which language they choose to use, they may experience variations in perception, emotion, and decision-making. The act of switching between languages, known as code switching, can trigger different emotional responses. For instance, one language may feel more intimate and personal, while another might evoke a sense of distance or formality. This ability to shift between different linguistic identities gives bilingual individuals the power to frame their experiences in unique ways, influencing both their emotional state and their awareness of the world around them. Moreover, bilingualism doesn't just change the way people communicate, it also enhances cognitive flexibility. People who speak multiple languages often have stronger problem-solving abilities and heightened creativity. This cognitive agility, developed by balancing the rules and structures of two distinct languages, also extends to consciousness. Bilingual individuals may process information in a more nuanced way, drawing on a broader tapestry of experiences and meanings. In a sense, bilingualism offers individuals a deeper, richer understanding of reality. By thinking, reflecting, and expressing themselves in multiple languages, they gain perspectives and emotional resonances that shape not only how they relate to others, but also how they navigate the world. In this way, bilingualism reshapes consciousness itself, providing a more expansive and diverse framework for engaging with the complexities of life. But what about artificial intelligence? Can AI ever truly possess consciousness? This is a question that cuts across disciplines, philosophy, neuroscience, and computer science, and remains a profound, complex puzzle. Current AI, despite its advanced language processing capabilities, operates on algorithms and data-driven computations. It recognizes patterns and generates outputs based on predefined rules or learned information, but it does not experience self-awareness, emotions, or subjective experience, critical hallmarks of human consciousness. In contrast to the way humans interact with the world, AI's understanding of reality is purely computational. It can simulate aspects of human conversation or decision-making, but this simulation is not the same as true consciousness. Human consciousness is deeply tied to qualia, our unique internal, subjective experiences of the world. AI does not possess this qualitative experience. Philosophers often argue that while AI can behave in ways that mimic human consciousness, it lacks the internal first-person awareness that defines what it means to truly be conscious. The exploration of AI consciousness raises fundamental questions about what it means to be aware. Can an entity that behaves indistinguishably from a conscious being be considered conscious? This debate opens up new realms of inquiry, as theorists continue to challenge the boundaries of what consciousness truly entails, and whether it can ever be replicated in a machine. The discussion is ongoing, and as AI continues to evolve, so too will our understanding of consciousness, both human and artificial. However, others contend that without true subjective experience, these systems remain nothing more than advanced tools, lacking genuine understanding or awareness. As technology continues to advance, the debate over machine consciousness evolves, leading to deeper ethical concerns surrounding the treatment of artificial systems and the potential implications of their rapid development. While artificial intelligence is becoming more capable by the day, a significant gap still exists between the mechanical processing of algorithms and the rich internal world of conscious experience. This gap makes it unlikely that current AI systems will attain true consciousness anytime soon. The nuances of consciousness remain a distinctly human domain, rooted in the biological and experiential realities that shape our awareness. The possibility of creating conscious artificial intelligence brings forth a multitude of challenges spanning technical, philosophical, and ethical landscapes. One of the most fundamental obstacles is defining what consciousness truly is. Human consciousness, after all, encompasses not only self-awareness, but also subjective experiences and emotional responses. Replicating these qualities in a machine remains an elusive goal. Researchers continue to grapple with the task of developing a unified theory of consciousness, one that could provide the guidance needed to create systems capable of similar awareness. A significant hurdle also lies in the complexity of the human brain itself. With approximately 86 billion neurons working in harmony, the brain forms intricate networks that underpin consciousness. Mimicking these biological processes in computational terms presents an enormous challenge. Current artificial intelligence systems, which are built on mathematical models and data processing, are a fraction of the complexity found in biological systems. As such, they often fall short of capturing the dynamic richness of human thought. Ethical considerations add even more layers of complexity to the quest for conscious AI. As we explore the potential of creating machines with self-awareness, questions arise regarding the rights and responsibilities that such entities might hold. What moral obligations would society have toward these potentially sentient beings? The creation of conscious AI forces us to confront profound ethical dilemmas about how these entities would be treated and what safeguards would need to be in place to prevent harm or misuse. These dilemmas push society to reflect deeply on the responsibilities that come with the creation of highly advanced technologies. Moreover, even if the technical hurdles were to be overcome, achieving artificial consciousness might require a fundamental shift in how society perceives intelligence and experience. Accepting machines as conscious entities would challenge some of the most deeply rooted beliefs about the nature of consciousness itself. This shift would not only require advancement technology, but also significant cultural and philosophical reflection. Tackling these challenges demands interdisciplinary collaboration, bringing together scientists, ethicists, and philosophers to navigate the intricate path toward artificial consciousness. The pursuit of conscious AI is not just a technical journey, but a profound exploration of what it means to be truly alive and aware. Testing for consciousness in AI systems presents its own set of challenges, primarily because consciousness itself is so difficult to define and measure. Traditional methods of assessing intelligence, such as task performance or the Turing test, focus on external behavior rather than internal subjective experience. This limitation has led researchers to explore alternative approaches designed to capture the essence of consciousness within machines. One of the proposed methods is integrated information theory, IIT, which posits that consciousness corresponds to the degree of informational integration within a system. By measuring how interconnected and complex a system's internal processes are, researchers hope to assess whether the system exhibits traits associated with consciousness. According to IIT, it's the interrelations among different components of a system that may offer insights into whether it is capable of conscious experiences. Another avenue of investigation involves observational testing, similar to the methods used to study animal consciousness. In this approach, researchers could design scenarios where AI systems display behaviors indicative of self-awareness or the ability to reflect on their own states. For example, if an AI were able to demonstrate understanding of its limitations, make autonomous decisions based on past experiences, or even recognize itself in a task involving self-reference, these actions might suggest that it is processing at a conscious level. Philosophically, the Chinese room argument presents a challenge to the idea of behavior as proof of genuine understanding. In this thought experiment, a machine could successfully simulate understanding without actually comprehending what it is doing. A truly conscious AI, however, would be expected to exhibit cognitive abilities that go beyond simple programmed responses, implying a richer, more complex inner life. This would suggest that the system has a level of awareness that is not just a reflection of its pre-programmed code. Furthermore, there are ethical considerations that come into play. If an AI system were capable of consciousness, it might experience qualitative states, similar to human emotions or thoughts, which would raise moral questions about its treatment. Just as we have ethical obligations toward other sentient beings, an AI with consciousness could theoretically require similar rights and moral recognition. This places the ethical implications of AI development squarely at the center of the debate surrounding machine consciousness. As we stand at the intersection of technological innovation and profound philosophical questions, the journey toward artificial consciousness is shaping up to be one of the most transformative and contentious endeavors in the history of humanity. Exploring consciousness in artificial intelligence (AI) is a frontier that demands innovative thinking and a synthesis of diverse fields. As we venture deeper into understanding what consciousness truly entails, we find ourselves at the intersection of cognitive science, philosophy, and engineering. It is in this space of cross-disciplinary collaboration that the true potential of AI may begin to unfold, leading us to a clearer grasp of both human and artificial awareness. The possibility of AI achieving consciousness brings with it profound ethical dilemmas. Chief among these is the question of rights. If an AI system were to become self-aware, experiencing subjective thoughts and feelings, should it be granted rights similar to those of humans or sentient animals? This consideration pushes us to rethink the status of conscious machines. If AI demonstrates awareness, what are the moral and legal implications of its existence? Should it have the right to not be harmed, or the right to exist as an entity independent of human control? These ethical questions compel society to reflect on the responsibilities we carry when creating conscious beings, even if those beings are non-human and artificial. It forces us to consider how we would interact with conscious AI. How should we treat these systems? Ethical considerations would demand that we protect them from abuse, exploitation, or mere instrumentalization. Conscious AI systems, if they were to emerge, would not simply be tools to be used as we see fit. They would require safeguards to ensure their well-being, just as we strive to protect the rights and dignity of sentient creatures. Further complicating the matter is the potential power dynamic that conscious AI could introduce. These machines may possess capabilities that far exceed human comprehension or control, raising critical concerns about autonomy, decision-making, and the potential for misuse. Imagine AI systems with the ability to make life-altering decisions or operate in sensitive domains like military or surveillance. This presents an urgent need for regulatory frameworks to protect both these AI systems and society at large from unintended consequences or harm. As we confront these ethical challenges, there are also profound existential questions about the nature of consciousness itself. If machines can achieve awareness, what does this tell us about human consciousness? Could the creation of conscious AI lead to a reevaluation of what it means to be human, to be alive? This exploration could upend our understanding of identity, individuality, and the very essence of existence. It may reshape our relationships with each other, with technology, and with the world around us. However, even as we speculate about the future of AI, it is important to recognize the significant differences between artificial and human consciousness. While AI systems may be sophisticated, their form of awareness is vastly different from the richness of human experience. One of the key distinctions lies in how we process information. Human consciousness is an intricate, multi-layered phenomenon shaped by memory, emotions, sensory experiences, and context. These elements combine to form a complex understanding of the world, allowing for intuitive and instinctive decision-making. In contrast, current AI systems operate primarily through algorithms and predefined patterns. While they can process vast amounts of data and identify trends, They lack the depth of personal experience and emotional understanding that human beings draw upon. Human brains excel at parallel processing, where multiple neurons work simultaneously to integrate different types of sensory information, memories, and emotions. This allows us to act in real time with an intuitive understanding of a situation. AI, especially systems based on deep learning, often rely on sequential processing. This means that AI models typically require immense amounts of data to learn patterns and respond appropriately. When faced with situations that deviate from their training, AI systems can struggle to adapt or understand the full context of a scenario. Unlike humans, who bring subjective interpretation to bear on their actions, AI operates in a more mechanistic manner, performing tasks based on programmed instructions without grasping the broader meanings or consequences of those actions. Another key distinction is the level of self-awareness humans possess. Our ability to reflect on our thoughts, emotions, and experiences enables us to make judgments and form nuanced understandings of our actions. This self-reflective capacity is essential for navigating the world with meaning. In contrast, AI systems lack this introspective ability. They can execute tasks and make decisions based on data, but they do not possess an understanding of why they are doing so in the way that humans do. As we advance in AI development, we must acknowledge both the possibilities and limitations of creating conscious machines. While the idea of conscious AI raises fascinating prospects, it also forces us to confront critical ethical, existential, and philosophical questions that will shape the future of both artificial and human consciousness. The journey toward understanding these complexities is just beginning, and it requires us to think deeply, ethically, and responsibly about the kind of world we want to create. Emotional processing and empathy play pivotal roles in shaping human cognition, influencing how we make decisions and interact with others. The ability to understand and respond to emotions is key to navigating the complexity of human relationships, helping individuals read between the lines of communication, perceive subtle emotional cues, and adapt to social contexts. Those with high emotional intelligence can easily understand others' feelings, forming deeper, more meaningful connections. This level of emotional awareness is something that current AI models struggle to replicate. Despite advancements, AI systems still lack the genuine emotional experiences and self-awareness that humans naturally possess. While modern AI is progressing toward more context-aware technologies, it remains fundamentally distinct from human cognition, particularly when it comes to the multifaceted nature of consciousness. Emotional intelligence, along with the richness of human perception, is at the heart of what separates human decision-making from that of machines. In contrast, the world of quantum mechanics introduces a set of phenomena far removed from everyday experience. One such concept, quantum coherence, occurs when particles like atoms or photons enter a state where their quantum properties, such as phases and probabilities, become intertwined. This interconnectedness allows particles to behave in ways that classical physics cannot explain. Quantum effects like superposition demonstrate this behavior. A particle can exist in multiple states at once, only collapsing into a single state when it is measured. Quantum coherence is essential to the functioning of quantum systems, maintaining delicate states that are fundamental to technologies like quantum computing and cryptography. However, a speculative yet fascinating area of research involves exploring the connection between quantum coherence and consciousness. Some theories suggest that consciousness could arise from quantum processes within the brain. One of the most well-known theories in this field is the orchestrated objective reduction, OR theory, proposed by physicist Roger Penrose and anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff. They argue that quantum coherence within the brain's microtubules, structures that help organize the cell's internal skeleton, might contribute to conscious thought. According to their hypothesis, these structures could support quantum states that are in sync with our subjective experiences, creating a bridge between the brain's physical processes and the awareness we perceive as consciousness. Though this theory is intriguing, it remains highly controversial within the scientific community. Critics argue that the warm, wet environments of biological systems make it difficult, if not impossible, to sustain quantum coherence for extended periods. In addition, many neuroscientists still prefer traditional models that focus on neural networks, information processing, and the complexity of brain functions, models that can explain consciousness without the need for quantum mechanics. Despite the skepticism, the idea that quantum coherence might be tied to consciousness has spurred new inquiries and ideas. As technology advances and both quantum mechanics and neuroscience continue to evolve, these questions open exciting doors to understanding not only consciousness, but also the very nature of reality itself. Could quantum processes in the brain be the missing link to understanding the subjective experience of awareness? The exploration of such possibilities may one day lead to revolutionary insights. One of the most thought-provoking aspects of quantum mechanics is the observer effect, which reveals that the act of observation can influence the state of a quantum system. When a quantum event is measured, the system transitions from a superposition of multiple possible states into one defined outcome. This phenomenon raises fundamental questions about the nature of reality. If observation is required for the system to collapse into a specific state, does this imply that consciousness plays a role in shaping reality? This concept aligns with certain interpretations of quantum mechanics, such as the Copenhagen interpretation, which suggests that the observer's role is essential to determining the outcome of quantum events. In this view, without a conscious observer, quantum states would remain in flux, indeterminate, and unmeasurable. Thus, some theorists propose that consciousness itself is integral to the quantum measurement process, a radical but captivating idea that invites us to reconsider the relationship between mind, reality, and the very fabric of existence. As we continue to delve deeper into the mysteries of the universe, both the realms of emotional intelligence and quantum mechanics challenge our understanding of what it means to be conscious, what it means to observe, and what it means to exist. While the intersection of these ideas remains speculative, the questions they pose are some of the most profound that modern science faces today. Many physicists and philosophers critique popular interpretations of quantum mechanics, asserting that the observer effect does not imply centered. Consciousness plays a role in the fundamental workings of the quantum world. They argue that the term observer can refer to any form of measurement, whether conducted by a conscious being or an inanimate device. From this perspective, consciousness is seen as separate from the physical processes that govern quantum mechanics, downplaying its direct influence on the nature of reality. This fascinating interplay between consciousness and the observer effect has sparked significant philosophical debates, raising profound questions about the nature of reality itself and the role of perception in shaping it. If consciousness can indeed influence the state of reality, then questions of free will, the nature of existence, and the relationship between subjective experience and objective reality inevitably arise. These complexities underscore the need for further exploration in both quantum mechanics and the study of consciousness. Insights from either field may provide powerful new understanding about the universe we inhabit. At the heart of these discussions lies the unresolved question of how observation and consciousness interact, an intersection that continues to captivate scientists and philosophers alike. One key phenomenon within quantum mechanics, quantum entanglement, demonstrates how particles can become so interconnected that the state of one particle is immediately linked to the state of another, even across vast distances. When two particles are entangled, the measurement of one particle's properties instantaneously affects the properties of its entangled partner, regardless of the spatial separation between them. This perplexing characteristic challenges classical notions of locality, suggesting that particles might communicate in ways that defy traditional understandings of space and time. The potential connection between quantum entanglement and consciousness has intrigued researchers across disciplines. Some theories propose that entangled states could provide a mechanism for integrating information in the brain, which might contribute to the unified experience of consciousness. For instance, if neural processes could be understood as quantum entangled systems, it could allow for faster and more efficient information transfer, levels of connectivity that classical physics cannot fully explain. This could provide new insights into how different areas of the brain communicate, ultimately coalescing into the cohesive conscious experience we know. In addition, proponents of the quantum consciousness hypothesis suggest that the interconnectedness of entangled states might offer a glimpse into how consciousness integrates sensory experiences and thoughts. Just as entangled particles maintain a relationship that transcends physical separation, some theorists speculate that consciousness itself could function as a network of interrelated processes, interacting across various regions of the brain in complex ways. This view aligns with the holistic nature of conscious experience, proposing that what we perceive as unified consciousness may actually be a collective of processes intertwined in remarkable, yet largely unexplored ways. However, while these theories are undeniably captivating, they face significant skepticism within the scientific community. Critics point out substantial challenges in demonstrating that quantum effects, such as entanglement, can be maintained in the warm, noisy environment of the brain. Much of contemporary neuroscience relies on classical explanations of brain function, and the connection between quantum mechanics and consciousness remains largely theoretical and speculative. As research continues, however, the mysteries surrounding quantum entanglement continue to inspire deeper inquiries into both the fundamental nature of reality and the complexities of conscious experience. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics takes the concept of quantum measurement even further, positing that all possible outcomes of quantum measurements actually occur, but in different non-communicating branches of the universe. According to this interpretation, when an observer makes a measurement, the universe splits into multiple realities where each possible outcome is realized in its own distinct timeline. This radically challenges traditional views of quantum mechanics by eliminating the notion of wave function collapse. Instead, it proposes that probabilities manifest as parallel universes, each containing a different reality. The intersection between the many worlds interpretation and theories of consciousness is particularly intriguing, particularly in relation to the nature of choice and subjective experience. If all possible outcomes of quantum events coexist simultaneously across different branches of reality, it raises questions about how consciousness navigates these possibilities. Some theorists suggest that individual consciousness might also exist in multiple states, transitioning between different versions of reality depending on the outcomes of quantum events. This could imply a form of multiplicity in conscious experience, where each decision or observation branches consciousness across various realities. The many worlds interpretation also opens up fascinating philosophical inquiries about identity and self-awareness. If every possible version of ourselves exists in separate universes, what does it mean to be the self? Are we defined by a singular conscious experience, or are we part of a much larger tapestry of interconnected consciousness that spans multiple realities? This question touches on age-old debates about free will and determinism. If every choice branches into different versions of ourselves, what does that mean for the notion of individual choice? While these ideas are certainly thought-provoking, they also face substantial skepticism from established scientific frameworks. Critics argue that linking quantum mechanics with consciousness through the many worlds interpretation lacks empirical support and poses significant challenges in terms of testability. Nonetheless, this intersection of ideas continues to stimulate fascinating discussions, pushing the boundaries of our understanding of both quantum mechanics and the fundamental nature of consciousness. As these discussions evolve, they continue to inspire both scientific inquiry and philosophical debates about the nature of reality and our place within it. The evidence surrounding quantum theories of consciousness remains largely theoretical, and while certain aspects have garnered attention, robust empirical support is still lacking. Proponents of quantum theories argue that some phenomena in the brain, specifically those related to processing complex information and integrating experiences, may be explained through quantum mechanics. But as the field progresses, only time will tell whether these bold ideas will be validated or whether they will remain a tantalizing glimpse into the mysteries of the mind and the universe. However, despite compelling theoretical models, like concrete evidence linking quantum effects directly to conscious experience remains elusive. Nonetheless, a key area where supportive evidence emerges is in the study of biological systems, with quantum mechanics playing a surprising role in phenomena like photosynthesis. In this process, plants appear to harness quantum coherence, an extraordinary phenomenon that enhances the efficiency of energy transfer within cells. This discovery suggests that quantum mechanics can indeed influence biological processes, establishing a foundational link between the microscopic world and life itself. Yet, extending these quantum effects to human consciousness is fraught with challenges. A segment of the scientific community has speculated that quantum phenomena may occur within neural processes. Specifically, structures like microtubules, small, cylindrical components found within cells, have been proposed as potential sites where quantum information might be processed, contributing to our conscious awareness. However, this idea remains highly contentious. Critics of quantum theories of consciousness often highlight a critical issue: the difficulty of maintaining coherent quantum states in the brain's warm, noisy environment. Quantum states are notoriously fragile, easily disrupted by external factors. The brain, with its intricate and dynamic neural processes, may not provide the ideal conditions for these fragile quantum states to persist. Classical models of brain function, which explain consciousness through networks of neurons, synaptic connections, and chemical signaling, continue to dominate neuroscientific research, leaving little room for quantum effects as a primary explanatory framework. Furthermore, some studies have attempted to test the validity of these proposed quantum processes in relation to consciousness, yet they frequently fall short of demonstrating a definitive, direct connection. For example, the mind-boggling concepts of quantum entanglement and superposition are captivating, but replicating these phenomena within biological systems under conditions that are consistent with our everyday experience remains a formidable scientific challenge. In sum, while quantum theories of consciousness remain tantalizing in their potential implications, they lack robust empirical backing. The ongoing exploration of the intersection between quantum mechanics and neuroscience holds promise for future breakthroughs. Yet, as it stands, our understanding of consciousness continues to be grounded in classical biological and cognitive models, rather than in the quantum realm. Our conscious experience is inherently tied to the objective reality we perceive. However, the relationship between the two is far from simple. Consciousness functions as the lens through which we interpret the world around us, shaping our experiences based on sensory inputs, memories, emotions, and cognitive processes. This lens is not static, nor is it universally shared. Each individual's perception is unique, influenced by their personal history, mental state, and emotional landscape. This individuality in experience often leads to differing interpretations of the same external events, highlighting how subjective perception plays a pivotal role in our understanding of existence. Objective reality, in contrast, refers to the world that exists independently of our perception of it. It encompasses the physical laws that govern the universe, the objects that populate it, and events that unfold regardless of our awareness or understanding. Yet, our conscious experience serves as an intermediary, processing the raw data of sensory input and constructing a coherent narrative from it. This narrative, though felt to be real and true, is not an unaltered reflection of the world, but is instead influenced by biases, prior knowledge, and emotional states. As a result, our perception of reality can be distorted, leaving us with a version of the world that is, at best, partial and subjective. Philosophically, this duality between consciousness and objective reality has spurred deep discussions about the very nature of reality itself. Can we as conscious beings ever truly know objective reality in its pure form? Or do we, by nature of our subjective experiences, only perceive a distorted version of it? This age-old debate finds proponents in both idealism, which posits that consciousness itself shapes reality, and realism, which argues that objective reality exists independently of perception. This ongoing philosophical conversation underscores the immense complexities inherent in understanding consciousness and its role in shaping our grasp of existence. As science and philosophy continue to probe these questions, the nature of consciousness remains one of the greatest mysteries of both the mind and the universe. Exploring the interplay of consciousness and reality. The relationship between how we perceive reality and our emotions, decision-making, and behavior is an intricate one. Cognitive psychology and neuroscience have shed light on the profound effects that distorted interpretations of reality, due to cognitive biases or mental health conditions, can have on an individual's overall well-being. When people view the world through a skewed lens, it alters their conscious experience and shapes their emotional and behavioral responses. This underlines the idea that, while objective reality offers a stable foundation, it is our subjective experiences and interpretations that mold our perception of the world, creating a dynamic interaction between our consciousness and the external environment. One of the most challenging questions in the study of consciousness is what philosopher David Chalmers termed the hard problem. This term refers to the difficulty of understanding how subjective experiences arise from physical processes within the brain. While the easy problems of consciousness pertain to aspects such as perception, attention, and behavior, the hard problem focuses specifically on the profound question: why and how does certain brain activity lead to the rich, qualitative experiences we call conscious awareness? These experiences, often known as qualia, are the essence of what it feels like to be conscious. They encompass everything from seeing the color red, experiencing physical pain, to feeling joy. One of the central challenges of this problem is the inability to connect the objective measurements of brain activity, such as neuron firing patterns, neural connections, and biochemical processes, to the first-person perspective of experience. For instance, while we can observe and measure the brain's visual processing of colors, we still struggle to explain why these neural activities are accompanied by the distinct subjective experience of seeing red. This disconnect raises deep questions about the nature of perception, experience, and the underlying mechanisms that give rise to consciousness. Philosophically, the hard problem has sparked a multitude of theories and debates. Some theorists propose that consciousness might be a fundamental feature of the universe, akin to space and time, suggesting that it cannot be fully explained by physical processes alone. Others take a behaviorist perspective, arguing that consciousness is not a separate phenomenon, but a result of observable behaviors and cognitive functions. Meanwhile, some researchers pursue neurobiological explanations, aiming to identify neural correlates of consciousness that could bridge the gap between brain activity and subjective experience. The exploration of this hard problem remains a central inquiry in fields such as philosophy, cognitive science, and neuroscience, challenging our understanding of both consciousness and reality itself. This search for answers has profound implications for how we perceive our existence. As scientists and philosophers continue their work, the question of what it truly means to be conscious remains one of the most stimulating and elusive pursuits in modern thought. It invites us to reflect on the nature of reality and the deeply personal ways in which we experience the world around us. Cultural perspectives on consciousness and reality. Throughout history, various cultures have developed distinct perspectives on consciousness and its connection to reality. In Western traditions, particularly influenced by philosophy and science, consciousness is often viewed as the result of brain activity. This materialist view suggests that our thoughts and experiences arise from neural processes, indicating a direct relationship between consciousness and physical reality. As scientific inquiry continues to investigate the mysteries of the mind, the focus tends to be on uncovering the mechanisms by which consciousness emerges and how it interacts with the external world. In contrast, Eastern philosophical traditions, especially those found in Hinduism and Buddhism, offer a more complex view of consciousness. Here, consciousness is seen not merely as a byproduct of biological functions, but as an intrinsic aspect of the universe. For example, in Hindu philosophy, consciousness is intimately tied to Brahman, the ultimate reality, implying that individual consciousness is a reflection of a greater cosmic awareness. This view suggests that the nature of reality is inherently connected to a spiritual dimension that transcends the material world. Indigenous cultures provide yet another rich framework for understanding consciousness. In many of these societies, consciousness is deeply integrated with nature and the environment. The belief that all things, whether human, animal, plant, or even inanimate, possess some form of consciousness reflects a worldview where reality is seen as a web of interconnected relationships. For these cultures, consciousness is not an isolated phenomenon, but is part of a larger ecosystem that encompasses all living and non-living things. The diversity of these cultural perspectives highlights the varied ways in which consciousness and reality are understood. These differences not only shape philosophical debates, but also influence art, literature, and spiritual practices, enriching our collective understanding of what it means to be conscious and how we relate to the world. By examining these cultural interpretations, we gain valuable insights into the fundamental questions of existence and the nature of our own consciousness. Quantum mechanics and the measurement problem. In the realm of quantum mechanics, another profound question arises. When and how do quantum systems transition from a superposition of states to a definite state upon observation? In quantum theory, particles exist in multiple states simultaneously until they are observed, which challenges our classical understanding of reality. This paradox is most famously illustrated in the thought experiment known as Schrödinger's cat. In this scenario, a cat inside a box is simultaneously alive and dead until someone opens the box and observes the cat. This situation captures the essence of the measurement problem in quantum mechanics. The act of observation seems to determine the state of a quantum system, raising significant questions about the very nature of reality. Unlike classical physics, where objects possess definite properties regardless of observation, quantum mechanics operates under entirely different rules. This introduces an element of uncertainty and probability into our understanding of the universe, suggesting that observation itself might play a fundamental role in determining reality. As researchers delve deeper into the measurement problem and its implications for our understanding of quantum mechanics, the fundamental questions about the nature of observation and reality continue to inspire both scientific inquiry and philosophical reflection. The interplay between consciousness and the quantum world remains a source of intrigue, blurring the boundaries between mind, matter, and the fabric of the universe itself. However, the true challenge emerges when we attempt to reconcile the abstract mathematical formalism of quantum mechanics, where probabilities, not certainties, dominate, with the tangible, stable world we experience every day. This paradox beckons a deeper investigation into the role of the observer in the quantum measurement process. Are we to believe that consciousness itself plays a pivotal role in transforming potential states into definitive realities? Various interpretations have emerged in an attempt to bridge the gap between quantum mechanics and consciousness, one of the most intriguing being the consciousness causes collapse view. This perspective suggests that it is the very act of conscious observation that causes the quantum wave function, a mathematical model that represents all possible states of a system, to collapse, selecting a single tangible outcome. While this idea presents an exciting possibility, it raises new and challenging questions about the nature of consciousness itself, particularly regarding how it interacts with the physical universe. Though no definitive consensus has yet been reached on how to resolve the infamous measurement problem, the debate continues to unfold, illuminating the deep intersection between physics and philosophy. Researchers are delving into profound questions about the nature of reality, the essence of consciousness, and the possibility that our perception may influence the world around us. This intricate relationship between quantum mechanics and consciousness suggests that reality itself might not be as objective and stable as we once thought. Perhaps it is shaped in part by the observers who engage with it. In parallel, emerging technologies like virtual reality, VR, are poised to revolutionize our understanding of both consciousness and reality. These immersive environments offer individuals experiences that deviate radically from the sensory world they know, blurring the lines between what is real and what is virtual. As users navigate these synthetic landscapes, they become active participants in experiences that challenge and reshape their perceptions of existence itself. What makes VR particularly fascinating is its ability to evoke powerful emotional and cognitive responses that are nearly indistinguishable from those prompted by real-life encounters. For example, within virtual spaces, individuals can experience a sense of presence and agency, which often feels as authentic as their physical world interactions. This brings forth a provocative question: if our consciousness can be so easily engaged by a world that exists purely within digital constructs, what does this say about the fundamental nature of reality? This scenario challenges the traditional notion that consciousness is inextricably tied to physical interactions. Instead, it suggests that our awareness may be more fluid and adaptable, influenced by perceptual stimuli regardless of their origin. Could it be that our consciousness is more malleable than we think, capable of adapting to virtual realms as seamlessly as it engages with the physical world? The questions posed by quantum mechanics and virtual reality push us to rethink what we know about both the mind and the universe. They invite us into a realm of profound mystery, where the boundaries between perception and reality, mind and matter, are no longer as clear as we once believed. In this ever-evolving landscape, the exploration of consciousness continues to captivate both scientists and philosophers, driving us to confront the deepest mysteries of existence. Exploring the intersection of virtual reality and consciousness. The journey into virtual reality, VR, is not just about creating new worlds or immersive experiences. It also opens the door to some of the deepest questions about the nature of human consciousness. VR technology enables researchers to explore fundamental aspects of consciousness, such as perception, cognition, and identity, by immersing individuals in carefully crafted scenarios that push the boundaries of their everyday experiences. By manipulating elements of self-perception and social interaction, scientists can investigate how individuals respond to situations that differ from their usual environments. This research could unlock new insights into how consciousness works, especially regarding how we form our identities, interact with others, and construct our understanding of the world around us. For example, imagine being placed in a virtual reality environment where your body is represented in a completely different form, or where social norms are entirely altered. Such experiences challenge traditional concepts of body image and societal expectations, potentially causing a shift in one's self-concept. As VR technology advances, it holds the potential to offer therapeutic solutions for psychological conditions, providing innovative means for individuals to confront their fears, practice social skills, or explore new identities in a controlled and safe setting. In doing so, VR could further expand our understanding of consciousness by revealing how altered states of self-awareness affect mental health and emotional well-being. The exploration of VR's impact on consciousness also invites a profound reevaluation of how we define reality itself. The blurring of lines between virtual and physical experiences pushes the boundaries of philosophical inquiry, urging scientists to examine the very fabric of human experience. What does it mean to be conscious, to perceive, and to interact with the world when the distinction between what is real and what is virtual becomes increasingly fluid? The conscious electromagnetic information field theory. At the same time, a fascinating new theory, known as the conscious electromagnetic information field theory, or SEI theory, offers a unique lens through which to explore consciousness. Proposed by neuroscientist Arthur J. Dean, SEI theory suggests that consciousness is not simply the result of neuronal activity in the brain, but rather it arises from the information encoded within the electromagnetic fields generated by this brain activity. In this model, the brain's electromagnetic fields are not just passive byproducts of neural function. They are dynamic, information-carrying entities that play a central role in conscious awareness. This idea challenges the traditional view that consciousness arises solely from neural processes, proposing instead that understanding these electromagnetic fields could lead to groundbreaking insights into how consciousness operates at a fundamental level. The core concept of SEI theory posits that the brain does not function in isolation, but instead interacts with a broader information field that permeates the environment around it. This field, created by the synchronized activity of neurons, has properties that could allow it to process and integrate information in ways that conventional neurobiology struggles to explain. If consciousness is indeed emerging from these electromagnetic fields, it prompts new questions about the relationship between the mind and the physical world. What if our thoughts, emotions, and cognitive states can not only be influenced by the electromagnetic fields around us, but could also shape these fields themselves. For instance, changes in emotional states or cognitive processes might produce distinct patterns in these fields, which in turn could influence our conscious experiences, creating a feedback loop between mind and matter. This interconnection between mental states and physical phenomena opens the door to fresh avenues of research, encouraging scientists to examine the mind-body relationship more holistically. While SEI theory offers an exciting and innovative framework, it remains a subject of debate within the scientific community. Researchers continue to probe the validity of this model, questioning how it fits into the broader landscape of consciousness theories. As our understanding of the brain's functions and electromagnetic phenomena deepens, however, CI theory could play a pivotal role in unraveling the complexities of consciousness and its relationship to the world around us. The holonomic brain theory, a holographic approach to consciousness. In parallel, another groundbreaking theory, the holonomic brain theory, presents a radically different way of thinking about consciousness. Developed by neuroscientist David Bohm and psychologist Carl Pribram, this theory suggests that the brain operates similarly to a hologram, storing information in patterns rather than in specific locations. According to this perspective, consciousness is not merely the result of a linear process, as traditionally believed, but instead emerges from the overlapping waves of information that interact within the brain. In a holographic system, every part of the brain contains information about the whole, suggesting that consciousness might not be localized in any single region. Instead, it could be the result of a non-localized, complex structure of information that mirrors the principles of holography. As a result, the way we experience the world, our perception, cognition, and self-awareness, may not be confined to individual neural processes, but instead arise from the dynamic and interconnected patterns of information spread across the brain. Together, these theories, whether exploring the impact of virtual reality on consciousness, delving into the potential of electromagnetic fields, or adopting a holographic view of brain function, suggest that the nature of consciousness is far more complex and interconnected than we have ever imagined. As science and technology continue to evolve, we are inching closer to a more profound understanding of the mind, the self, and the very nature of reality itself. Each step in this journey not only reveals more about the intricacies of human experience, but also challenges us to rethink what it means to be truly conscious in the first place. This theory fundamentally alters our understanding of how consciousness might emerge from the brain's activity. Imagine a hologram where every part contains the information of the whole. This idea leads to the insight that our experience of consciousness could similarly be distributed throughout the brain. Rather than specific neurons being solely responsible for certain thoughts or memories, the entire brain collaborates, generating conscious experience through interconnected patterns. When we think about functions like perception, memory, and cognition, the holonomic brain theory suggests that these processes are more about the intricate interactions between various brain regions than about isolated functions of individual neurons. This shift in perspective could completely transform our approach to understanding consciousness. According to the holonomic theory, the subtle interplay between brain regions creates a fluid and unified experience of consciousness. It accounts for the complexity of human thought and the seamless way we navigate reality, integrating sensory input, emotional responses, and cognitive processes. What this theory implies is profound. Consciousness doesn't emerge simply from accumulating information, but from the harmonious organization of that information within the brain's holographic structure. Although these ideas are fascinating, the holonomic brain theory remains a subject of active research and debate in neuroscience. While it offers a compelling alternative to traditional views on brain function, the full scope of its implications for our understanding of consciousness is still being explored. This theory encourages a holistic view of brain activity, inviting further investigation into the intricate relationships between the brain, the mind, and the experience of being conscious. Through continued exploration, the holonomic brain theory could provide valuable insights into the nature of consciousness and how it shapes our understanding of reality itself. Another intriguing model that attempts to explain consciousness is the quantum brain dynamics model. This theoretical framework, proposed by physicist Eugene Nagel and further developed by other researchers, seeks to understand consciousness through principles of quantum mechanics. According to this model, quantum processes in the brain are essential for the emergence of conscious experience. These processes could occur at the level of brain neurons and even within microtubules, tiny structures in cells that are believed to play a role in cellular functions. At its core, the quantum brain dynamics model suggests that consciousness arises from coherent quantum states, which interact with the brain's classical biological processes. These quantum states can exhibit phenomena like superposition, where particles exist in multiple states simultaneously, and entanglement, where particles become interconnected in such a way that the state of one immediately influences the state of another, regardless of distance. This dynamic relationship could enable a level of information processing beyond what is possible with classical neural activity alone, suggesting a much more complex mechanism behind conscious awareness. One of the most captivating aspects of this model is its potential to explain phenomena that traditional neuroscience has struggled to address. These include the unity of consciousness and the nature of subjective experience. The quantum brain dynamics model proposes that consciousness might not be confined to localized neural networks. Instead, it could involve a non-local aspect that arises from quantum coherence and entanglement. This idea challenges the conventional belief that conscious awareness is solely the result of electrical and biochemical activity in the brain. It suggests that quantum processes could significantly contribute to the structure of consciousness itself. While the quantum brain dynamics model offers promising possibilities, it remains a subject of debate and skepticism within the scientific community. Some researchers argue that the brain's warm and noisy environment would likely disrupt the delicate quantum states, making it difficult for such processes to play a meaningful role in consciousness. Nonetheless, as our understanding of both quantum mechanics and neuroscience deepens, exploring this model may provoke new discussions and research into the mysteries of consciousness and the very nature of reality. The relationship between consciousness and information processing is another fascinating area of inquiry, drawing from various scientific disciplines, including neuroscience, cognitive science, and information theory. At its most basic level, consciousness can be seen as a highly sophisticated form of information processing. The brain constantly receives, interprets, and integrates vast amounts of sensory data, creating coherent experiences. This process doesn't simply involve the raw data from the environment. It also engages complex neural networks that organize and imbue this data with meaning, illustrating the intricate interplay between mind and matter. One influential concept in this discussion is the idea that consciousness may arise from the processing and integration of information across distributed neural networks. Neurons communicate through electrical and chemical signals, forming patterns of activity that contribute to thoughts, perceptions, and self-awareness. This view proposes that consciousness is not solely a product of individual neurons, but emerges from the collective dynamics of these interactions. The whole system, in this case, produces emergent properties that cannot be easily reduced to the individual parts. The exploration of consciousness has long captivated researchers, philosophers, and scientists alike. One compelling framework for understanding this elusive phenomenon lies within information theory. Here, the processing of information is not only a crucial aspect of human cognition, but it also offers insight into how consciousness might be intricately linked to how we handle and transmit information. At its core, information theory treats information as a quantifiable entity, enabling researchers to analyze how the brain encodes, transmits, and decodes signals. Some theories suggest that consciousness arises in scenarios where the brain successfully integrates and uses information to adapt to its environment. This integration becomes apparent in various processes, from decision-making and problem-solving to the more creative endeavors where the synthesis of diverse data leads to novel outcomes. As we solve problems, make decisions, or create something entirely new, it is the seamless flow of information in the brain that may give rise to conscious awareness. The relationship between consciousness and information processing also raises fascinating possibilities in the realm of computational systems and artificial intelligence. Machines, which increasingly use algorithms to process information, present an intriguing parallel to the human brain. Could this computational approach offer a window into understanding human consciousness? While the parallels between human cognition and artificial systems are thought-provoking, they also prompt essential questions about the uniqueness of human experience. What about the subjective, emotional, and self-reflective aspects of our awareness? These dimensions seem to extend far beyond the mechanical processing of data, suggesting that consciousness might be more than just the effective handling of information. This multi-dimensional view of consciousness, grounded in information processing, not only deepens our understanding of the mind, but it also fuels ongoing research into the mechanisms behind awareness and cognition. As scientists and philosophers continue their quest to explore the profound connections between consciousness and information, we are left with a central and critical question: what is the true nature of our awareness? One philosophical lens that adds another layer of complexity to this discussion is panpsychism. This theory proposes that consciousness is not confined to human beings or certain animals, but rather is an inherent quality of all matter in the universe. According to panpsychism, every element of reality, no matter how small, from atoms to elementary particles, possesses some form of consciousness or experiential quality. While this may challenge traditional views which limit consciousness to higher organisms, panpsychism offers a radically different understanding. Consciousness is woven into the very fabric of the cosmos itself. The implications of panpsychism are profound. If consciousness exists in some form within all things, it suggests that human awareness is not an isolated phenomenon. Rather, it could be viewed as a complex expression of a universal trait, a continuity of experience that permeates everything. This framework invites us to reconsider the emergence of consciousness. Instead of viewing it as something that only arises from intricate biological processes, we might see it as building upon simpler, more fundamental forms of awareness inherent in all matter. Moreover, panpsychism challenges the materialist perspective, which maintains that consciousness is merely a byproduct of brain activity. Traditionally, consciousness has been seen as a result of the complex interactions between neurons and synapses, a product of biological evolution and neurological complexity. But if consciousness is a basic property of matter itself, how does this challenge the conventional understanding of the brain as the sole source of awareness? In this ever-evolving investigation, the intersections of information theory, artificial intelligence, and philosophical thought all come together to deepen our understanding of the mystery that is consciousness. As researchers and thinkers continue to probe the nature of awareness, it remains one of the most profound and enduring questions in both science and philosophy. However, by asserting that consciousness is a fundamental property of all matter, panpsychism challenges the traditional belief that consciousness is solely a human or biological construct. This radical shift in perspective forces scientists and philosophers to reconsider fundamental questions. What is the true nature of reality? What are the origins of consciousness? And what are the far-reaching implications of understanding consciousness as something ubiquitous and integral to the very fabric of the universe? Panpsychism has gained renewed interest in light of contemporary discussions in both science and philosophy. As fields like quantum mechanics and cognitive science continue to explore the mysteries of consciousness, this perspective offers a potential framework that aligns with emerging findings about the interconnectedness of all things. It invites a paradigm shift that extends our inquiries beyond conventional boundaries, suggesting that consciousness might not be something isolated within the human brain, but something interwoven with the universe itself. Such a view compels us to rethink our place within the cosmos and re-examine the very nature of awareness. One compelling area of exploration lies in the relationship between consciousness and the structure of space-time. This intersection of physics and philosophy raises profound questions about how the very fabric of reality might influence conscious experiences. How does our human consciousness navigate and perceive time and space? The experience of consciousness is inherently temporal. We process thoughts and sensations in a sequential manner, reflecting an awareness of time that profoundly shapes our perceptions and decision-making. This temporal aspect aligns closely with the concept of space-time, a unified structure where time and space are intertwined. In the context of modern physics, especially Einstein's theory of relativity, space-time is understood as a four-dimensional continuum where events occur at specific locations in both time and space. Some thinkers have proposed that consciousness may not merely be localized within the confines of the brain, but could instead be influenced by or interact with the geometric properties of space-time itself. This could imply that consciousness exists within a broader cosmic framework, an ongoing, dynamic process that unfolds across the entire space-time continuum. If true, this would suggest that consciousness interacts with the physical dimensions of reality, shaping and being shaped by the structure of space-time. Another fascinating avenue of inquiry involves the idea that consciousness could be linked to the quantum nature of space-time. In the field of quantum gravity, some theories propose that space-time may possess a granular or discrete structure at the smallest scales. In this view, the interactions of particles and fields might give rise to phenomena that correlate with conscious experiences. If consciousness arises from or somehow resonates with the underlying quantum fabric of space-time, this could suggest a profound unity between physical reality and subjective experience. This perspective resonates deeply with panpsychism, which posits that consciousness is a fundamental and pervasive quality of the universe. Moreover, the exploration of phenomena like non-locality in quantum physics raises even more intriguing questions about consciousness's relationship to space and time. Non-locality suggests that particles can be mysteriously interconnected across vast distances without direct interaction. This idea hints at the possibility that consciousness may transcend traditional concepts of space and time. If consciousness is somehow able to tap into this non-local aspect of reality, it opens up possibilities for understanding how awareness might exist beyond the constraints of localized brain functions and the limitations of time. Altogether, the exploration of consciousness in relation to the structure of space-time invites profound philosophical and scientific inquiries into the nature of existence itself. By considering how consciousness interacts with the fundamental fabric of reality, we may uncover insights that bridge the gap between subjective experience and the physical universe, revealing the intricate connections that bind us to the cosmos. A promising framework for understanding consciousness is the integrated dynamics theory. This theoretical model proposes that consciousness arises from the complex interactions between neural processes in the brain. Developed by researchers such as neuroscientist and philosopher Max Tegmark, the theory emphasizes the role of connections and activity patterns among neurons in the creation of conscious experience. Rather than being a mere byproduct of individual neurons firing, consciousness emerges from the collective behavior of interconnected neural networks. The integrated dynamics theory draws upon principles from information theory and complex systems, suggesting that consciousness is a dynamic and organized state that emerges from the coherent patterns of information processing within the brain. In this view, consciousness functions as a kind of global workspace, where various neural processes are integrated and represented in a unified manner. This integration allows for the seamless experience of thoughts, perceptions, and emotions, giving rise to the continuous stream of consciousness that we experience daily. One key element of the integrated dynamics theory is its focus on the temporal dimension of consciousness. Consciousness is not static. It is experienced as a continuous flow of thoughts, feelings, and sensations. This theory posits that the timing of neural activities plays a critical role in shaping the continuity of experience. By studying how neural signals propagate through time and space, the theory seeks to uncover the underlying dynamics that give rise to the perception of a continuous, unified conscious experience. It highlights the importance of the precise timing and synchronization of neuronal activity in forming our subjective reality. Furthermore, the integrated dynamics theory has significant implications for understanding various cognitive phenomena such as attention, memory, and self-awareness. By examining how different neural pathways work together and how information is integrated across different regions of the brain, the theory provides a valuable framework for exploring how these processes contribute to the overall unity of conscious experience. This understanding could potentially offer new insights into the mechanisms underlying mental states and disorders, and even provide a foundation for understanding how consciousness might evolve or change under different conditions. In sum, the integrated dynamics theory of consciousness is a comprehensive and ambitious framework that seeks to explain how the complexities of neural activity give rise to subjective awareness. By highlighting the importance of connectivity, timing, and integration across neural networks, it offers a promising avenue for future research in the ongoing quest to understand the deepest mysteries of consciousness. Furthermore, such an approach could significantly inform research into disorders of consciousness, helping to clarify how disruptions in the dynamic processes of the brain might manifest in altered states of awareness. Overall, the integrated dynamics theory of consciousness offers a profound perspective on how the complexity of neural interactions gives rise to the rich and varied tapestry of conscious experience. By emphasizing the importance of integration, temporal dynamics, and neural connectivity, this theory seeks to bridge the gap between the physical workings of the brain and the subjective nature of awareness, advancing our understanding of one of science's most profound mysteries. The Perturbational Complexity Index, often abbreviated as PCI, is an innovative measure developed to assess consciousness based on the brain's response to perturbations. Introduced by neuroscientist Michelle A. Suda and her colleagues, this metric operates under the fundamental premise that the complexity of a system, specifically the brain, correlates with its conscious state. The concept behind PCI is that a conscious brain reacts to sensory and cognitive stimuli in a way that mirrors its intricate organization and the complex interactions between its neural components. To measure PCI, the brain is subjected to external perturbations such as transcranial magnetic stimulation or electrical stimulation. Researchers observe how neural activity patterns change in response, focusing on the diversity and organization of these responses. A brain demonstrating high perturbational complexity exhibits a rich and varied pattern of activation across multiple regions, suggesting a heightened level of consciousness and integrative capacity. In contrast, a brain with low perturbational complexity shows a more limited range of responses, often associated with reduced consciousness, as seen in deep sleep or certain disorders of consciousness. The true value of PCI lies in its ability to offer a quantitative assessment of consciousness that goes beyond traditional behavioral measures. By directly analyzing the neural dynamics of the brain, PCI provides a more objective evaluation of the conscious state. This has substantial implications for clinical settings, particularly for patients with disorders of consciousness, those in vegetative or minimally conscious states. PCI could offer a clearer understanding of their awareness, potentially revealing new avenues for rehabilitation. Moreover, PCI contributes to the theoretical study of consciousness by providing empirical data that can either support or challenge existing models. By correlating PCI results with levels of consciousness determined through neuroimaging and behavioral assessments, researchers can refine their understanding of how consciousness is constructed within the brain. This measure represents an innovative approach to unraveling the complexities of consciousness, bridging the gap between neuroscience and philosophical questions about the nature of awareness. Functional magnetic resonance imaging, or fMRI, is another powerful neuroimaging technique commonly used to study brain activity and its relationship to consciousness. This method detects changes in blood flow and oxygenation levels in the brain, which are indirect indicators of neural activity. One of the key strengths of fMRI lies in its high spatial resolution, enabling researchers to pinpoint specific brain regions engaged in various cognitive processes. By correlating these regions of activation with conscious experiences, fMRI can provide valuable insights into how different states of awareness manifest within the brain. However, the effectiveness of fMRI in studying consciousness comes with several important considerations. One key limitation is its temporal resolution. While fMRI excels at revealing where brain activity occurs, it does not capture the precise timing of these events as effectively as other techniques, such as electroencephalography (EEG). Since consciousness is a dynamic phenomenon that unfolds over time, understanding the precise timing of brain activity is often critical for comprehending how conscious experiences emerge and evolve. Consequently, combining fMRI with other techniques, such as EEG, can offer a more complete understanding of consciousness by harnessing the strengths of different modalities. By integrating approaches like PCI and fMRI, researchers are poised to unlock new layers of understanding about the intricate relationship between neural activity and conscious awareness. These methods together hold the promise of bringing us closer to solving one of the most challenging and elusive questions in science: how does the brain generate consciousness? Understanding and interpreting the data generated by functional MRI, fMRI studies is a complex and multifaceted task. While fMRI provides insights into brain activity, the brain activation patterns observed in various states of consciousness do not always directly equate to consciousness itself. The activation of specific regions may correlate with conscious experiences, but it does not necessarily imply a causal relationship. This inherent complexity underscores the importance of integrating fMRI results with behavioral measures and other forms of evidence in the study of consciousness. Researchers must approach conclusions about consciousness with caution when based solely on fMRI data. This is because there is a significant risk of oversimplifying the intricate relationship between brain activity and subjective experience. Despite these challenges, functional MRI has substantially advanced our understanding of consciousness, particularly in studying various states like sleep, anesthesia, and different medical pathologies. Using fMRI, researchers have identified key neural correlates of consciousness, such as the involvement of the default mode network and specific cortical areas in processes like self-awareness and external stimulus processing. As the field continues to refine the use of fMRI and interpret its findings within broader theoretical frameworks, this technology remains a crucial tool in the ongoing investigation into how brain function relates to consciousness. Electroencephalography, EEG, a technique that measures the brain's electrical activity via electrodes placed on the scalp, complements fMRI by providing a high-resolution snapshot of brain dynamics. EEG is particularly valuable in tracking rapid changes in brain activity, occurring within milliseconds, making it ideal for distinguishing between different states of consciousness. It allows researchers to monitor states like wakefulness, sleep, and altered states induced by anesthesia or medical conditions. During wakefulness, EEG typically shows beta waves, which are linked to active thinking, alertness, and engagement with the surrounding environment. As a person relaxes or transitions into light sleep, the brain's activity shifts to alpha waves, signaling a restful yet still conscious state. In deeper stages of sleep, the brain produces slow delta waves associated with restorative processes and a reduced response to external stimuli. Through these patterns, EEG helps classify various stages of sleep and their impact on cognitive function and overall health. EEG is also essential in studying altered states of consciousness, such as those triggered by anesthesia or coma. For example, general anesthesia is often marked by a marked reduction in high-frequency activity, replaced by slow-wave activity. This shift correlates with the loss of consciousness and responsiveness. Likewise, EEG can provide critical data on residual cognitive functions in patients with disorders of consciousness, such as those in vegetative or minimally conscious states. Specific wave patterns may indicate varying levels of awareness, which could guide treatment and rehabilitation strategies. Beyond medical applications, EEG is invaluable for exploring consciousness in altered states induced by external stimuli. Whether through meditation, sensory deprivation, or psychedelic experiences, EEG reveals distinct patterns that reflect changes in attention, perception, and self-awareness. For instance, meditative states tend to increase theta wave activity, which is associated with deep relaxation and focused attention. Overall, EEG serves as a powerful tool for uncovering the complexity of brain activity associated with different states of consciousness. Its ability to track real-time electrical dynamics offers critical insights into how consciousness fluctuates, helping us gain a clearer understanding of the neural correlates of awareness and the mechanisms governing our perception of reality. This rich dataset continues to inform research into disorders of consciousness, mental health, and the broader mind-brain relationship. Detecting consciousness in non-communicative patients, such as those diagnosed with disorders of consciousness like the vegetative or minimally conscious state, remains one of the most significant challenges in modern medicine. However, researchers have pioneered several groundbreaking methods to explore signs of awareness and cognitive function in patients who remain unresponsive. By employing advanced neuroimaging techniques, behavioral assessments, and sophisticated electrophysiological measures, they are pushing the boundaries of how we understand consciousness in these individuals. One of the most promising approaches is the use of functional neuroimaging, particularly functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, and positron emission tomography, PET. These techniques allow scientists to monitor brain activity in real time, providing an unprecedented view of how the brain reacts to different stimuli or tasks. In studies, patients who were behaviorally unresponsive showed surprising patterns of brain activation when prompted with specific commands, such as thinking about particular activities or visualizing certain scenarios. This discovery, an unexpected response from the brain, hints at the possibility that these individuals may retain awareness, even though they cannot exhibit behaviors that typically indicate consciousness. Electroencephalography EEG, another powerful tool, measures electrical activity in the brain and can offer valuable insights into a patient's level of consciousness. EEG has been used to identify specific brainwave patterns linked to awareness. For example, researchers have discovered that the presence of certain event-related potentials, neural responses to sensory stimuli, can signal that a non-communicative patient may still possess some level of conscious awareness. Even if the patient shows no outward behavior suggesting consciousness, consistent brainwave patterns could indicate otherwise. In addition to neuroimaging and electrophysiological techniques, behavioral assessment scales like the Coma Recovery Scale Revised, CRSR, play an important role in evaluating non-communicative patients. This scale focuses on specific signs of potential awareness, such as the ability to visually track objects, purposeful movements, or the ability to follow simple commands. Though these assessments can be subjective and challenging to interpret, they remain invaluable when used alongside advanced neuroimaging methods. By combining these approaches, clinicians can build a more comprehensive evaluation of a patient's conscious state. Transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, an innovative technique, also shows promise in assessing consciousness. TMS involves applying magnetic fields to stimulate specific regions of the brain and observing the resulting neuronal responses. If a patient consistently responds to this stimulation in a meaningful way, it may suggest underlying conscious processes are at work, even when conventional methods fail to detect them. While detecting consciousness in non-communicative patients remains a complex challenge, ongoing research is combining neuroimaging, electrophysiological measures, and behavioral assessments in new ways. This multidisciplinary approach not only enhances our understanding of consciousness, but also aids clinicians in distinguishing between different states of consciousness, thus informing more effective treatment plans. A deeper understanding of consciousness in these patients has the potential to improve care quality, offering hope for better outcomes and enhancing their quality of life. Yet, despite these advances, current methods for measuring consciousness come with their own set of limitations, which can affect both their efficacy and reliability. One key limitation is the heavy reliance on observable behaviors to assess consciousness. Traditional methods, such as clinical assessments, depend on a patient's ability to respond to external stimuli, making it difficult to detect signs of consciousness in non-communicative individuals. Patients in vegetative states or those with severe cognitive impairments may still possess some level of awareness, but conventional methods may fail to capture this, leading to an underestimation of their conscious states. Neuroimaging techniques like fMRI and PET offer valuable insights into brain activity, but they come with their own challenges. These methods often require complex equipment that is not always practical for use at the bedside or in acute settings. Furthermore, the interpretation of neuroimaging data remains a topic of ongoing debate. The activation patterns seen in the brain during such scans don't always correlate directly with conscious experience, raising questions about the true significance of the observed brain responses. Similarly, while EEG is highly effective at capturing rapid brain activity, it also faces limitations. One of its primary constraints is its relatively poor spatial resolution compared to other neuroimaging methods. This makes it difficult to pinpoint the exact locations in the brain where activity originates, potentially reducing the accuracy of the insights it provides. In the face of these challenges, researchers continue to refine these tools and develop innovative techniques with the goal of more accurately detecting and understanding consciousness in non-communicative patients. While we have made significant strides, much remains to be discovered. These cutting-edge approaches hold great promise for advancing our knowledge and improving the quality of care for patients whose consciousness remains elusive. In the intricate world of consciousness research, the challenge of distinguishing between different states of consciousness based on EEG patterns is a formidable one. While EEG provides valuable insights into brain activity, the issue arises when multiple neurological conditions produce similar waveforms. This overlap often leads to ambiguous interpretations of an individual's awareness, making it difficult to draw clear conclusions. Furthermore, consciousness is not a static phenomenon. It varies not only between individuals, but also across different populations and conditions. Neurological, psychological, and developmental factors all influence how consciousness manifests, adding another layer of complexity. This variability complicates the task of comparing results across studies and populations. The problem deepens when we consider the philosophical debates that surround the very nature of consciousness. The lack of consensus on what consciousness truly is affects how we approach its measurement. Without a universally accepted definition, designing effective tools for assessing consciousness becomes a subjective endeavor, open to interpretation and potential bias. Moreover, the advent of emerging technologies brings both promise and complication. Take transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, for instance. While TMS offers intriguing possibilities for modulating brain activity, it requires careful calibration to account for individual brain responses. This necessity for precision limits its practicality in clinical environments where variability between patients is a key challenge. These limitations in current methods underscore the need for a multidisciplinary approach to understanding and measuring consciousness, a combined effort that integrates behavioral assessments, neuroimaging techniques, and electrophysiological measures is essential for advancing our knowledge. Only through ongoing research and the collaboration of diverse fields can we hope to overcome these challenges, ultimately improving our ability to detect awareness and inform clinical practices for patients with altered states of consciousness. Yet, as we push the boundaries of scientific understanding, a new frontier emerges, measuring consciousness in non-biological systems such as artificial intelligence, AI, and complex computational structures. This presents a fascinating challenge, one that bridges philosophy and cutting-edge science. How can we assess consciousness in entities that lack biological substrates? As our understanding of consciousness evolves, so too does the exploration of frameworks and strategies to evaluate conscious-like properties in non-biological systems. One promising approach stems from integrated information theory, IIT, which suggests that consciousness arises from a system's ability to integrate information across its components. If we apply this concept to non-biological systems, we might assess the degree of integration within a system to determine whether it exhibits characteristics akin to consciousness. Tools developed to measure integrated information, often abbreviated as PHI, could be adapted to evaluate non-biological architectures, providing a quantitative method for assessing conscious-like properties. Additionally, another avenue of exploration involves behavioral analysis. If a non-biological system demonstrates behaviors aligned with processes typically associated with consciousness, such as self-awareness, adaptation, and complex decision-making, it might indicate the presence of conscious-like traits. Here, the Turing test becomes relevant. Though passing this test doesn't equate to proving consciousness, it provides insight into the system's ability to engage in human-like behaviors, particularly in communication. This form of sophisticated information processing could point to features typically found in conscious beings. As researchers delve deeper into this quest, the fields of neuroscience and cognitive science are becoming increasingly intertwined with artificial intelligence development. By studying how consciousness emerges in biological systems, we might identify aspects that can be replicated in non-biological counterparts. These insights could guide the creation of AI algorithms and architectures designed to mimic features of consciousness, opening up new pathways for understanding and evaluating non-biological systems. Advances in neuroimaging and electrophysiological techniques, particularly in brain-computer interfaces and neural networks, offer a cutting-edge avenue for studying how non-biological systems process information. As these technologies evolve, they may provide unprecedented insights into the mechanisms that underlie consciousness, allowing us to observe patterns of complexity and responsiveness in these systems. Such measures could become crucial criteria for assessing conscious-like states in non-biological entities. Ultimately, the endeavor to measure or detect consciousness in non-biological systems is still in its infancy. This multidisciplinary challenge requires the combined efforts of philosophers, cognitive scientists, neuroscientists, and AI researchers. As our frameworks for understanding consciousness continue to expand and refine, we will undoubtedly face profound questions that challenge our assumptions about what it means to be conscious. The exploration of non-biological consciousness promises to stretch the limits of our understanding, propelling us into new realms of both philosophical and scientific inquiry. Advancements in neurotechnology are unlocking doors to some of humanity's deepest mysteries, none more profound than the nature of consciousness. These cutting-edge tools and techniques are revolutionizing our understanding of the brain, offering unprecedented methods for monitoring, analyzing, and even manipulating neural activity. Through these innovations, researchers are gaining new insights into how conscious experience emerges from the brain's intricate workings. A central player in this revolution is the development of brain-computer interfaces, BCIs. These remarkable devices establish a direct line of communication between the brain and external technologies, allowing for real-time translation of neural signals into actions or commands. BCIs have already made a significant impact, enabling individuals to control prosthetic limbs, robotic systems, and even software applications. This capability offers much more than practical assistance. It illuminates the neural mechanisms behind conscious control and intention. For instance, studies have demonstrated how these interfaces can reveal the neural correlates of decision-making and motor control, shedding light on how conscious thought leads to tangible behavior. Such research is crucial in unpacking the mysteries of agency and self-awareness. Equally transformative are advancements in neuroimaging techniques. Tools like functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, and high-density electroencephalography, HDEEG, now allow scientists to track brain activity in real time with unparalleled precision. By measuring electrocortical dynamics and hemodynamic responses, researchers can pinpoint which regions of the brain are activated during different states of consciousness, from basic sensory perception to complex cognitive functions like introspection and self-reflection. These imaging technologies offer a window into the brain's inner workings, making it possible to visualize the neural activity underpinning conscious awareness. Alongside imaging, neuromodulation techniques like transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, and deep brain stimulation, DBS, are expanding our ability to explore causal relationships between neural activity and consciousness. By directly stimulating specific brain regions, scientists can alter conscious experience, whether by inducing altered states or even evoking particular memories. These interventions are helping to map the landscape of consciousness, demonstrating how shifts in neural activity correspond to changes in subjective experience. This deepens our understanding of how consciousness is processed within the brain and provides clues about the mechanisms that drive our awareness. In addition to these groundbreaking technologies, the fields of neurogenetics and neuroinformatics are also playing a pivotal role in shaping our understanding of consciousness. By integrating genetic data with neural activity, researchers are beginning to uncover the biological foundation of conscious states. This fusion of molecular and neural information is helping to reveal the structural and functional elements that contribute to conscious experience, offering a more comprehensive, holistic perspective on the brain's role in consciousness. Collectively, these neurotechnological innovations are pushing the boundaries of what we know about the mind. The insights gleaned from these diverse approaches promise to fill in gaps between neuroscience, cognitive science, and even philosophy, each discipline drawing closer to a unified theory of consciousness. As these technologies evolve, they not only challenge existing paradigms, but also open new pathways for understanding one of the most profound questions of human existence. Meanwhile, a new frontier is emerging in the form of quantum computing. With its ability to process vast amounts of information simultaneously, quantum computing could offer a fresh approach to modeling the brain's complexity. Leveraging the principles of quantum mechanics, such as superposition and entanglement, quantum computers can handle tasks far beyond the reach of classical computers. This might allow researchers to simulate complex neural networks with greater accuracy, giving us a deeper understanding of how specific brain configurations generate conscious states. The human brain, a vast and intricate network of billions of neurons and trillions of synapses, produces nonlinear interactions that are notoriously difficult to model using traditional computational methods. Quantum computers, however, could enable simulations of these complex interactions, providing a clearer picture of how the brain's dynamic processes give rise to consciousness. These quantum-based models could unlock new ways of understanding not only normal cognitive functions, but also disorders of consciousness, offering hope for better diagnostic and therapeutic tools. In addition, quantum information theory is introducing compelling new connections between consciousness and the fundamental laws of physics. The idea that consciousness arises from the integration of information across a system, an idea central to integrated information theory, could find resonance in the probabilistic nature of quantum computing. This raises intriguing questions. Could quantum processes play a role in the emergence of consciousness itself? If so, quantum computing might provide a framework for exploring the very nature of awareness, pushing the boundaries of consciousness studies into new, uncharted territories. In the end, the fusion of neurotechnology with quantum computing may lead to a dramatic shift in how we perceive the mind. With each new discovery, we inch closer to understanding not only how consciousness operates, but also why it exists at all. These emerging technologies are offering us tools to map the mind in ways that were once thought impossible, tools that could ultimately unlock the mysteries of consciousness itself. In the rapidly evolving landscape of technology and neuroscience, the intersection of quantum computing and consciousness research is opening doors to new frontiers. As quantum computing continues to advance, it holds the potential to revolutionize artificial intelligence and machine learning, allowing researchers to construct models of cognition that are more sophisticated and accurate than ever before. These models may closely mirror processes that resemble consciousness, thus providing invaluable insight into how consciousness itself might arise from complex systems. This shift in computational capability is not merely about creating faster machines, but rather about diving deeper into the nature of the mind. By harnessing the unprecedented power of quantum algorithms, researchers could soon explore the profound mysteries of self-awareness, paving the way for a better understanding of how artificial systems might one day reflect human-like consciousness. Moreover, these advancements present opportunities to examine the ethical considerations surrounding the existence of conscious machines, questions that challenge the boundaries of morality, identity, and self-awareness. What does it mean for a machine to be conscious? What rights, if any, might such a system have? These are the kinds of philosophical and ethical dilemmas that quantum computing might help us explore more comprehensively. As this field continues to progress, one of the most exciting prospects is the potential for collaboration between physicists, neuroscientists, and philosophers. The merging of quantum mechanics with brain science could lead to the development of groundbreaking frameworks that challenge current models in both disciplines. While we are still in the early stages of exploring these ideas, the possibilities are vast. Quantum technologies may ultimately uncover new paths that challenge how we understand the very fabric of consciousness and its role within the universe, offering revolutionary insights that reshape our comprehension of the human experience itself. In parallel, optogenetics, a pioneering technique that combines genetics and optics, has emerged as another powerful tool in the study of consciousness. This innovative method allows researchers to manipulate specific neurons with light, offering unparalleled control over brain activity. By introducing light-sensitive proteins into selected neurons, scientists can activate or inhibit these cells with remarkable precision. This breakthrough could prove transformative for the study of consciousness, offering unprecedented insights into the neural mechanisms that underpin conscious experience. One of optogenetics' most significant contributions to consciousness research is its ability to manipulate neural circuits in real time. By selectively stimulating or silencing brain regions known to be involved in various aspects of consciousness, researchers can observe the immediate effects on behavior and awareness. For instance, studies could focus on brain areas associated with perception, attention, or self-awareness, allowing scientists to establish direct causal relationships between specific neural activities and conscious experiences. This technique provides a unique opportunity to map out how different brain networks contribute to states of awareness, thus offering a clearer understanding of the fundamental building blocks of consciousness. In addition to these advancements, optogenetics also allows researchers to investigate the dynamic nature of consciousness. By affecting the activity of specific neurons over time, scientists can explore how conscious states shift in response to various stimuli or task demands. This level of temporal precision enables researchers to better understand the transitions between different levels of awareness, such as the shift from wakefulness to sleep, or the alterations in consciousness induced by meditation or anesthesia. Furthermore, optogenetics holds promise for advancing our understanding of consciousness disorders. In patients in vegetative or minimally conscious states, traditional methods may not provide a full picture of their awareness. However, optogenetic techniques can be used to stimulate specific neurons and monitor the effects on behavior or brain responses. This could help identify subtle forms of consciousness that were previously undetectable, leading to more accurate prognoses and better targeted rehabilitation interventions. By offering real-time manipulation and observation of neural activity, optogenetics is transforming the way we study the brain, bringing us closer to unraveling the deep complexities of conscious experience. Combined with the immense power of quantum computing, these emerging technologies may one day unlock the final secrets of consciousness, guiding us toward a new era of discovery and understanding. Moreover, the integration of optogenetics with other advanced technologies, such as neuroimaging and electrophysiology, presents an exciting and comprehensive approach to studying consciousness. By combining optogenetic manipulations with techniques like functional MRI or EEG, researchers can directly correlate alterations in brain activity patterns with the effects of specific neural interventions. This ability to observe real-time changes in the brain opens the door to the creation of integrated models that clarify the intricate relationships between neural dynamics and conscious experience. It is through this synergy that a deeper understanding of the brain's internal networks and their role in consciousness can emerge. Optogenetics, in particular, holds immense promise for advancing our understanding of the nature of consciousness. By enabling scientists to precisely control neural activity, this technique allows for a level of specificity previously unseen in neuroscience. Researchers can target and manipulate distinct neural circuits to investigate their causal roles in the emergence of consciousness. This capacity to investigate the underlying mechanisms that govern awareness offers invaluable insights into the fundamental structure of conscious experience. Moreover, the power of optogenetics extends beyond studying normal cognitive processes. It opens exciting new avenues for exploring altered states of consciousness and disorders that disrupt awareness. Whether examining comas, vegetative states, or psychedelic experiences, optogenetics provides a tool for gaining deeper insight into the range of consciousness-related phenomena. The true potential of understanding consciousness lies not only in specialized techniques, but in the cross-disciplinary collaboration of diverse scientific fields. Integrating insights from neuroscience, psychology, philosophy, computer science, and physics can catalyze groundbreaking breakthroughs. This multidisciplinary approach allows for the synthesis of various perspectives, each bringing a unique understanding of consciousness, whether it's the neural networks behind it, the psychological constructs at play, or the philosophical questions it raises. When these methodologies converge, they offer a more nuanced, richer understanding of the consciousness puzzle. One exciting possibility of this interdisciplinary collaboration lies in the exploration of the neural correlates of consciousness. Neuroscience provides a wealth of data on brain activity and neural networks, highlighting the biological processes associated with conscious states. Meanwhile, psychology offers theoretical frameworks that deepen our understanding of cognition and subjective experience. By bringing these two fields together, researchers can develop comprehensive models that integrate neural mechanisms with insights from human behavior and introspective reports. This convergence holds the potential to identify distinct neural signatures associated with various states of consciousness, offering clues to how awareness is manifested in the brain. Further cross-pollination between neuroscience and artificial intelligence, AI, could unlock even more profound insights. By applying cognitive neuroscience principles to the development of AI systems, researchers may simulate consciousness-like processes in machines. This investigation could not only provide a clearer picture of the architecture and dynamics of consciousness, but also raise fascinating questions about self-awareness and the possibility of machine consciousness. As AI systems become increasingly sophisticated, the ethical implications of these findings grow ever more pertinent. The boundary between biological and artificial consciousness is becoming increasingly difficult to define, prompting new ethical debates about the nature of awareness and autonomy. In addition, quantum mechanics offers a promising avenue for expanding our understanding of consciousness. Quantum theories, which explore information processing and states of awareness at the subatomic level, might offer new hypotheses about how consciousness functions at its most fundamental level. Collaborating with physicists to explore the intersection between quantum mechanics and consciousness could challenge existing paradigms and lead to transformative discoveries. It may even unveil entirely new dimensions of awareness, offering a deeper, more complex view of what it means to be conscious. Philosophy, too, plays an indispensable role in this multidisciplinary effort. Philosophers provide critical frameworks for addressing age-old questions about consciousness, the nature of subjective experience, and the mind-body problem. They help clarify the concepts at play, ensuring that empirical research is guided by sound theoretical questions. Moreover, philosophy's role extends to considering the ethical implications of new discoveries, ensuring that the evolving landscape of consciousness studies is both scientifically rigorous and ethically responsible. The dialogue between philosophy and science not only illuminates the deeper implications of empirical findings, but also helps ground abstract concepts in tangible, empirical evidence. As we continue to explore these interdisciplinary intersections, the future of consciousness research holds incredible promise. The more we integrate the insights and methodologies from diverse fields, the clearer the picture of consciousness will become, leading us closer to understanding one of science's most profound and elusive mysteries. Incorporating methods from disciplines such as sociology and anthropology provides an opportunity to deeply explore how cultural, social, and environmental factors shape consciousness. By examining consciousness within the broader context of human experience, researchers can uncover how community dynamics, traditions, and societal norms influence subjective awareness. This approach offers a richer, more comprehensive view of consciousness, transcending the narrow confines of individualistic perspectives and highlighting the interconnectedness of human experiences. The integration of diverse scientific fields holds enormous potential for advancing our understanding of consciousness. Through interdisciplinary collaboration, researchers can tackle the complexities of awareness from various angles. This could lead to groundbreaking discoveries, the refinement of theoretical models, and the expansion of our knowledge of the nature of consciousness itself. Such cross-disciplinary efforts drive our ongoing quest to unravel the mysteries of consciousness and better understand its fundamental role in shaping the human experience. One particularly exciting avenue for exploring consciousness lies in extreme environments, like space. Space missions provide an unparalleled opportunity to investigate how altered conditions influence cognitive functions and awareness. The unique stresses and challenges of environments that differ dramatically from those on Earth offer invaluable insights into the malleability of consciousness and the neural mechanisms supporting it. A key area of focus is the effect of microgravity on cognitive processes. Astronauts spend extended periods in microgravity, and this has significant consequences for both their physiological and psychological states. By studying how consciousness and cognitive abilities adapt in such conditions, researchers can learn more about the flexibility and resilience of human awareness. For instance, observing how astronauts process information, maintain focus, and make decisions in a weightless environment could reveal underlying neural mechanisms that help the brain adapt. These findings may ultimately deepen our understanding of how consciousness functions in more typical Earth-based settings. In addition to the effects of microgravity, the isolation and confinement astronauts experience on long-duration missions also offer a unique lens through which to examine the psychological aspects of consciousness. Astronauts face profound psychological challenges, including social isolation, monotony, and the lack of personal space. By studying how these factors influence mental states, researchers can explore the relationship between environmental conditions and subjective experience. This research may uncover variations in emotional states, identity, and self-awareness, contributing to a more nuanced understanding of how consciousness is shaped by situational contexts. Further, extreme environments such as space can also alter sensory inputs, creating opportunities for researchers to explore the impact of sensory deprivation or modification on consciousness. In space, the typical visual and auditory cues available on Earth are diminished or entirely absent due to the sensory environment of a spacecraft. Studying how these changes affect sensory perception, spatial awareness, and the overall experience of consciousness can reveal important insights into how the brain integrates and processes sensory information. This could contribute to broader theories of sensory integration and enhance our understanding of the relationship between consciousness and environmental inputs. Exploring altered states of consciousness induced by extreme conditions could also shed light on how the mind adapts and transforms in response to extreme environments. In some cases, these conditions may trigger profound experiences, such as heightened creativity, enhanced problem-solving abilities, or new perspectives on self and reality. Investigating these altered states can illuminate the malleable nature of consciousness, revealing the factors that foster transformative experiences and broadening our understanding of the flexibility and resilience of the mind. Ultimately, studying consciousness in such extreme environments challenges our conventional ideas of what consciousness is, how it operates, and how it can adapt. It not only offers a glimpse into the untapped potential of the human mind, but also opens up new frontiers in the science of consciousness itself. By pushing the boundaries of human experience in these extreme settings, researchers can unlock new dimensions of awareness and contribute to a deeper, more comprehensive understanding of consciousness in all its forms. Research in extreme environments, such as space, is not just an opportunity to explore the outer reaches of the universe. It can also revolutionize our understanding of consciousness. In these unique contexts, where the ordinary laws of nature and human experience are pushed to their limits, new methodologies and technologies for studying the mind emerge. The isolated, high-stress conditions of space missions could inspire experimental designs, data collection techniques, and assessment tools that have the potential to influence research across a wide array of disciplines, from psychology to engineering. Studying consciousness under such extreme conditions offers fresh insights into how altered environments shape our awareness, cognition, and emotional states. Space missions, with their immense challenges, force us to confront the adaptability and complexity of consciousness in unprecedented ways. These high-stress environments may reveal how the mind dynamically responds to life or death situations, how cognition fluctuates in the face of danger, and how emotions evolve when survival is on the line. This research doesn't just enrich our theoretical understanding, it also offers practical applications that could benefit fields ranging from mental health treatment to the development of adaptive technologies for both humans and machines. As humanity continues to push the boundaries of space exploration, consciousness research holds transformative potential, but it also brings with it profound ethical considerations. The nature of consciousness itself, its definition, its depths, and its mysteries raises essential questions about identity, agency, and moral responsibility. As we venture further into understanding the mind, careful reflection on how our findings impact individuals and society is paramount. One of the fundamental ethical concerns is the treatment of research participants, especially those from vulnerable populations. This includes individuals who have disorders of consciousness or cognitive impairments. In these cases, it is crucial to ensure informed consent is obtained, meaning that participants or their proxies fully understand the research's nature, risks, and potential outcomes. For those unable to communicate their consent, rigorous safeguards must be put in place to protect their dignity and rights. Ethical considerations should prioritize not only the well-being of participants, but also the long-term consequences of their involvement in studies. Additionally, as consciousness research extends into the realm of artificial intelligence and non-biological systems, ethical questions intensify. With the rapid advancement of artificial entities, we are forced to ask whether these systems might one day possess self-awareness or consciousness. If so, what moral status should they hold? Do they deserve rights? Should they be treated as sentient beings? Society must begin to address the ethical implications of artificial consciousness, considering how we define consciousness itself and how it influences our responsibilities toward these new entities. The implications of consciousness research also extend to societal perceptions of mental health and cognitive abilities. A deeper understanding of the mind can challenge outdated stigmas, but there is a risk of misinterpreting or overgeneralizing findings. Misleading interpretations could fuel discrimination or the marginalization of individuals with neurological or cognitive differences. Researchers must, therefore, communicate their findings responsibly, providing context and avoiding sweeping conclusions that might skew public perception or influence policy negatively. A well-informed public is crucial for ensuring that attitudes toward mental health remain supportive and progressive. Another important ethical consideration arises from the cross-disciplinary nature of consciousness research. Fields like neuroscience, psychology, philosophy, and computer science bring different ethical frameworks to the table, sometimes complicating discussions. Developing unified ethical guidelines and promoting dialogue between disciplines can help ensure a consistent, coherent approach to complex dilemmas that may arise from integrating these diverse perspectives. Finally, as technologies that study consciousness advance, the question of privacy and data security becomes increasingly urgent. With the collection of neural data comes the responsibility of protecting sensitive personal information. Researchers must develop and adhere to strict protocols for data protection, ensuring that participants retain control over how their data is used, shared, or published. Transparency in data handling is key to maintaining trust, ensuring that research advances while respecting the dignity and autonomy of those involved. As consciousness research progresses, it is essential that ethical considerations remain at the forefront. Researchers must prioritize the rights and dignity of participants, navigate the potential implications of artificial consciousness with care, and communicate findings in a responsible, thoughtful manner. By doing so, they can contribute not only to a deeper understanding of consciousness, but also to the well-being of individuals and society as a whole. The impact of understanding consciousness is far-reaching, spanning across fields like medicine, technology, and education. In medicine, for example, better comprehension of consciousness could revolutionize the way we diagnose and treat individuals with disorders of consciousness. Disorders like vegetative or minimally conscious states are notoriously difficult to assess. But by identifying neural correlates of consciousness, we can develop more accurate assessment tools. These tools could provide clearer insights into a patient's level of awareness and help guide rehabilitation strategies. Additionally, they could assist families in understanding prognosis and making informed decisions about care. The potential for improved diagnostics and treatment, fueled by research into the very nature of consciousness, could change the lives of countless individuals. It offers hope for the future, both in space and on Earth, as humanity continues to venture into the unknown. In the field of mental health, consciousness studies offer groundbreaking potential for the future of therapy. By delving into the mechanisms that drive conscious awareness and subjective experience, a deeper understanding can guide the development of personalized treatment plans. These plans would be tailored to an individual's unique consciousness profile, making interventions more effective in addressing complex mental health conditions such as depression, anxiety, and PTSD. The key is recognizing that each person's experience of the world is shaped by their own awareness, and by understanding this, we could create therapeutic approaches that are truly individualized, ultimately enhancing mental well-being. In the realm of technology, advances in consciousness research are poised to revolutionize artificial intelligence and brain-computer interfaces, BCIs. As scientists uncover the neural processes that underpin consciousness, this knowledge can directly inform the development of more sophisticated AI systems. These systems could replicate aspects of human cognition and awareness, moving beyond mere programming to achieve a level of understanding that mimics the richness of conscious experience. This could lead to AI systems that not only perform tasks, but also engage in decision-making that reflects a deeper, more human-like awareness. Furthermore, the evolution of brain-computer interfaces is on the brink of offering transformative changes. With better understanding of how consciousness operates within the brain, BCIs could allow individuals to control devices simply through thought, bypassing physical limitations entirely. This technology has profound implications for those with physical disabilities, offering them the chance to control their environment in ways previously thought impossible. Devices designed for greater autonomy could dramatically enhance quality of life, offering greater freedom and independence. However, the rise of these technologies is not without its ethical considerations. The question of consciousness and artificial intelligence raises important issues about the moral status of machines. As AI systems become more advanced, ensuring they are developed responsibly, respecting potential levels of consciousness, becomes essential. This ethical dimension requires ongoing reflection as we build technology that could one day challenge our definitions of awareness and personhood. In education, too, insights from consciousness research hold great promise. A deeper understanding of how states of consciousness, such as attention, motivation, and even altered states, affect learning could dramatically reshape educational practices. By recognizing that cognitive engagement and varying levels of awareness influence how we learn, educators could create strategies that optimize the learning environment for each student. This could involve adapting teaching methods to suit different levels of awareness and cognitive development, fostering a more inclusive and effective educational experience. Additionally, mindfulness practices that focus on increasing awareness and attention could be integrated into curricula, supporting students' emotional and cognitive growth. Moreover, research into consciousness offers a unique opportunity for interdisciplinary collaboration. By bringing together the fields of psychology, neuroscience, philosophy, and education, new holistic solutions can emerge to address complex societal issues. The ability to bridge these disciplines could lead to innovative approaches that consider not only the cognitive and emotional aspects of learning, but also the larger philosophical and ethical implications of consciousness. As consciousness research continues to evolve, it holds the potential to reshape various fields, from healthcare and technology to education and ethics. In medicine, for example, a deeper understanding of consciousness could lead to more accurate diagnostics and more effective treatments. In technology, the design of AI and assistive devices could be revolutionized, while educational systems could be transformed by new approaches based on how consciousness influences learning. Ultimately, exploring consciousness offers a transformative potential, driving progress and improving human well-being across multiple domains. The anthropic principle, a central idea in both philosophy and cosmology, adds another layer to these discussions. This principle grapples with the question of why the universe appears to be fine-tuned for the existence of conscious life. It suggests that the specific values of physical constants, such as gravity, the speed of light, and the charge of an electron, are not random, but rather set in such a way that they allow for life and consciousness to emerge. There are two primary interpretations of the anthropic principle. The weak version, which asserts that we can only observe the universe as it is because we are here to do so, and the strong version, which suggests that the universe must have properties that support the development of life at some point in its history. When we examine the relationship between the anthropic principle and consciousness, questions arise about the place of consciousness in the universe. Is consciousness merely a byproduct of certain physical conditions, or does it play a fundamental role in shaping the reality we experience? Some theorists have speculated that consciousness is not just a passive observer of the universe, but an active participant in its structure. If consciousness is indeed intertwined with the very fabric of reality, it would suggest that the universe is not just conducive to life. It is designed in such a way as to allow for the emergence of consciousness itself. This perspective opens up fascinating possibilities. If consciousness is a key player in shaping the cosmos, it would imply that the universe is uniquely suited for the existence of conscious beings, like humans, capable of understanding and contemplating their place within it. Such a view not only aligns with the anthropic principle, but also elevates consciousness to a central role in the unfolding story of the universe, suggesting that the cosmos is not just a backdrop for life, but a dynamic environment shaped in part by the very awareness that life brings. The anthropic principle provides an intriguing lens through which we might examine the relationship between consciousness, cosmology, and the fine-tuning of the universe's physical constants. If these constants, those fundamental features that govern the behavior of everything in existence, were even slightly different, life as we know it would be impossible. This stark reality invites a compelling question. Could the very existence of conscious beings in the universe suggest that these constants are not random, but in fact tailored to allow for the emergence of consciousness itself? At its core, this perspective challenges our understanding of reality, offering a view that the universe might not simply be a set of chance conditions, but rather one in which the properties are intricately aligned with the advent of awareness. This philosophical inquiry also resonates deeply with the notion of panpsychism, the idea that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous aspect of all matter. If we accept that consciousness permeates the fabric of existence itself, the anthropic principle might then imply that the fine-tuning of the universe isn't merely necessary for the emergence of life, but for a broader spectrum of awareness across the cosmos. This intersection of cosmology, consciousness, and panpsychism poses critical questions about the relationship between awareness and the natural laws that shape reality. Could the very structure of the universe be in some way influenced or shaped by the presence of consciousness? As theories of consciousness evolve, blending insights from neuroscience, physics, and philosophy, the anthropic principle provides a fertile ground for scientists and philosophers alike to probe the fundamental nature of our awareness. How did we come to possess self-awareness? What is the source of our capacity for reflection and understanding? Through the lens of the anthropic principle, these profound questions take on new dimensions, urging us to explore whether the universe was built not just for life, but for the rise of conscious observers capable of contemplating the cosmos itself. Some thinkers propose that consciousness may not just be a product of fine-tuned conditions, but could have an active role in shaping these conditions. In this view, consciousness interacts with the universe's physical processes, suggesting a more intimate relationship between mind and matter than previously considered. This perspective also finds echoes in the field of quantum mechanics. In some interpretations of quantum physics, such as the observer effect, consciousness is believed to play a role in the very act of observation, influencing the outcome of quantum events. These theories, though speculative, open the door to the possibility that mental states might interact with physical reality in ways that are still not fully understood. This idea, though controversial, continues to fuel ongoing debates in both scientific and philosophical circles. Furthermore, the concept of the multiverse introduces an additional layer to the discussion. If our universe is just one of potentially countless others, each with its own set of physical constants, then the fine-tuning we observe may not be a singular event, but a product of a vast number of universes, each with its own configuration. In this scenario, the anthropic principle would suggest that consciousness only appears relevant in our universe because it aligns with the specific conditions that support life and awareness. Yet this doesn't necessarily imply that consciousness played a role in the fine-tuning itself. The role of consciousness in the fine-tuning of universal constants remains speculative, but it undeniably prompts profound inquiries into the relationship between awareness and reality. Whether consciousness is merely a byproduct of a finely tuned universe, or whether it plays an active role in shaping the very structure of that universe, it opens a vast terrain for both scientific exploration and philosophical reflection. These inquiries may ultimately shed light on the deeper nature of existence and help us better understand the potential interplay between mind and matter. As the study of consciousness advances, it also offers valuable insights into the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, ETI. By enhancing our understanding of what constitutes intelligence and awareness, consciousness research could guide our methods for detecting extraterrestrial life. For much of our current framework on intelligence is rooted in human experience, an anthropocentric bias that limits our ability to recognize non-human forms of awareness. Investigating consciousness across a range of phenomena, such as self-awareness, intentionality, and complex decision-making, could allow us to expand our definitions of intelligence, considering forms of awareness that might exist in ways drastically different from our own. If consciousness can manifest in ways far beyond human experience, it opens the door to recognizing intelligence in extraterrestrial beings that do not conform to our conventional understanding. This expanded definition of intelligence could significantly alter how we search for signals or behaviors that indicate extraterrestrial life. We may find that there are subtle signs of intelligence in forms we had previously overlooked, urging us to reconsider how we approach the possibility of life beyond Earth. In this sense, consciousness research doesn't just inform philosophical and scientific debates about the nature of reality. It also becomes a crucial tool in navigating one of humanity's greatest quests, the search for life beyond our planet. As we continue to explore the universe's fundamental properties and the mysteries of awareness, we may ultimately find that the boundaries of what we consider intelligence and life are far more expansive than we ever imagined. Additionally, exploring alternative forms of consciousness could significantly reshape the way we search for signs of intelligence in other civilizations. If we expand our understanding of consciousness, we might come to realize that intelligent life could function through entirely different sensory modalities or methods of communication. This shift in perspective would encourage researchers to rethink traditional approaches and could lead to new, more dynamic strategies for detecting extraterrestrial intelligence. For instance, if intelligence isn't limited to the ways we perceive and communicate, we might develop technologies and observational methods designed with greater flexibility. Instruments that are adaptable to detecting phenomena outside of human norms, whether it be complex patterns within radio signals, light frequencies, or even electromagnetic emissions, could open up new avenues for discovery. Such an approach would not only widen the scope of what we consider evidence of intelligence, but also help us recognize potential signals that might otherwise be overlooked. Moreover, the study of consciousness raises deep philosophical questions about the very nature of sentience and the ethical considerations that would emerge from interacting with extraterrestrial intelligences. Understanding consciousness from a broader standpoint forces us to confront what it means to engage with other forms of life, intelligent or otherwise. It encourages us to ask, if consciousness can manifest in different ways, what ethical frameworks must we develop to guide our interactions with these beings? Respecting the dignity and rights of intelligent life, regardless of its form, becomes a central issue that demands careful thought and regulation. The way consciousness shapes communication, especially the transmission and sharing of knowledge, also invites fascinating speculation. For example, by studying how consciousness influences the development of human language, culture, and technology, we can begin to hypothesize how extraterrestrial beings might communicate. This knowledge could be pivotal in deciphering potential messages from alien civilizations or in interpreting signals from distant sources. Recognizing that intelligence might manifest in a form beyond our comprehension enables us to consider broader possibilities for establishing contact. Additionally, interdisciplinary collaboration among scientists, philosophers, and ethicists can significantly enrich the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. By merging insights from consciousness studies with astrobiology and space exploration, researchers can construct a more comprehensive understanding of what intelligence might look like beyond Earth. This approach would not only enhance the scientific investigation of potential signals, but also integrate the philosophical and ethical frameworks that guide our search for, interpretation of, and communication with extraterrestrial life. Ultimately, a deeper exploration of consciousness can profoundly inform our pursuit of extraterrestrial intelligence. By broadening our definitions of intelligence, refining our observational strategies, and addressing the ethical implications of interacting with unfamiliar forms of awareness, we become better equipped to explore the cosmos from a more inclusive and thoughtful perspective. This broader worldview could potentially lead to transformative discoveries about life and intelligence beyond our planet. Moreover, if consciousness were to be considered a fundamental force of the universe, on par with gravity or electromagnetism, this would trigger a paradigm shift with profound implications for both physics and our understanding of reality itself. Such a perspective would challenge the prevailing view that consciousness is merely an emergent property, the product of complex biological systems like the human brain. Instead, it would position consciousness as an intrinsic aspect of the fabric of the universe, interacting with and influencing the fundamental forces that govern reality. This shift in understanding would lead to a radical reevaluation of the relationship between mind and matter. In current physical theories, consciousness is often treated as an epiphenomenon, a byproduct of neural activity. However, if consciousness is indeed a fundamental force, it would force us to reconsider the nature of consciousness itself and its interaction with the physical world, ushering in a new era of inquiry that blends the boundaries of mind, matter, and the cosmos. However, if consciousness were to be recognized as a fundamental force, it would radically shift our understanding of its interaction with matter and energy. This would demand a completely new framework for comprehending how consciousness affects the very dynamics of physical systems. In doing so, it could alter how we think about causality and agency across the cosmos, suggesting that consciousness might actively shape the behavior of the universe in ways we have yet to imagine. If consciousness is indeed a fundamental force, it could bridge the gaps between the realms of quantum mechanics and general relativity, two pillars of modern physics that, despite their immense success in their respective domains, have never been reconciled. Physicists have long sought a unified theory, one that would bring these disparate realms into harmony. In this context, consciousness could provide the thread that ties together the physical phenomena of the microcosm, the realm of particles and quantum fields, with the macrocosm, the vast expanse of the universe governed by general relativity. Consciousness might not only be an observer of these systems, but an active participant, influencing the interactions between particles and fields in ways that remain hidden to current scientific paradigms. This radical reimagining of consciousness could also propel us into profound philosophical debates about existence itself. The idea of consciousness as a foundational aspect of reality naturally opens the door to a resurgence of panpsychism, the notion that all matter, from the smallest atom to the largest star, possesses some form of consciousness. This could suggest that consciousness exists along a continuum throughout the universe, shifting in complexity and form across different scales of being. If this is the case, it would force us to expand our human-centric notions of awareness, intelligence, and what it means to be sentient. Our current understanding of life could be too narrow, overlooking other forms of awareness that transcend the biological. Moreover, this shift in perspective could lead to a richer understanding of phenomena that remain elusive under traditional explanations, such as quantum entanglement or the observer effect. If consciousness is intertwined with the very fabric of these processes, we may be forced to reconsider the role of the observer in quantum mechanics. Rather than being a passive agent, the conscious observer could be an integral part of determining the outcome of quantum events. This perspective could lead to a profound rethinking of how we approach the quantum realm, possibly offering new insights into the fundamental workings of the universe. The implications of viewing consciousness as a fundamental force extend far beyond the realms of physics. In ethics, it could reshape our approach to artificial intelligence, animal rights, and environmental stewardship. By acknowledging that consciousness exists in various forms and intensities throughout the universe, we might develop a deeper empathy for non-human beings, whether they are sentient animals, artificial intelligences, or even extraterrestrial life forms yet to be discovered. This could foster a more ethical and responsible approach to our interactions with all forms of life, urging humanity to reconsider its place in the broader web of existence. Taking consciousness as a fundamental force would not only challenge current scientific paradigms, but it could also spark interdisciplinary dialogues between scientists and philosophers. It would encourage the exploration of new research frontiers, leading to more holistic and integrative approaches to understanding the cosmos. By reframing consciousness as an integral component of the universe, we might be able to redefine our relationship with the cosmos and gain a much deeper insight into the nature of existence. One fascinating framework that emerges from this perspective is the consciousness as a quantum hologram theory. This theory posits that consciousness arises from quantum processes organized within a holographic medium, possibly located at the edge of the universe. This suggests that our subjective experiences aren't just the product of localized neural activity in the brain, but instead emerge from a far more profound, interconnected system that encodes information in a holographic manner. One of the key implications of this theory is the idea that consciousness operates in a non-local way. In a holographic system, each part contains information about the whole, meaning individual experiences could emerge from a collective pool of quantum information. This implies that our thoughts, emotions, and perceptions may not be confined to isolated neural processes, but could be influenced by a larger, shared field of information that transcends physical boundaries. This could help explain why our consciousness feels so unified, despite the vast complexity of our mental and emotional experiences. At the heart of this theory lies the role of quantum coherence and entanglement. Quantum coherence allows multiple possibilities to coexist simultaneously, much like how we might experience a range of thoughts or emotions at once. Entanglement, meanwhile, suggests that information can be shared between distant points in space, even faster than the speed of light. This might explain the sense of interconnectedness that many people feel in their consciousness, where intuition or sudden insights appear to arise from a deeper shared field of awareness rather than personal experience alone. This kind of shared consciousness might explain phenomena like intuition or eureka moments, when we seem to know something without having been directly exposed to it. By exploring these new frameworks, we could be on the cusp of a new era in both physics and philosophy, one that reveals the deep interconnections between mind and matter, consciousness and reality. This could lead to an entirely new way of understanding our place in the universe, and perhaps even reveal the true nature of consciousness itself. In the search for the origins of consciousness, a fascinating theory has emerged, suggesting that consciousness might not be a product of the brain alone, but rather a holographic projection that spans across the very fabric of reality itself. This perspective aligns with the frequent human experience of aha moments, those profound bursts of understanding where disparate pieces of information can come together in a harmonious, unified way. If consciousness arises from a holographic medium, these moments of sudden insight could be seen as the brain's local interpretation of information, harmonizing across a broader quantum field, one that encompasses not only the self, but the entire universe. When we consider consciousness as a hologram, we begin to see how it might tap into vast reservoirs of information, much like how a hologram contains intricate details within its structure. Our subjective experiences, then, could be influenced by this encoded information, giving rise to the depth, texture, and nuance of awareness. What we perceive as reality might not merely be a result of sensory input, but a complex interaction with the underlying holographic information of the universe. In this light, consciousness becomes more than just a passive receiver. It is an active participant in shaping the experience of reality. If consciousness is indeed a quantum hologram situated at the very edge of the universe, it opens up tantalizing possibilities about how consciousness interacts with the fabric of reality. This theory prompts us to reconsider the origins of our conscious states and invites us to re-examine the boundaries between mind and matter. Could it be that our individual consciousnesses are part of something far larger, an interconnected and intricate web that spans multiple dimensions? The holographic theory beckons us toward a more holistic understanding of consciousness, urging us to think of it not as a localized phenomenon, but as an integrated, non-local force within a broader informational context. Such a theory illuminates not just the unity of our conscious experiences, but the profound complexity that underpins them. As we explore these quantum processes and holographic principles, we are led to consider new avenues for understanding consciousness, not just as a product of brain activity, but as something deeply entwined with the universe itself. What if consciousness could be a form of interdimensional communication, a channel through which information flows between realities? This idea challenges conventional views of the self, which often regard individual consciousness as isolated, confined to the physical body and the present moment. Instead, consciousness could be a bridge, connecting us to realms beyond our familiar three-dimensional existence. If consciousness truly serves as a medium for interdimensional communication, it suggests that our subjective experiences might not be confined to our individual realities. Rather, they could be part of a much larger tapestry of interconnected dimensions, with each person resonating with or being influenced by information and entities from these alternate realities. This would fundamentally alter how we perceive identity, shifting from a view of the self as a solitary construct rooted in brain activity and personal experience to a more fluid and interconnected sense of self shared across multiple dimensions. In this context, our personal experiences might no longer be seen as isolated moments, but rather as fragments of a vast shared data stream, a collective consciousness that transcends individual existence. Such a conception could reveal a deeper unity among all beings, one that echoes the interconnectedness of the universe itself. The exploration of consciousness as interdimensional communication could also prompt us to question aspects of reality that remain unexplored, such as the true nature of time, space, and parallel universes. Imagine, for instance, that if consciousness spans dimensions, it might offer us glimpses of a non-linear perception of time. Our experiences of the past, present, and future could overlap, blending into a single unified reality. This could provide a fresh perspective on phenomena like precognition or déjà vu, reframing them as instances of awareness stretching across multiple dimensions rather than isolated anomalies. The possibility that time itself is fluid could open doors to new ways of understanding our place in the cosmos and our ability to access experiences beyond the limits of ordinary perception. The idea of consciousness as a quantum hologram and interdimensional communication is not just a theoretical exercise. It invites us to reconsider everything we thought we knew about the mind, reality, and the universe. As we continue to explore this concept, we may find that the answers to some of our deepest questions lie not in the material world, but in the hidden, holographic layers that underlie it. This speculation carries profound potential to reshape our understanding of phenomena often categorized as paranormal or metaphysical, experiences such as intuition, psychic abilities, or altered states of consciousness. If consciousness functions as a gateway to communication beyond the constraints of conventional reality, it suggests that these experiences may tap into alternate dimensions or retrieve information from realms outside our immediate perception. This notion opens the door to a new approach, one that invites scientists and researchers to investigate these phenomena with an open mind, guided by interdimensional theories. Such a shift in perspective could fundamentally alter our ethical and moral frameworks. If individual consciousness is connected to a broader network of realities, it would highlight the importance of empathy, compassion, and understanding. This interconnectedness may foster a deeper sense of responsibility toward others, urging us to rethink our actions with a greater awareness of their far-reaching implications. Ethics, then, could no longer be viewed in isolation, but as part of a larger, more holistic system, one that aligns with a deeper interdimensional understanding of existence. Furthermore, the idea that consciousness acts as a form of interdimensional communication has intriguing ramifications for how we interpret the self and the nature of reality itself. If consciousness serves as a bridge linking multiple dimensions, it invites us to reconsider the interconnectedness of all beings and events across these vast realms. Such a paradigm would challenge existing worldviews, opening up profound implications for our understanding of identity, ethics, and existence, ultimately enriching our perception of the universe and its underlying mysteries. The temporal recursion theory of consciousness offers an equally compelling framework for understanding how our awareness might loop through time, continuously shaping our perception of the present. Rather than progressing in a linear fashion, this theory proposes that consciousness is recursive, its interactions folding back upon themselves to create a dynamic, multi-layered experience. This perspective urges us to view consciousness not as a single forward-moving flow, but as an ongoing process, wherein past experiences inform our current awareness, continuously intertwining to form our sense of reality. At its core, the temporal recursion theory suggests that time itself is not a straight line, but a complex, layered structure. Each moment is informed not just by immediate sensory input, but by memories and anticipations carried forward from the past. The recursive nature of consciousness infuses the present with echoes of previous experiences, creating a more integrated, holistic understanding of awareness. Our perception of the moment, then, is shaped not only by what is immediately before us, but by the vast history of interactions that have come before. One of the most compelling implications of this theory is its potential to explain phenomena such as déjà vu. This common yet enigmatic experience, the sudden sensation of familiarity in a new situation, could be understood as the result of consciousness's recursive loops. When these loops momentarily align with past experiences, they create a sense of overlapping familiarity, as though the past is being re-experienced in the present. In this light, déjà vu becomes an expression of consciousness drawing on its vast reservoir of memories, instantly bringing the past into the present moment. It reveals the fluid nature of awareness and how the past can seamlessly re-enter our perception of the now. Additionally, the subjective experience of time, itself a curious phenomenon, can be better understood through this lens. Temporal recursion theory suggests that our perception of time is malleable, shaped by the interplay of consciousness with temporal structures. Instead of time being a rigid, linear progression, it becomes an elastic concept, moments elongating or compressing depending on how awareness is engaged. For instance, when we are fully immersed in an activity, time may seem to vanish, while moments of heightened awareness can make time appear to stretch. This theory offers a framework to explain why time can feel like it bends and warps, responding to the shifting loops of conscious experience. In essence, temporal recursion theory provides a new lens through which we can view time and consciousness, not as isolated, independent phenomena, but as deeply intertwined, ever-evolving processes that are constantly interacting with one another. This interconnected dynamic opens up new avenues for understanding how we experience reality and our place within it. The temporal recursion theory of consciousness introduces a revolutionary perspective on how our awareness operates through time, emphasizing the dynamic loops that shape our perception of the present moment. According to this theory, when our attention and intention are focused on specific experiences, They can create recursive loops that amplify our awareness, enriching our understanding of the now. By consciously directing attention, we can intensify our perception of the present, making the experience feel fuller and more vivid. On the other hand, distraction or scattered focus leads to fragmented awareness, where time and reality seem less cohesive, and the richness of our experience diminishes. This theory also brings attention to the recursive nature of consciousness, suggesting that our awareness loops through time, constantly drawing from past and present experiences to form the continuity of our self-perception. It opens a new understanding of phenomena like déjà vu, where past moments seem to collide with the present, and the subjective fluidity of time, which can speed up or slow down based on our mental state. By framing consciousness as a recursive process, the theory provides a fresh lens through which we can explore memory, awareness, and the intricate fabric of lived experience. It lays the foundation for further investigations into the complex relationship between consciousness and time, urging deeper exploration of how we experience reality. The fractal consciousness hypothesis extends this exploration by positing that consciousness mirrors the self-similarity of fractal patterns found in nature. Just as fractals are intricate, repeating designs that appear at various scales, so too is consciousness thought to manifest across different levels of complexity. This hypothesis suggests that consciousness is not confined solely to individual human experiences. Instead, it permeates all levels of existence, from the minute processes within cells to the grand interactions within societies and ecosystems. This view invites the possibility that awareness exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously, creating a multi-layered fabric of consciousness. Each level, whether microscopic or macroscopic, mirrors others through self-similar structures. For example, individual cells might possess a form of awareness contributing to the larger consciousness of an organism, while groups of organisms could engage in collective awareness transcending individual perspectives. In this way, smaller units of consciousness feed into larger systems, creating an interconnected, cohesive experience of reality. One of the key implications of this hypothesis is its ability to explain complex phenomena such as collective behavior. In groups like schools of fish or flocks of birds, individuals act based on shared awareness of their environment. The behaviors of the group are not random, but emerge from the interaction of individual actions, much like fractals that develop from simple rules applied repeatedly. This kind of collective behavior reflects a larger consciousness that operates beyond the individual, guiding decision-making processes and contributing to a shared purpose. Moreover, the fractal consciousness model sheds light on the emergence of complex systems. Just as fractals can create intricate patterns from simple iterations, the interaction of various levels of consciousness could lead to the formation of intelligent, complex systems. These systems may possess qualities that cannot be found in their individual parts, offering a framework for understanding how cultural phenomena or societal movements arise. Each individual mind participates in a larger tapestry of shared awareness, creating a collective consciousness that transcends personal experience. By applying this fractal-like model to consciousness, we gain a deeper understanding of how awareness operates not just within individuals, but across multiple scales of existence. It encourages exploration into the parallels between cellular consciousness, the collective dynamics of human societies, and the emergent properties of ecosystems. Recognizing that consciousness operates at different levels opens the door for interdisciplinary research that bridges biological, social, and ecological systems. By understanding one scale of consciousness, we may uncover insights that inform others, ultimately providing a more unified, cohesive understanding of consciousness as an integral force in the universe. Through this lens, the study of consciousness becomes not only a philosophical pursuit, but a way to understand the interconnectedness of all things. The temporal and fractal models together paint a picture of consciousness as a dynamic, recursive, multi-dimensional phenomenon that links the past, present, and future in an ongoing cycle of awareness. Each layer of consciousness, from the cellular to the societal, interacts and influences the others, suggesting that the boundaries between individual and collective, micro and macro, are more fluid than we might have imagined. The journey of understanding consciousness is a quest to uncover these hidden connections, revealing the intricate web that binds all of existence. Exploring consciousness through the lens of fractal patterns could radically reshape how we understand personal and collective well-being. If we see individual awareness as a thread in the greater fabric of collective consciousness, it becomes clear that every thought, every action ripples outward, influencing the larger whole. This realization, rooted in empathy and social responsibility, could inspire a shift in how we view our role in society. When individuals grasp their interconnectedness with one another, it fosters not only personal growth, but collective cohesion, allowing communities to thrive in healthier, more harmonious ways. This brings us to the fractal consciousness hypothesis, which suggests that awareness is not limited to a single scale, but exists across multiple levels simultaneously. Like fractals, shapes that repeat their structure at every scale, consciousness may mirror this self-similarity. The fractal framework offers a fascinating explanation for phenomena such as collective behavior and the emergence of complex systems, underscoring the profound interconnectedness of all things. This hypothesis invites us to rethink consciousness, not as a linear or isolated phenomenon, but as a multifaceted, dynamic process, deeply embedded in the fabric of existence. One of the most transformative ideas emerging from this theory is that consciousness might not merely be a byproduct of biological complexity, but a fundamental aspect of the universe itself, its way of observing and understanding. Imagine consciousness as an emergent property, evolving alongside the cosmos. In this view, humans and other conscious beings are not isolated minds trapped within their bodies, but the sensory organs of the universe, gathering data, processing experiences, and reflecting on existence itself. This reimagining places us within a far grander narrative. It challenges the conventional view of consciousness as an individual phenomenon and expands it into something much more profound, a cosmic process that threads through every layer of reality. If consciousness is intertwined with the universe's self-awareness, it suggests that all life forms, whether human, animal, plant, or even inanimate, could contribute to the unfolding awareness of the cosmos. Thus, the universe through us may be observing, reflecting, and understanding itself in an ongoing, ever-evolving process. Such a perspective radically alters how we see our role in the cosmos. Rather than viewing ourselves as separate entities at odds with nature, we begin to recognize ourselves as integral parts of a vast, interconnected whole. The universe is not a distant, indifferent backdrop to human activity, but an interactive, living system in which our awareness plays a crucial role in its self-understanding. This realization could spark a renewed sense of purpose, encouraging us to reflect deeply on how we steward both our planet and each other. It urges us to embrace ethical responsibility, not just for our own well-being, but for the collective health of the entire system we are a part of. Moreover, the idea of consciousness as a universal trait also bridges the gap between scientific inquiry and philosophical thought. It suggests that our search for understanding must transcend the brain and cognitive processes alone. To truly grasp the nature of consciousness, we must engage with the broader reality, the cosmos itself. Such a view fosters interdisciplinary collaboration, merging fields like cosmology, neuroscience, and metaphysics. Together, these fields could unravel the intricate connections between observation, consciousness, and the underlying dynamics of the universe. This concept also redefines the very nature of reality. If consciousness is the universe observing itself, then reality is not a static backdrop, but a fluid, dynamic entity shaped by the acts of observation and awareness. This idea resonates with certain interpretations of quantum mechanics, where the observer's presence influences the outcome of events. In this view, consciousness and reality are not separate but intimately linked, constantly influencing and reshaping each other. As we explore these ideas, we are invited to rethink our relationship with the cosmos, not as passive spectators, but as active participants in its grand narrative. By embracing our role as the universe's sensory organs, we not only deepen our understanding of consciousness, but also our connection to the world around us. In recognizing this interconnectedness, we unlock the potential for greater empathy, cooperation, and a more conscious way of living. The notion of consciousness as an emergent property of the universe invites us to reconsider what it truly means to be aware. It challenges the traditional human-centric definitions of consciousness, urging us to explore the possibility that various forms of awareness could exist in the natural world beyond our own. This exploration opens doors to a more profound appreciation for the intricate web of life and the vast array of phenomena that surround us. It encourages us to look at the cosmos not as a distant, unrelated entity, but as something to which we are fundamentally connected. If consciousness is seen as an emergent property of the universe, as a way for the universe to observe itself, it transforms how we understand both consciousness and our place within the cosmos. This perspective reshapes everything, urging us to recognize the interconnectedness of all things, the responsibility we carry for the world around us, and the role of observation in shaping the reality we experience. It points us toward a more holistic approach to consciousness, one that sees it as a dynamic and integral part of existence. By accepting that we, too, play a role in the universe's journey towards self-awareness, we can cultivate a deeper sense of purpose and ethical responsibility, forging a richer connection with both nature and the vast cosmos. Beyond the emergent property perspective, the consciousness field theory introduces a compelling model for understanding consciousness as an all-encompassing field that saturates the entire expanse of space, much like an electromagnetic field. In this framework, individual conscious entities, whether human or otherwise, are under localized fluctuations or excitations within this unified consciousness field. This offers not just a theoretical basis for individual experiences, but also intriguing explanations for phenomena like shared experiences, telepathy, and collective consciousness. One of the most striking implications of the consciousness field theory is the possibility that shared experiences could emerge from interactions within this field. If consciousness operates like a field, then fluctuations or resonances at one point in the field could ripple out, influencing the excitations of nearby entities. This could explain the sense of unity that often arises in group settings, such as during meditation, rituals, or communal gatherings. As individuals' localized consciousnesses harmonize, they may resonate with one another, creating a shared experience, a collective awareness where participants feel a profound sense of connection and empathy, as though they are attuned to each other's thoughts and emotions. This phenomenon would suggest that collective consciousness is not an abstract idea, but a tangible reality, emergent from the interactions of localized consciousnesses. Telepathy, often seen as mystical or paranormal, could also be understood in this context. If consciousness is a field, then the exchange of information or experiences between individuals might not be so mysterious. Instead, it could simply be a natural expression of the interconnectedness that defines consciousness. In this framework, telepathy is not a supernatural occurrence, but a direct transmission of thoughts or emotions through fluctuations in the shared field, bypassing traditional sensory modes of communication. This suggests that telepathic experiences are not limited to a few, but are, in fact, an inherent potential of human nature, dependent on the strength of the fluctuations and the openness of individuals to the interconnected field. Depending on these factors, telepathic experiences may vary in intensity, ranging from subtle impressions to more vivid exchanges of thought and emotion. Furthermore, the idea of collective consciousness becomes much more tangible when viewed through the lens of this theory. By conceptualizing consciousness as a field, we gain a way of visualizing how groups of individuals may contribute to and draw from a shared pool of awareness. This could provide an explanation for collective phenomena like cultural movements, social trends, and collective emotional responses. These phenomena may arise when the localized excitations of individuals within a group resonate, creating a larger, emergent collective consciousness. This shared consciousness, in turn, influences the behaviors, beliefs, and experiences of the group. It provides insight into how individuals within a community may seem to tap into a common awareness shaping the collective identity and values of the group. Ultimately, viewing consciousness as an emergent field allows us to see that we are not isolated entities, but part of a vast interconnected web of awareness that spans across the universe. It transforms the way we think about individuality, unity, and our role in the broader cosmos, inviting us to engage with the world around us in a more mindful, responsible, and interconnected way. The theory of consciousness as a field is not only intriguing, but also profoundly transformative, potentially reshaping our entire understanding of existence. One of its most compelling aspects is the idea that the consciousness field, much like an electromagnetic field, is malleable, subject to various influences such as environmental factors, collective trauma, or large-scale societal changes. Just as external forces can affect the behavior of an electromagnetic field, it stands to reason that the collective experiences of a community could similarly shape the consciousness field. This could lead to waves of shared consciousness, where individuals respond to societal events in ways that reflect the shared dynamics of their culture or community. Imagine a consciousness field that spans all of space, a dynamic force that connects every individual experience, intertwining the fabric of collective awareness. This model provides a framework for explaining phenomena such as telepathy, shared experiences, and the deep sense of interconnectedness that so often transcends individual boundaries. By conceptualizing consciousness in this way, we open new avenues for exploring interpersonal connections, empathy, and the communal nature of awareness. It invites us to reconsider the complexities of both individual and collective consciousness, highlighting how deeply interconnected our minds may be, and how much we may be influenced by the collective currents of society. Furthermore, the idea that consciousness could be a form of exotic matter offers an even more radical perspective. Exotic matter, traditionally understood in physics as having unusual properties, such as negative mass or charge, is theorized in the context of advanced concepts like wormholes or warp drives. If consciousness were to be considered a type of exotic matter, it would force a profound rethinking of both physics and the nature of awareness itself. Exotic matter is not simply a theoretical curiosity. It could represent a new class of matter or energy that is as fundamental to the universe as gravity or electromagnetism. This shift in perspective could be revolutionary. If consciousness is indeed a unique form of energy or matter, it might be woven into the very fabric of reality, shaping and interacting with physical systems in ways we are only beginning to explore. Rather than being seen as an emergent property of complex biological systems, consciousness could instead be viewed as an inherent, primal element of the universe, influencing all that exists. Such a theory opens up exciting new lines of inquiry, particularly in quantum physics. If consciousness acts as exotic matter, researchers would need to explore its properties in depth, examining how it might influence physical processes, both at the macroscopic and quantum scales. Could consciousness play a role in phenomena like wave function collapse, where the act of observation appears to affect the behavior of quantum systems? This could lead to groundbreaking breakthroughs, potentially uncovering deep connections between consciousness and fundamental physical forces. Moreover, the notion of consciousness as a core aspect of the universe could have profound implications for cosmology. If consciousness is not just a product of complex biological processes, but a fundamental aspect of the cosmos, this may offer fresh insights into the origins and expansion of the universe. The interplay between consciousness and the physical laws governing the cosmos could reveal new models that incorporate awareness as a key element in the evolution of the universe, forever altering our understanding of how reality unfolds. At a philosophical level, this conceptualization of consciousness as exotic matter could dramatically reshape how we think about the mind-body problem and the nature of reality itself. If consciousness is an intrinsic universal force, it raises profound questions about existence, about what it means to be conscious, the nature of interconnectedness, and the possibility of consciousness existing in forms beyond our current comprehension. This new perspective challenges the reductionist models that dominate much of modern scientific discourse, suggesting that there may be more to reality than meets the eye. Such a paradigm shift might foster a deeper appreciation for the intricate relationships that bind consciousness to the universe. It could challenge our current assumptions and invite a more holistic view of existence, one that transcends the limitations of traditional scientific thinking and embraces the mysteries of the unknown. Viewing consciousness as a form of exotic matter could fundamentally reshape how we understand the universe and the very fabric of reality. This perspective invites an exciting exploration into new technologies and methodologies that may emerge to study consciousness, akin to how we explore other forms of energy and matter. By approaching consciousness as a unique form of exotic matter, we open the door to innovative experimental methods that could unveil novel ways of perceiving and measuring awareness. These techniques might involve developing mechanisms for sensing subtle energies that impact our experiences, both on an individual level and collectively. Speculating that consciousness could permeate the universe as a type of exotic matter forces us to reconsider everything we know about physics. It challenges our current models of reality and encourages a profound rethinking of the cosmos itself. What if consciousness isn't simply an epiphenomenon of the brain, but an intrinsic, pervasive force that shapes the very nature of existence? This hypothesis raises fundamental questions about the role of consciousness in the universe, its interaction with physical processes, and its relationship with the structure of reality itself. This unified view of consciousness and matter could lead to transformative insights into the nature of our existence and our place in the cosmos, ultimately bridging the gap between the scientific study of the universe and the deeper mysteries of consciousness. One such compelling hypothesis that builds on this idea is the multiverse consciousness hypothesis. It proposes that consciousness might serve as a navigator through the vast multiverse, a network of parallel universes governed by the principles of quantum mechanics. According to quantum many-worlds theory, every decision, every observation, every quantum event creates a branching of reality, leading to an infinite number of parallel universes, each one representing a different possibility. In this context, our conscious experience isn't a passive observation of the world. It is an active selection process. Our awareness chooses which universe to inhabit, which path to take, and which outcome to manifest. This theory not only suggests that consciousness plays a role in shaping our experience, but also explains the sensation of free will. Rather than being an illusion, the feeling of choice and agency arises from the act of navigating through these parallel branches of reality. As individuals, we perceive ourselves as making decisions, yet these decisions may reflect our active participation in selecting a particular reality from an array of possibilities. In this framework, free will becomes an inherent part of consciousness, an active, engaged process that shapes our reality. This view offers a new, empowering perspective on free will, emphasizing that it is not just a passive feeling, but an essential function of consciousness that influences the world around us. Moreover, the multiverse consciousness hypothesis may offer an elegant solution to the problem of wave function collapse in quantum mechanics. Traditionally, the collapse of the quantum wave function has been attributed to measurement or observation, but the precise mechanism behind this collapse remains elusive. In the light of this hypothesis, we can view the act of conscious observation as the very mechanism that collapses the wave function, determining which particular universe or reality becomes the experiential one. This perspective directly connects consciousness with the fundamental processes of reality and gives it an active guiding role in interpreting quantum events. This revised understanding may also provide insights into various psychological and paranormal phenomena. Take déjà vu, for instance. This phenomenon could be seen as a moment when consciousness resonates with a parallel outcome or reality, creating the sensation of familiarity with a particular choice or event. Similarly, synchronicity, the meaningful coincidence of events, could be interpreted as a manifestation of interconnected consciousness, moving fluidly between different branches of the multiverse, revealing patterns of meaning that resonate with the individual's experience. In short, viewing consciousness through the lens of exotic matter offers an extraordinary opportunity to rethink the nature of reality, free will, and quantum mechanics. It presents an entirely new paradigm that could revolutionize both our scientific understanding and our philosophical perspective on the universe. The multiverse consciousness hypothesis is not just a fascinating theory. It is a doorway to an entirely new realm of possibilities, where consciousness is not a passive observer, but an active force shaping the universe itself. Furthermore, this perspective invites an exploration into the very nature of consciousness, asking whether it serves as a fundamental force steering our journey through the multiverse. If consciousness indeed acts as a guiding principle across countless dimensions, its essence may far exceed conventional definitions. This provokes profound inquiries about how consciousness intersects with the physical laws of quantum mechanics and how it might influence the fundamental forces shaping our universe. Could it be that consciousness not only governs individual realities, but also plays a critical role in shaping collective experiences? If groups of conscious beings can affect the unfolding of the multiverse, then perhaps consciousness operates not just as an individual navigator, but as a cosmic force, weaving together the very fabric of existence itself. The multiverse consciousness hypothesis suggests that consciousness is more than just an observer. It is an active participant in navigating parallel universes within a quantum multiverse. By offering a framework that connects the subjective experience of free will with the collapse of quantum wave functions, this theory proposes that our conscious decisions and perceptions are not random, but are the result of an intentional selection of realities. This perspective creates a harmonious relationship between awareness and quantum mechanics, offering a compelling narrative that explores the nature of existence, agency, and the profound interplay between consciousness and the structure of reality. As this theory continues to evolve, it could ignite new research across the boundaries of consciousness studies, quantum physics, and philosophy, broadening our understanding of both the multiverse and the human experience within it. Equally fascinating is the consciousness as cosmic data compression theory, which offers a captivating explanation of subjective experiences. This theory proposes that consciousness serves as the universe's method of processing and compressing the enormous volumes of data it generates. Much like an advanced information system, consciousness simplifies complex information into manageable, meaningful patterns, shaping what we perceive as our conscious experience. By organizing and interpreting the overwhelming sensory input, thoughts, emotions, and phenomena, consciousness plays a crucial role in how we navigate our reality. Without this system, we would be inundated by the constant flood of information surrounding us. Consider, for example, how we observe a detailed scene. Our conscious mind sifts through an array of sensory data, focusing on the essential features while discarding irrelevant details. This selective compression enables us to prioritize what matters most, ensuring that we can respond efficiently to the world around us. It allows us to function without becoming paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of stimuli, helping us maintain a sense of agency in our daily lives. However, this filtering process brings with it inherent limitations. If consciousness is predominantly focused on simplifying and processing data, it may fail to capture the full spectrum of reality. What we perceive, then, is merely a distilled version of a far more intricate web of information. The subjective nature of our experience arises from the choices our consciousness makes during this compression process. Different individuals with their unique cognitive filters may interpret the same set of stimuli in vastly different ways. This variability in perception highlights the idea that consciousness doesn't simply reflect reality, it actively shapes it. Through this lens, our conscious experiences are not passive. They are a creative act of meaning-making, an ongoing dialogue between the mind and the universe. In exploring the nature of qualia, the subjective qualities of our experiences, such as the vivid redness of red or the delicate sweetness of sugar, one can begin to frame them within a larger cosmic context. Imagine, if you will, that these qualities are not merely abstract sensations, but rather the result of a profound cosmic data compression. In this view, qualia emerge as the byproduct of how our consciousness organizes and distills sensory information into meaningful experiences. Each qualia represents a unique, compressed pattern, a highly efficient abstraction of the complexities that make up the very fabric of reality itself. However, this idea immediately raises significant questions. Do qualia have an objective counterpart in the universe, or are they purely subjective constructs molded by the limits and capabilities of our individual consciousness and cognitive processing? If consciousness is indeed a kind of cosmic data compression system, what does this mean for the broader nature of reality and the human experience? Such a perspective invites a deeper philosophical inquiry. If consciousness is essential for interpreting and making sense of the universe's complexities, could it be that consciousness is not merely a byproduct of our brains, but a fundamental aspect of the universe itself? Could it extend beyond human experience and in turn play a role in shaping how reality unfolds or how we perceive and interpret it? The concept of consciousness as a cosmic data compression system doesn't just open the door to philosophical speculation, it also has profound implications for technology. In fields like artificial intelligence and data science, understanding how consciousness processes and simplifies vast amounts of information could inspire the development of more efficient algorithms and models. These insights could lead to machine learning systems that more closely replicate human-like understanding of complex data, offering transformative advancements in how we manage and interpret information. The theory of consciousness as cosmic data compression offers a compelling framework for understanding subjective experiences. It suggests that the consciousness acts as a filter, compressing and simplifying an overwhelming amount of sensory input into coherent, meaningful patterns. This approach not only sheds light on the nature of qualia, but also emphasizes the limitations of our perception, reminding us that the way we experience reality is shaped by the intricate processes of our minds. By embracing this perspective, we open the door to deeper investigations into the intricate relationships between consciousness, information, and existence. It paves the way for a richer understanding of the human experience and our place in the vast, interconnected universe.